Makes me jump every time, guys. Makes me jump. How's it going, everyone? So thank you very much for joining. Today is a very specific talk today on carnivore diets and autism neurodivergence in general. So today we're joined by a new member of our group. So he's welcome to join back anytime in the future. And these are roughly every 2 weeks from now. We're also here with Juliet from Juliet's Autistic Experience and myself, obviously, Carnivore Muscle Jonathan, top left of the screen. Anyway, so Frank, do you want to just give a very brief outline of like who you are, your experience, and your sort of relation to what we're talking about today? Then we'll let Juliet wrap up and start with the topic choice.
Hi there, my name's Frank. I'm 43 years old. I've been carnivore for nearly a year. It's just coming up to a year. I had a very rough past and used drugs and alcohol my entire life. And I got sober about nearly 3 years ago now. And the year of sobriety was very difficult for me. And I went to have some tests. I went for an ADHD test, and actually I turned out very high on the autism spectrum. I'm not properly diagnosed yet, but that's my brief history for you there. So after the test, I did some more research into nutrition, and that led me to carnivore. I had been loosely ketogenic for 5 years prior. And I made the leap, and I experienced a almost immediate relief in sort of lifelong mental health struggles from switching to carnivore, and I've remained strict for the past year. So.
Nice one. Thanks for sharing it, Frank. It takes a lot of courage for anyone that's on the spectrum, whether it be ADHD, autism, or some kind of weird, fantastic mixture of both, to actually come online and speak. So I appreciate your time. And of course, it's difficult people to get out there who perhaps have different issues, sensory issues, social issues, communication, whatever it might be, to actually come out online and say anything. So I appreciate you being here. That's the biggest step forward in terms of our movement so far. So my aim with this sort of discussion and these discussions going forward is to provide a bit of a resource for people to use with different experiences. And you'll see we all have different coping mechanisms and different ways that we interact socially and our environment around us to sort of just get through and try and improve our well-being and state of life, I guess. But anyway, Juliet, what's our topic for today?
We will be talking about people claiming to cure autism, advice, unsolicited and otherwise, about curing it, and the miracles and in the so-called miracles and the nuance and all that stuff, because I'm sure that between the three of us, we've heard a lot of it.
Yeah, for sure. It's an interesting one. We can't really unpack it because we can't go back in time. So I think Frank said he is 43, great looking bloke for 43, I think. Jeez. We've got Juliet as well in her 40s. Myself, I'm 29, soon to be 30, so I'm catching up with you guys just a decade behind. And yeah, we've all got different methods of coping, different ways to sort of get around things. And what I've sort of noticed is it doesn't matter where we are in terms of our age group. We're here. It doesn't matter. So a lot of people say, it's because of certain experimental medications, interventions over time. Some people say it's the water. Some people say it's the food, the seed oils, the heavy metals, the toxins in the environment, the sky, the ground, probably somehow, I don't know. But largely speaking, it doesn't really matter. We're here. We need to just survive and get forward in some kind of way, just live better. So that's kind of my stance on it. But yeah, I mean, Frank, we'll start with you. So what's been your kind of experience so far with, I mean, maybe not necessarily yourself, but what do you hear online maybe with autism and ADHD and things like that? I mean, are people saying to you, oh, you can cure it by doing whatever it is? What was your experience been?
I mean, I haven't really heard of people speaking as of cures of it, but I mean, in my own experience, as I said, I'm starting to realize why I always resorted to alcoholism and drugs throughout my life. And then when I actually got sober, it was just the hardest year of my life. And I'd already, learned a lot about nutrition, and I was, eating I was eating a very mixed diet, but it was still prioritizing quality animal foods and, plant food and, various plant foods, but often organic. And I was growing my own microgreens and all these things. I thought I was just doing everything right. And it was just, I felt so terrible. And then, I just went further down this metabolic rabbit hole and made the switch to carnivore, and I just felt immediately better, just so immediately. So, I mean, it's definitely not. I'm having to sort of focus a lot now more on the computer. I've been a pastry chef for half of my life, so I've been running around kitchens. Now I'm working for myself on the computer, and this is a very new thing for me. And this has been this year, and it's helped me no end with focus for it. It's still not a magic bullet in any way, shape, or form. I'm still, my mind's wandering all the time, and I'm like, focus, tell yourself. But I feel, my mental well-being is just miles from where it was a year ago. So this is all I can sort of add now.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, so if you're a bit newer in terms of at least we've got diagnosis or self-diagnosis, how your symptoms present, you'll find over time that you'll have different, you have an angel and a devil, in a sense. You have an angel saying, the optimistic side, the glass half full, oh, you might have autism, but you can manage it with this. You can find within 2 days you feel much better. Your concentration, your mood's a lot better, things like that, cognitive levels. Then you also get the devil on the other side saying, yeah, but you'll never be as, I'll use the word good, broadly speaking, in terms of positive symptoms as a neurotypical person. And I think we all go through a grieving process with that for any illness, really. We sort of go through our days I wish I could do this better, but I'm good at this. And a lot of times now I sort of reframe things and sort of say, well, yeah, I'm not ideal in, I'm not perfect, but I'm doing a lot better than I was. So that's kind of where I'm at now. So that trying to that 51% good, 49% bad state of being, really. But what about you, Juliet? What's been your experience of trying to cure autism? And I know speaking behind the scenes a lot about this sort of topic, immense detail, but just share what you want to share. Don't feel obliged to open up anything too personal unless you want to.
Well, there's in relation to me and in relation to my kids. As for me, it's helped a lot with the anxiety and the depression. It hasn't cured that. God, I wish you could cure depression, let alone autism. But it's helped with the anxiety and depression and things that really kind of got to me and were harder to navigate in life are a lot easier, more manageable. As far as my kids, I'm going to talk specifically about my middle child, my younger son, Xander. I absolutely do believe some people have, you hear, oh, my nonverbal autistic child, went carnivore and now they're talking and now they're going to med school and blah, blah, blah. And that could very well be true. I'm happy for those people. That's great. I believe it happens. But then a part of me grieves that didn't happen for Xander, and part of me is like, fuck off. I get angry, which is not fair. I mean, those people, I should be happy for them. But Xander, and I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, Jonathan, but it's really not the world's business. But Xander, he's nonverbal. He was recently diagnosed with epilepsy. He is, his frustrations have come out in the form of aggression. He is getting some help now, but it's going to be ongoing long term. So he's not talking, and he's, probably the strictest carnivore. He loves meat. He craves meat. Give him any selection of food, he will choose the meat first. But he's not talking, and he still has so many struggles. And it's, makes me sad as a parent, but it makes me sad for him that he does. But then I have to look at, yeah, he's not talking. These miracles aren't happening, but he's healthy. My entire family, we rarely get sick. And when we do, we're better in a couple days. From health and dietary, they're in the best position they could be. And despite his struggles and despite the frustrations, he's usually a happy guy. And, my kids know that they are well loved and well cared for, and we have a good, strong family life. And when I say that, I don't mean two parents. I am divorced, but the three of us, we're strong and solid. And keep your expectations, manage your expectations. You might get the miracle, you might not. Don't expect a cure, but do expect that, you'll be, with carnivore, you'll be in the best position you can be. And I hope I'm making sense and not rambling too much. It's something that I think about a lot. Hi, Rick.
Hey, can you hear me? I hope.
Excellent. Cheers, Rick. Yeah, apologies, everyone.
Glad you invited me. What?
My pleasure. Yeah, so apologies, everyone. I've just I don't know how long Rick's been on the side there, but on my screen I can only see about that much on the screen. I can't even read the messages, even when I full screen them. So apologies if I'm not addressing anyone. And Rick was at the bottom there, but I had to scroll down to actually get him on the screen to see him, because they give you 3 little faces and you don't realize there's another face at the bottom. But there we go. We're here. How's it going, Rick?
It's great, especially that I'm here with you, one of my favorite carnivore YouTubers and the original carnivore bodybuilder on YouTube. So I'm glad that you invited me.
Yeah, I mean, it's great that you've teleported over here, apparently. I can read this one. Yeah, so Rick was just doing his own stream. So just a quick promotional piece. Anyone that is watching us right now, please subscribe to all of our channels. More importantly, subscribe to theirs. I believe they've got a slightly smaller following, so they're probably going to benefit more from the extra subs than I do. So if you're actually watching this on my stream, feel free to watch it on their stream. Give them the watch hours, the time, so they can hopefully one day, I don't know, get monetized or find some way to sort of earn a bit of revenue for their time, because very little helps, and they're all trying to put the best foot forward here, so they do deserve it. And of course, don't forget to hit the like. I can read that one. Yeah, nice one. So while we're in this topic of curing autism, then, I mean, it's obviously a very sensitive topic, and we don't really know the answer because, well, we probably, well, I know I've tried everything. There isn't a cure for it, but I know what things can be reduced in terms of symptoms.
And I
want to ask you, Rick, what your thought is as well.
I hope I wasn't rambling too much with my thoughts on it.
No, no. Okay. Rick, what's your thoughts towards autism, in terms of curing it?
Well, I don't think the carnivore diet can really cure anything, but what I've noticed is that it makes people a little less, with the less inflammation, it should have at least a moderating effect. I really don't think the carnivore diet can actually cure anything, but and you're a good example because it hasn't fixed all your problems, but it's reduced them. And I think that's the main thing. People shouldn't be unreasonable and think that just switching their diet is going to fix everything. Even if the diet was perfect, and even if conditions were just ideal, it still takes time for your body to rebuild. And some things are never going to, are never going to go back to normal, because you have these issues that you're either born with or that you accumulate. And the best thing you can hope for is to manage it. But that's my opinion.
That's fair enough. Yeah. I mean, since this fundraiser I set up with DC Rebuilding, so my Australian friend, I recommend following him as well. He's a stage 4 cancer survivor. What I've basically found is there are people out there who are trying to take advantage of you because you're autistic. So I've had people reach out to me, email me to say, look, here's a cure. It's going to cost you $750. It's a one-time thing. And I'm like, yeah, but why didn't you message me before? Why have you popped up now? And they want to take advantage of that situation. So there's going to be people out there, maybe more gullible than I am, which is probably quite surprising, but that would fall for that. So it's important we have this communication between us where none of us here on the screen are trying to like rob each other blind. We all sort of experience different things, but we have a mutual commonality, I think, which is important. So my sort of stance on like curing autism personally is that it's pretty much the same as you guys. I mean, you can't really cure it. You can sort of leverage symptoms in such a way that you live a bit better. So I've personally found things like injectable carnitine particularly helpful. What it does is basically aids the transport of fatty acids into the mitochondria to be used as energy, which is a cleaner fuel substrate. What we know is, I'm sure everyone in this chat can attest to, is fat is a better source of energy, and ketone production is a better source of energy for the brain than carbohydrates. It's cleaner, goes a bit further, more units of energy per thing, more ATP, which means you get to execute your blueprint of your body's biology naturally to the best of its ability, which I think is very important. That's probably the strongest mechanism I've found in terms of alleviating symptoms, besides obviously the carnivore diet, ketogenic diet, that sort of high fat approach that I believe we all follow. I think actually now this would be a good question for Frank. Actually, is that he's more of a newcomer to this space to some degree. So Frank, I understand you're sort of doing more of a lower fat approach at the moment. Have you noticed any change of your symptoms at all by sort of having that involved?
I haven't actually. So I've been really focusing on the fats for my mental health through the beginning of my journey, and I think I'd been at about the therapeutic 80% fat range, and I thought, well, I gained a little bit of weight in the middle of the journey. I think it was a bit too much cheese. I went a bit crazy with the cheese for a while. I've since recompositioned my body a bit, and I just sort of want to take it a little bit further and see how far I can stretch it. And I haven't actually noticed much difference at all. And I do know, some days I've got a little bit less energy and I just eat a bit more fat. And I have noticed a noticeable slow but sure change in body composition, which is what I was after. So I've been listening to Coach Stephen and Richard a lot, and and they're sort of they're saying how a lot of people are under the belief that excess protein will turn to sugar, but if gluconeogenesis is demand driven, then maybe that's not the case. So I'm sort of just experimenting there.
Yes, that's fair enough. I understand that completely. I've done a lot of like the lower fat, high protein approaches myself, maybe at least over 30 of them. I do find it effective. What I find the biggest difference for me is not hitting my protein amount. So that seems to be a bigger lever for me. So if I was on a Western diet with low protein versus high protein, I'd feel better on the high protein amount. I suspect that's just due to things which just biology, basic biochemistry as well. So like, does my body have enough B vitamins or B2 to support methylation pathways? Is it enough amino acids to, have precursors to certain neurotransmitters and hormones and things? That's my stance on it for me, but I can see how most people, by leveraging the fat, will have a benefit. And people like yourself, Frank, it doesn't really make a difference, really. It's just being on a carnivore diet in of itself is good enough. I kind of want to ask Juliet as well in the bottom left of the screen here what her experience has been. So Juliet's not a bodybuilder. She's a mum of 3 autistic children. She's also autistic herself. And basically what we're trying to ask here is, have you had like lower fat or high fat days? And do you find like there's a real substantial difference in yourself or your children?
It's just basically on what my body tells me it wants on any given day. I tend to probably higher protein, moderate fat most days. And my kids, I basically feed them like I feed myself, but yeah, probably high protein, moderate fat. We go for the fattier cuts of beef, put butter on a lot of our food. I can't sit down to a big old whole ribeye by myself. I like ribeye, but it's usually divided between the 4 of us, and then we have other meats with it because it's just, I can't finish that. But yeah, it's just, my body's just like, today I want, like, for example, last week I woke up, I was like, I really don't want that burger patty. I'm not hungry for burgers. And a few hours later, it's like, okay, no, I changed my mind. My body wants that beef. So yes, just listening to my body, and it's pretty good at telling me what it wants and needs.
Are there any obstacles you've experienced, Juliet, with your children in regards to protein or fat intakes? I mean, obviously, they're dependent on you, sort of thing. So you give them the food, they eat it, kind of thing. But do you find like some days they're more, oh, we're going to gravitate towards fish or dairy or eggs or beef or fatty lamb or whatever?
Yeah. Well, with the boys, it's easier. They'll eat pretty much anything, and they're really good with the meat. Xander's more particular about, like, he will eat cheese if it's melted on something. He will not eat unmelted cheese. No big deal. I mean, cheese is not essential, but he's good with the meat. Aria was really picky for a long time. Like, she would only eat salmon and plain full fat Greek yogurt, which those are healthy. That's fine. Other stuff I really had to it was just tricky. And now she'll eat most things, but the problem is that even though she will eat most meats, now she'll eat eggs. She wants some kind of like rice or carbohydrate with it, which is not an ideal situation. But what I try to do is I give her maybe a couple spoonfuls of rice with her beef, and it's a greater amount of beef or salmon or whatever. And so then she'll eat the beef if she sees a little bit of, and there'll even be rice left over. I think just visually she needs to see the rice there, but I'd like to take that out altogether. But other than Aria's pickiness and Xander being weird about unmelted cheese, they've no real obstacles. No, they're pretty good about it.
Yeah, fair enough. I follow my macros at the moment because I'm trying to compete in a bodybuilding show. So my experience right now is just based on just doing that thing. But yeah, I think personally I tend to gravitate more towards a high protein, moderate fat approach. But bear in mind that's with the idea that my moderate fat is very high fat for most people. So it's all relatively speaking. But my protein does have to be really, really high. So that's just my experience. But I want to ask Rick as well if you're about your experience with any kind of like mood or disposition kind of things related to your diet. I know with yourself it's a bit more tricky in terms of getting the right kind of meats and things like that. And I know you're not buying many eggs nowadays because they're so damn expensive over there. But what have you found yourself in terms of like what you gravitate towards if you had all the money and you could buy whatever meat you want, apart from ducks and iguanas?
Well, obviously, I love the taste of ducks and iguanas, but my choice of meat was always to buy a chuck roll. And when it was inexpensive, for about $150 to $180, I could get this massive chuck roll. And then what I would do is just cut it up. So I would cut it up, make steaks out of it, and then some pieces could make ground beef. It had a lot of fat on it. I think the smaller ones, I was getting 25 pounders for like $50 at times. It really depended, but I always like to get the biggest possible cut. The one thing that's weird about me is that I'm not like a lot of people. They like to go to the butcher, have the butcher do all the steaks and everything for them. But I'm like the opposite. I prefer to do all the cutting myself. So what I'll do when I get a large piece of meat, I'll go ahead. Some days I have this craving for more fat. So I'll get the fattier pieces. Other times, I don't really care for it. There are times when because my diet I call the heart attack diet. And the heart attack diet was designed to maximize the fat and the amount of meat that you eat. Because like they told you, if you eat a lot of saturated fat, it's going to clog your arteries. You're going to look like the kitchen drain where you have these big clogs. And actually, I just cleaned my drain and there's calcified fats that are in there. So they say, oh, that's going to go in your blood or whatever. So I tried my best. But what I found, and this is the interesting thing, when I eat the leaner meats, now, obviously, there's some meats that I will not eat. For example, chicken breast. To me, that is not food. Chicken breast is dry. It's tasteless. And the only thing I use it for is to make my pacemaker pizza. But when it comes to the fattier parts of the chicken, that's not fatty enough. So I would use beef tallow. And a lot of times when you buy the chuck roll or other beef cuts, they threw the fat away. So I could get the fat for next to nothing. A lot of times I get it from Gordon Foods, or there was a butcher that used to be not that far away from here, and he kind of knew me. So whenever they had a lower price on meat, he'd say, hey, Rick, we got some chuck rolls over here marked down. You want to buy some? And I'll go there and I'll buy as many as I can, stuff it in the freezer, and then I cut them up as I need it. But what I found is that when I eat the higher fat version of the carnivore diet, I have more stable energy. And as you know, I don't work out like Jonathan. I don't have a great physique. I'm basically skinny. I look like a vegan, but I do a lot of labor. I may be crawling around in an attic itching with duckboard, or I may be outside with a pick and shovel digging a trench through coral rock. I move furniture. I move appliances. Like, I'll pick up an air conditioner, pick up a stove or a dryer or washing machine or whatever. And when I eat a leaner version of the carnivore diet, I just don't have as much energy. I don't get tired, but it's like one of those things, when I get tired, it's not like I'm out of breath, because a lot of people I know, when they start, they say they're getting winded. They're running out of energy. They can't breathe. What happens to me is that I just don't have as much strength as I normally would. But I found on the higher fat carnivore diet, I have more strength, which is really weird. And at the same time, I just feel more relaxed when I run into a problem. It's not like when you get an aggravating thing, you got an electrical problem or you got a plumbing leak or whatever, and you have an emergency to take care of. When I've stocked up and I've eaten a high fat meal, I can do that. And also I can extend the time between meals if I need to. But that's the experience that I've had. But again, it's just from trial and error. I was never scientific about it. And I really have no idea what my macros are. I don't know how much fat or protein I'm eating. All I know is I just adjust it. And some days I feel like eating more fat.
Yeah, it's fair enough. I mean, I probably eat quite intuitively as well. I did the experiment, I think it's about 2 years ago, so about 3.5 years in, and I generally ate what I was going to eat anyway. It didn't really fluctuate much, so it kind of tells me, yeah, I'm pretty well aligned with what I'm going to be doing anyway. So what about you, Frank? Obviously, you're in England as well, I imagine. So what sort of food do you gravitate towards? Do you have like a shopping preference list? What sort of shops do you go to? Stuff like that.
So we have some really good butchers here. I'm in Brighton by the sea, just down from London. We got 3 good butchers here. One's more on the budget side, but it's still local Sussex, and as free range as it can be for as long as it can be on grass. Very good prices. And then we've got a really old butchers, and the guys there are this couple, and they're in their 80s. They only open 2 mornings a week now, and theirs is I think the lamb's regenerative. It's all organic. They're fairly reasonable for that quality. So I mean, and I'm not dogmatic about if I don't have time to go to the butcher's, I'll go to the supermarket. It is what it is. And so personally, my own diet is I prioritize ruminants. I just do best on them, as I think most of us do. Obviously, we have amazing lamb here, so I eat quite a lot of lamb. I'll often just get a leg and just bone it out into steaks myself, and do a lot of ground beef, of course, as everyone does, to save on costs. Currently, I'm doing skirt steak a lot. So I found someone that's doing it very cheap, very reasonable price. It's £10 a kilo, and that's so good for an actual steak. It's quite lean, so I'm adding a bit of butter, and I'm really enjoying them. You can just flash them in a second, and they're almost completely raw still, apart from flash. And just loving that. It just seems to be really tender for such a what can be a slow cooking cut. Since I have cut my fats, I'm eating more eggs. I didn't eat so many eggs for a while. I went off them for a bit. I just thought I'd try not having so many, and now I'm just sort of using them as a kind of source because there's not so much fat going on. But I'm so kind of just cycling fats in. I'm just adding some butter some days and other days not. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm more of a burger patty kind of person myself. Like a good meal for me is like burger patty or some beef brisket with some cheese, with I don't know, some salmon or something, or some mackerel. I'm quite happy with that. That does job for me, but I do intentionally try to have fish every day if I can afford it. So it does give me a lot in terms of like cognitive boost. So I'll notice myself if I've had a few weeks where I've maybe not had salmon or something. That's even using like a few supplements like omega-3 and things. I just don't feel quite as good. Like my skin's a bit drier, so there's probably an ancestral element to that as well. Like you know, where we come from, what we used to eat, what we now eat, kind of thing. And obviously omega-3, especially high DHA content, is important for the brain to allow the neural pathways to correctly integrate and connect through the synapses. So it's a conductivity thing as well. It's not just a macro thing, you know. So you know that's the problem I have. You guys probably, I'm sure a couple of you will probably know is I don't really like the whole idea of ratios and percentages of diets. I'm more of a, all right, how much protein do you need, how much fat do you need, and there's some sort of middle dial where that kind of helps you justify that's too much food or that's too little food. But yeah, I mean, I look closely at macronutrients and I look at the micronutrients as well. And I'm actually able to sort of pinpoint sometimes using different algorithms that I create to basically create some statistical analysis so I know roughly how my mood is each day and form a correlation between how I feel each day with the food that I take in. And the fish for me is a big one. So it's something I try to actively include as much as I can. Problem with that is the fish doesn't contain really much creatine at all. Creatine is great for brain function and physical strength, things like that. The thing is, it's not quite as high in iron, B12, and the collagen in it is type 2, whereas type 1 and 3, which is probably more useful for us human beings, found more so in beef, as in it will translate more towards amino acid profile compositions of different tissues from our body. It's not to say like if someone just eats salmon and eggs, you know, that they're not going to thrive. They may well do this. I'm not an anti, you know, have type 2 collagen or type 1, 3 sort of thing. But I think it's certainly a benefit to be had by actually looking at closely at the food you eat. And I know, Frank, you just said about eating lamb and stuff, which is much higher in omega-3 as well. So it's definitely a conferred benefit to that one, to quote my friend Richard Smith from lovely Wales. But does anyone else have any sort of integrative thoughts on this? Because my brain's starting to flash a bit, so I'm getting a bit doolally. So I don't know if you guys can chat between yourselves, and I'll just chime in when I can if you want.
Well, I guess I could say, I mean, I used to be a massive fish lover and seafood eater, but just since I've been carnivore, I've just sort of taking the easiest option, and I'm just grabbing lamb and beef most of the time. But you have, I am always conscious of, you know, about getting enough DHA, and so I do wonder if I should be, you know, if I'm not eating grass finished beef all the time, if I should be adding more seafood than I actually am. So you've sort of pushed me in that direction a little bit. I think I'm gonna start eating, because I love mackerel and I love salmon. I've always loved seafood. So I think that's a good shout.
Yeah, I know for me, like I actually find I do best on fatty fish like salmon and mackerel, and ruminant meat like beef, lamb. So often a meal for me will be like a big piece of fatty salmon and like a hamburger patty or a steak or something. Like I usually have like 2 meats per meal. So like a beef and a salmon, or a mackerel and some lamb or whatever. And my kids do well on that too. Like that's like the sweet spot for us is ruminant meat plus fatty seafood when we can afford it. I mean, usually we have the seafood maybe 2 or 3 times a week because money, but yeah, that's ideally we'd have the seafood every day like you, Jonathan. That's what works for us.
You know, I agree. When I lived in Key Largo, we used to go fishing a lot. I had neighbors that went fishing, and we go shrimping, get some snapper, get some grouper, something like that. And I like fish a lot of different ways. I love seafood. To this day, I try to have seafood at least once a week. My seafood of choice right now is shrimp, because when we go shrimping, we get a lot of shrimp, and I'll go and devein it and peel it. Really good. So usually Sunday night, my dinner, you know, tomorrow night's going to be shrimp. And a good surf and turf. I mean, who doesn't like seafood with steak? I mean, that's amazing right there. Combination snapper with a nice steak. I mean, it could be a T-bone is my favorite. So I have a T-bone with some snapper. It's really delicious. And the way I cook the fish, a lot of times I'll either just steam it, but I often fry it because I love fish fried in beef tallow. It's very, very tasty. But yeah, I do think that seafood is important. Now, I don't know, my heritage is mixed because I'm part Spanish, part French, part German, and part Hungarian. So I got a little of everything. So I guess I'm the ultimate mutt. But I think for most people, seafood is a good addition. And, you know, for some other people that I know that have tried the carnivore diet, they have found that adding fermented vegetables did the trick because they had an extensively plant-based, and a lot of the plant-based people do like seafood because you think about it, you have the pescatarians or whatever, and they eat seafood, but they just don't get what they need from the vegetables and the seafood. But if they add a little bit of fat to the diet, it seems to make a difference. But again, I don't like salmon because it's not something you find in this area. And one of the things that I'm really push about my lifestyle is you want to be local. If you live in a certain area, you want to try to get the foods that are readily available to you. That's my theory. Now, again, I'm not saying everybody has to do that because obviously I don't think too many people want to end up like me. But on the other hand, it's worked for me. I feel really good. I mean, I could die tomorrow. I haven't been to a doctor since 96. But I like the mix of seafood and ruminant meat and even the non-ruminant meats. You know, I eat parking lot chicken. I eat iguana. I eat Muscovy duck. They're not ruminants, but they're actually, I think that a mix of meats is what works for me. But I've experimented. I've lived for months on just beef. It's fine, you know, like Sean Baker does. Of course, I don't look like Sean Baker, but I had no symptoms. I had no problems. The only time I've ever had bad issues was when I tried to go plant-based, and that destroyed me. So I learned back then in 93, don't go plant-based. But I think mixing the meats, and some people that are on the carnivore diet, they get bored. They get tired of eating just beef all the time. I mean, I don't. But if you could add seafood to it, you know, that I think that makes a difference. And then there's other people like my mom that hated seafood. If anything was even slightly fishy, she wouldn't eat it. But to me, it doesn't matter. I tell everybody, if it's got a tail, it's on Rick's menu.
Yeah, that's cool stuff. I just wanted to make the guys on the page right now and also the channel that are watching aware that we just basically set a world record. Believe it or not, it's not much. It's a small, tiny grassroots thing, but we had 38 people in the chat for a carnivore autism neurodivergence based themed live stream, which is the best we've ever had. So I appreciate that everyone that's joined in, and it does make a difference, and it's helped sort out the algorithm as well. Puts in a good sort of word with the man above if you believe in him, or the woman above, or whatever you believe in. So yeah, and please like, comment, subscribe, and share the stream if you can at all, because it will hopefully help some people give some better ideas, really. And I've got a small playlist on my YouTube channel titled Autism, all related to autism stuff. So there's some mini documentary style things, some personal anecdotes, experiences, interview sort of things in there. Rates the carnivore diet and autism as well. So I recommend people check that out after this. But please watch the other channels for their viewership and their algorithm supporting efforts. Other than that, yeah, we had a question about, I think it's on the screen. How do you feel about sous vide cooking? Personally, me, I got a new air fryer yesterday. I like to just put it in, press one or two buttons, whatever comes up, I don't care, and take the food out. I don't care how it comes out. I want simplicity, efficiency, low stress, low thought process, easy. I do make complicated recipes sometimes just for fun, but what about you guys? Do you guys get a bit experimental with the cooking, or you more just chuck it in the grill, chuck it in the cast iron pan, skillet? You know, what do you guys do? We'll start with Frank, if that's right, then go to maybe Juliet, then Rick again.
So yeah, I mean, carnivore's a big exit for me. So I've been an obsessive cook since the age of 16. I've got probably between the region of 300 and 400 cookery books. I'm very well versed in all world cuisines. And I actually retrained as a pastry chef at the age of 32, and I've been working in sort of quite high profile places for the past 10 years. This is my exit now because I've just retrained as a naturopath. So carnivore's been a big exit for me. I found that I would think about food all the time, you know, and the whole thing, you know, when you're eating mixed diet and the snacking, and just my brain's always, what am I going to cook? And then it would take me 3 or 4 hours going to the supermarket, I walk around there and I wouldn't find anything, and I go to another shop and I mean, it's just a massive breath of fresh air that I've just feels like I've got more than half my life back. So I still don't have an air fryer. I can see a lot of people using them. I can see that they're pretty efficient, and I think I will get one. So I'm just a cast iron or stainless steel pan guy, small one and a big one, and that's it. Occasionally I put something under the grill. I was doing a lot of slow cooking in the beginning, I guess a bit through winter, but I sort of I've gone a bit more in that research of keeping nutrients bioavailable and keeping everything rare. And I just, it's nice to have something slow cooked every now and then, but I would rather gain greater nutrition from rare meat. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Fair. What about you, Juliet?
Yeah, well, it depends on really how much time I have. And if I had a bigger kitchen, I'd probably have a lot more stuff in it to use. But I do like, if I have the time, I like to make bone broth in my Instant Pot, or I like to slow cook some oxtail. But usually I'll just like a frying pan with burgers or steaks, or I'll do some chicken thighs in my air fryer, or I just do salmon in the oven. Yeah, frying pan, air fryer, oven. Keep it simple.
Well, I guess it's my turn. If you've seen my videos, you know that I'm a primitive man. I use cast iron and I use stainless steel pots. I don't have an air fryer. I have an old convection oven from the 80s, which I guess is the original version of the air fryer. Now, those work really well for things like bacon. If you want to cook bacon, there's nothing better than a convection oven, because when you try to cook it on the pan, it curls up. You have to chase the silly bacon strips around. They actually have a rack. You can put the bacon in, put it in the convection oven. You turn it on, you walk away. It cooks perfectly all the way around, and you get the crunchy bacon you like. But when it comes to meats, I have to admit, if I didn't have to cook them, I wouldn't, because I love raw meat. I just don't eat it very often because I don't trust it. I don't know where it came from. If I had killed the cow myself and I knew that it was safe, I would eat it raw. But a lot of times what I'll do with store-bought meats, I'll just boil them. For example, pork chops. Now, again, not everybody can eat pork because it's not a really good meat. But if let's say we got a wild hog, and we've used to shoot those all the time. Now the only hogs we have now have 2 legs instead of 4. But you get one of those, they often some of them had parasites, some of them were just not that good of a meat to eat. So you would boil it, or you could roast it, and that's one way of doing it. I don't like the idea of the sous vide cooking, although a lot of people do use it because of the plastic bags that they use. I think they're silicone or something like that. They're supposed to be inert, but in my lifestyle, I'm kind of anti-plastic. Now, yes, I have computers and telephones, and they have plastic on them. But if you've ever seen the way that I drink water, it's always from glass. And I don't use plastic containers for storage. I typically use either glass containers or enameled steel or even stainless steel. And if you look at my ratty refrigerator, you'll see the way things are stored in there now. Again, meat comes in plastic, but it's cold, so it's not reactive. So the idea of heating up something in plastic, same thing with air fryers. I know a lot of the air fryers have the Teflon or other type coatings, ceramic coatings or whatever. And I'm suspicious of that because they do have a chemical smell to them. But when it comes to just the regular cooking technique, I do also slow cook. Now, slow cooking works when you have wild meats that are really tough. For example, a parking lot chicken, like a rooster. If you've ever tried to eat one of those, it's like chewing on shoe leather. So you have to put that in a pressure cooker, or you can slow cook it. Pressure cooker is another option that I've used for different meats. And like with Muscovy duck, they can be a little tough too. But I'll slow cook them in beef tallow. And that's a little bit different. I say that's like Rick's version of sous vide, because what you do, you just put the duck meat in there, you fill up your crock pot with beef tallow, and you put it in there for a few hours if you need to on the lowest setting, and it just slowly cooks. And that tough old Drake that you'd have to rip apart or use a chainsaw to cut up, you can chew it. It's actually very flavorful, and it also makes the meat fattier. So, but again, I know the technology is great, especially if, let's say that you're a person that eats fast food. And I think this is a great idea. I recommend actually for some people to get an air fryer or even try the sous vide, because if you're going through the drive-through and you're trying to get something quick to eat, that's a bad habit. But if you can move to cooking it yourself, that might be a good first step. You could simply put the meat in there, set the timer, let the technology do the work. Maybe you have an app on your phone that allows you to do it. And it takes away that temptation to go and drive through the nasty drive-through and eat the duck food. So if you can do that, that's great. But in my case, I'm kind of a primitive guy, and I'm not saying everybody has to be this way, but anyone that has challenges, I think, could benefit from the technology. The sous vide, the slow cooking makes sense. But I think once you become a carnivore long enough, you could probably just hit the raw meat or do like Frank does, just cook it enough to cook it, and it's still raw inside, and that's good too. So, but that's pretty much the way I think of it. And, everybody's opinion varies.
Yeah, quite evidently, we've got someone that desperately, they're absolutely frothing at the mouth for attention today. So we're going to give it to them. So this is someone commenting on what Rick just said about plastics and metals. And I mean, guys, come on. If you use an air fryer, brand new, like I did yesterday, and it stinks of plastic when you heat it up, it's probably not going to be good for you. It's probably not going to be ideal. So I think it's good that Rick at least mentioned that. Just to give this guy some more attention, because he's obviously not getting enough at home. I'm sorry. What can you do? Welcome to the cooking show, a channel where we're talking specifically about carnivore diets, which happens to relate to cooking, with a guy here called Frank. He's a lovely gentleman who's actually an expert cook, and we would actually do cooking every single day because we follow a carnivore diet. So thanks so much for joining, and hopefully that gave you some truly great insights into how much of a piece of trash you are, you piece of shit. All right, next. Was that okay, guys, or was that too... it's fine, fuck it. Next, so we've got Gil here. So air fryer is great. I don't even put salt, and there are glass ones too. That's true, yeah. I've seen them all sorts of different ways. Glass fronts, metal, plastic, halogen, different light bulbs and things. I'm no expert. Probably going more towards Frank or perhaps Rick for this sort of thing. But if you guys would say, like, what is the most health-conscious way to cook meat or food, what would you guys say? We'll start with Frank first.
Well, the more I am going down, there are AGEs created in cooking. When you're caramelizing at high heats. So I mean, I guess probably the safest thing to do is oven baking if you're really going to be going, to the safest option. But the problem with that is if you're not cooking a big piece of meat, you're going to overcook it very quickly if you want some color on there. It just depends how. I mean, we get used to caramelizing other things. As a cook, I've always been someone that's like flavor, and I caramelized everything. So even with my baking and stuff, because I'm a pastry chef, I take my tarts to very dark colors because I think the contrast of flavors really works with creamy textures and all these things. But the more I look into the literature here and the creation of advanced glycation in products, the less caramelization, the better, I would say. And obviously, high heat cooking on a pan is causing quite dark caramelization. And obviously, this is a balance here of we're carnivore and we're already pulling maximum levers here, and so it's kind of going closer to raw. Is as Rick said, depends where you're sourcing it from. I do eat raw meat quite a lot. I do really like it. Usually, if it's sourced from the butcher that I trust. And I do noticeably feel a bit like clearer and more, I digest it easier. But I'm not just going to eat raw meat every day, you know. So I love cooking, but I do cook ever so slightly less, with less color these days and less higher heat. But I love to have things caramelized, but I just don't take it as far as I used to. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, what about you, Rick? What's your go-to for the most health-conscious carnivore out there in terms of cooking methods?
Well, asking me about health is funny because I consider myself to be the least health conscious because I like to eat all kinds of different meats and I didn't care about the cholesterol. But see, I have a few, I don't know if I would say peeves. I don't know how I'd put it, but everybody I know, when they cook a steak, they always say you have to sear the steak to seal in the juices. And I get really mad about that because I don't want to sear my steak. I want my steak cooked just enough to make it safe to eat. So I'm not going to get E. coli or other nasty bacteria, but I don't want it seared. Every time somebody cooks ground beef, they always have to brown it. I'm like, I don't want to brown the ground beef. If I had my choice, I would eat it raw, but I know it's not safe. So what I'll do, I like to stew it. And the way I like to cook ground beef, for example, is in its own fat. So I'll get a pan, but they crank the heat all the way up, and I don't do that. If you've ever seen me cook my eggs or my burger patties, I turn the heat up initially to get the cast iron hot. Then I turn it all the way down until the flame almost goes out. And I put the meat, same thing with my eggs. I have a little skillet that I use for cooking eggs. I'll scramble them up. And then I turn the heat up. I put the beef tallow in there until it's got a nice layer where the eggs are floating in it. And then what I'll do, I'll pour the scrambled eggs in. I turn the heat all the way down. And the reason is I'm not a cook. You know, I'm not the kind of person that stands over the stove and does the cooking and all that. I do what I call remote cooking. So let's say like right now I want to eat and I'm doing a live stream. Well, I can't cook and do a live stream at the same time unless I set up for it. So I'll put my meat in the kitchen and I'll do the same thing. The meat goes onto the pan or onto the griddle or whatever, and it's on a low heat and it cooks. And then the smell goes through the air. I feel it coming through the air conditioning. I have a good sense of timing. I'm one of those people that can tell you pretty much whatever time it is. Like when I was working last night, I told my friend, I think it's 10:30, and he looks at his phone. Yep, it's 10:30. So I don't burn unless I get distracted. Now, I have been distracted before. I'm having a great live stream with people like you, and I may not keep track of the time. But in this case, I have a clock in front of me that I can look at. So what I'll do, I'll let it cook for a little bit, and then I'll flip it over. And then I'll go back there. And again, after you cook one side, the other side usually cooks much faster. And then I look at it, and then I can actually, you know, kind of pick up the piece of meat. Sometimes just by shaking the pan, I can tell by the flexibility of the meat how much it's cooked. And I like it, you know, when it's still, it doesn't really have that caramelization. I don't like that. I don't like a crust on my steak. I like it to be just like red meat, but a little bit lighter, because when you cook it, obviously it gets a little bit lighter. And I like, there's a certain smell that you get when it reaches that point. So I cook by sight, by sizzle, and by smell. And it's really simple. I don't have to worry about, well, you have to be 2 minutes on this side, 2 minutes on that side, and you have to sear it. Then you have to get some real fancy oven where you stick it in there and it's like 1,500 degrees to sear the steak. No, the way I do it is the lazy man's way of cooking, and it's very easy. I've done it for years. I've never, I think once in my life I burned a steak, just once. And that was because a friend of mine was in the hospital, ironically having a heart attack, which is kind of funny because he was always telling me I was going to have a heart attack, and he's the one that had the heart attack. But anyway, and I was talking, and all of a sudden there was smoke pouring out of my kitchen, and I had burned my steak to a crisp. But other than that, it's no problem because it's sort of like, I call it maybe also passive cooking. I'm doing something else, like when I'm working outside, and I can smell, because there's an air vent in the kitchen, and I can smell the food. And the thing is that meat is really appealing to me. So whenever somebody's barbecuing, I can tell. And I tell my friends, it's like, man, they're overcooking the steak because they're out there and they got it on the grill. They got it really hot and the smoke is coming up. When I cook outside, there's no smoke. If you've seen me cook on my grill, I cook with charcoal. I let the coals go all the way down. There are no flames, and then I put the meat on it. Now, when I'm on the grill, that's active. I will put the meat on the grill, flip it over, and that's it. Just maybe 5-7 minutes max, and that's it. But as Frank mentioned, if you're going to do a roast, you want to get the biggest slab of meat possible. Otherwise, it's going to dry out. So if you're going to cook in the oven or you're going to do a roast like on the grill, let's say you do a shish kebab, get a large piece of meat, and then that way the inside still stays nice and juicy. But yeah, that's the technique that I use. It's worked for me. It's not for everybody. I've had people tell me that my meat is bland, but you got to realize when you've been a carnivore as long as I have, any kind of seasonings, and again, I'm against salt on beef. I never, ever salt my beef, and I mean ever. The only meats that I salt would be chicken, maybe a pork. I don't salt duck either. I love duck as it is. And I think the longer you've been a carnivore, the less the so-called flavors, the spices, and all that stuff matter to you. Because I just like the flavor of meat. I hate to say it, but there's nothing that tastes better than just plain old meat, barely cooked and not seasoned. But again, I'm the exception, but I think the longer you've done it, you're going to be the same way.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I'm really simple nowadays. I don't eat as many eggs as I used to, but post-surgery, which, oh God, that's not helpful. I've had 3. Post the first surgery I had 2.5 years ago, I was eating like 10 to 12 big-ass jumbo eggs a day. So, like, not like extra large. I mean, like 3XL eggs, Frank. So, like, each egg was weighing like 85 grams out of the shell. So it was enormous. But now I can't. My body won't tolerate it. Like, get like flare-ups.
I've scaled a lot of eggs, so I know what eggs weigh. That's a big egg.
Yeah. It's a big egg. Most of our supermarket eggs over here, guys, if you're an American viewer, they're about 55 grams out of shell usually, something like that. So, it's damn enormous. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the eggs nowadays I have raw always. Other than that, it's, beef burger patties, cheese, salmon. I'll microwave sometimes, and people say that's what's killing me. Apparently, that's what's giving me all this pain. But get the times, guys. Come on. So it's a low tier problem, I think. But yeah, I mean, we've had some comments in the chat, which I appreciate.
Oh, do you want to hear about how I do the health conscious cooking? I didn't answer the question yet.
Yeah, I want to get through the chat because we're about 10 messages behind.
Everyone else answered the question, so I didn't know.
I was going to get to you after that. Can I get to the thing?
Yeah, I thought we were going. Okay.
Let me get to it. I can't do two things. Where is it? I literally have my finger on it. I can't remember. Someone basically said, I think it was Couch Potato said, it is useful having this talk because it relates to them or something like that. But yeah, I just wanted to highlight that. So thank you for joining anyway. So Juliet, what was your experience with cooking and cooking methods for like a carnivore diet for you and your children?
Yeah, well, I find that, I have gotten away from the Teflon with the, stir frying and all that, because even though it's simpler, clean-wise, I tend to stick to stainless steel, which I think is fairly innocuous. So that means that I do have to kind of let things soak and really scrub after, but stainless steel, use a lot of butter when I cook. Baking with glass, like if I bake salmon or chicken or whatever in glass, seems to be healthier. Bigger pain in the butt to clean, but and the air fryer's not great, probably not ideal like you guys said, but I live with it. But stainless steel for doing my steaks and my burgers and stuff tends to be probably the healthiest, I find. I think stainless steel's all right, right?
I imagine so. I don't know. I don't really use saucepans because it's more mess for me. And I get a lot of abuse for it. So I'm not joking. I do. So yeah, it's not. So I'm air fryer, keeps it contained. Any sort of stuff that drips out, I can pour it back into. If I make a bone broth, Juliet, like you see on my Instagram, the fat that comes out of the meat does go back on the food. So that's what I usually do. Or I'll do what Rick does, and I'll save it in like a little pot, and I'll cook with it later. So I'll make some sort of fatty egg thing. If I want something later in the day that's like very satiating, I'll usually make that, and a bit of like Parmesan cheese. But yeah, we've covered quite a bit already. Is there anything you guys want to sort of talk about? I know, Juliet, you've not spoken much for the last few minutes, so what do you want to sort of go over? If there's anything, specific to you or unique that you really want to bring up?
Yeah, well, I think just it's a basic thing that, we talk about people saying how they can cure autism, how to fix things. And I just want to say that, yes, living with autism, and loving people with autism, there are struggles and there are issues and things that we have to live with. But I don't want anyone to ever feel like being autistic, like I don't want anyone to feel like they are a problem and their identity as an autistic person, that you are a problem that needs fixing. Yeah, there are things that need to be managed. There are things that maybe need to be adjusted. I'm not going to deny that. It's not, it's not easy. But sometimes I feel like, the way it's talked about is that, it is, you are a problem, and, this is, you're not a problem that needs fixing. You have a condition that needs to be managed. And just try to accept where you are, be patient with yourself, be loving with yourself, and just do the best for yourself. I hope that's not too sappy, and I hope that makes sense, but I really want to get that across. You are not a problem that needs fixing.
Yeah, that's the key takeaway, I think, for all of us, because ultimately when we hit our pillows at night, and the people that are watching this, people that are in this chat right now, we have to live with ourselves. We're in our own head all day, every day. And what is it going to give us to have that glass half full negative mentality to say, I'm autistic, therefore I can't? So everyone in this chat here is doing something which many people would struggle to do. Juliet, she's found a way to make this time to actually get on the stream, set it up. She's not a tech genius, neither am I. I mean, the other guys might be. I mean, Rick certainly got some good skill sets. Frank, his reels are pretty awesome. So, they're much better than mine. So everyone in this chat has some skills that are much better than mine, and some of mine are much better. Like, I'm quite good at bodybuilding, apparently. But it's transferability. It's how do we use it? So I can use that targeted passion towards being strict with my food or more diligent with my clients. So I'm using it in a way to leverage my own lifestyle, my own well-being and satisfaction. Rick's the same. Rick's in a position where he's finding a way. He's finding a way to make it by with expensive bills, house prices. I'll say it quite loosely because it's not really my field of expertise, but the working market around him is probably undercutting him in some ways, which is preventing him from getting the business he might want sometimes. Frank's starting up new as a naturopath. He's endeavored his own, I'm using the wrong wording here, but he's endeavoring to sort of get forward and put his own best foot forward in regards to like health, nutrition, exercise, all that sort of stuff. And he's got away from perhaps a lifestyle that maybe wasn't quite perfect for him, given like the addictive personality side of things that's quite common amongst people like us. We've also got Juliet, mother of 3 autistic children, not 1, not 2, 3. They've all got complex needs, and she's managing it fine. She's sat on the stream, she's chatting to us, she's integrating fine, communicating much better than I do. So there we go. We've all got a unique skill set, and we're doing our best, really. So that's I just wanted to highlight that because a lot of time we sort of sit here and sort of say, it's amount of times in my life, in an immediate day-to-day basis, it's because you're autistic. It's like, what about someone saying to me, oh, you're good at whatever it is, or anyone else here, because you're autistic, you're very passionate, therefore, it sort of transfers to other areas of your life, but we don't often highlight that, and that's degrading. It's sad, yes, we're all obsessed with carnivore, meat, food. So comment earlier about, all this is a cooking show. None of us here are cooking anything right now. We're talking about cooking because we like food, and we've seen the value of the carnivore diet. So there we go. There we have it. I just want to say hi as well to Kitchen Witch 1885. I think that says. Sorry if I got it wrong. I do recognize the name. I'm not ignorant. But thanks very much for the super chat. I think it's gone to me. Wherever it goes, it all helps someone. So that's what's important here. Right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to head off for like, I don't know, a bit of time. I may or may not come back. What I'm happy to do is leave this as like an open forum. So idea is anyone on the channel now that's watching this or anyone that's on the panel can either stay on now. It's completely up to you. The only thing you can't do is put message on the screen, but feel free to chat between yourselves. I need a bit of a refresher because I'm quite burnt out and I didn't really do much in terms of sleep last night or the night before. But I'll be back at another time if you guys are still streaming. And I'll probably pop a message in the chat as well, but I need a little rest if that's all right. But are you guys happy talking between yourselves? Like, is that okay? Or
It's fine with me.
Yeah.
I know it's fine with you, Rick. I didn't have to ask you. You took all day.
Maybe for a few more minutes with me. I kind of have a bandwidth, as you know. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Juliet and I, we've got a very interesting friendship between us. We somehow managed to make our sort of chats work between our time zones. So she's 5-6 hours behind, something like that. But where she is right now, I think we share our first message some mornings at like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. in the morning for her.
But I'm just waking up.
That's just the way it works, But yeah. So what about you, Frank? Are you happy to stay on? It's completely up to you. Come back on later. It'll be the same link. But it's just an open forum for anyone that wants to chat.
It's just running, is it?
Yeah, it's just running, so I won't be able to put anything on the screen. But
okay, yeah. I can stay for a bit.
Yeah, sure. So it might be just you, Rick, in about 5 minutes. There we go. All right. Let's see what's going on. So I'm just going to check the chat again in case I've missed anything. So I'm trying to find the messages. I have a few that like eggs over easy as well. How would you guys cook your eggs out of interest? Like your best day, you're having the best day of your life. You got one opportunity to make eggs. What'd you do?
Most days I scramble my eggs, like with some butter, some heavy cream, some salt. Makes it nice and fluffy. And I'll top it with hot sauce. I love hot sauce. But ideally, if I have time, I like to poach them. So scrambled or poached are my favorite, but scrambled is what I do most days.
And mine normally it's scrambled.
I'm still of the thoughts of not oxidizing the yolk. So I love poached eggs, but I'm the same. I just lazy to do them. So I fry them very gently and I put a lid on usually, just to so the yolk is completely runny still. Try to anyway. Sometimes you get it catch a bit on the bottom, but I mean I've always loved scrambled eggs, but I'm just trying to keep everything as bioavailable as possible now. And I love a fried egg. So,
yeah, I like when the yolk is like that cross between runny and a little jammy, and it's so delicious. And it like gets onto your meat. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like that as well. I'm probably like most.
I love it when it goes crispy on the bottom too. But
yeah,
I try not to.
Yeah, poached eggs is my thing. What we see if you look at a nutritional perspective, as a nutritionist, I'm probably going to say cook the white, leave the yolk. That's pretty much it. It's not like you're going to lose a massive amount by doing it either way. It's something like 15 to 25%, depending on what kind of nutrient you look at. Of course, if you cook the white, you get rid of a lot of the avidin, which binds to biotin. And there's also some immunoglobulin things which upset people's guts sometimes, so that can be part of it as well. So, your body will tell you if you're having poached eggs every day, it doesn't work, try something else. If you have them raw and it works, you feel good, have them raw. The likelihood of getting, these bacterial infections is very slim, guys. It's dreadfully slim. It's something like 1 in hundreds of thousands. It's you have to be sort of trying to get it sort of thing. But there we go. I just want to say hello to my Norwegian friend, Autistic Carnivore. His name is also Jonathan, friend of the channel, and he'll be on here someday soon, hopefully. But Jonathan, if you send me a message on Instagram or something, I can provide you with a link if you want to join this. I'm about to head off in a second, but it's an open forum basically for anyone who wants to chat about their experiences and as a carnivore dieter who lives with autism or someone that has a friend or family member with autism as well. So feel free to jump on if you want. Just let me know and I'll ping you on the Instagram thing. But yeah.
I think I'm going to be going as well. I have some things I need to attend to, but as always, it's been a great chat. So yeah.
Yeah, we reached 41 today, Juliet, thanks to you and the other guys. So much appreciated.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Talk soon.
Cheers. See you in a bit.
All right.
Now it's just us two for a little bit, Rick.
There you go. It's usually that way, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems. Yeah. Yeah, guys, if you have any questions, just leave them in the chat and the elites will answer them. Anyone that's saying, wondering why we say elites, it's more of a irony kind of thing because we're probably the least egotistical people out there going. It's more of just a bit of a play on words and things, a bit of a laugh. But yeah, any elite carnivores, you should be on this stream right now. And if you're not, you got some serious issues. Serious issues.
That's right. Yeah, I like satire and obviously because I consider myself to be one of the least in the carnivore space because I've been on YouTube for so long. I have a lot of subscribers, but not that many. I mean, I think everybody else has more than I do. And I'm not afraid to state my opinion. I'm not afraid to do things my own way. So that's the difference. I tell everybody when you see me on YouTube, there's nobody else on YouTube that's even close.
Yeah, that works. I'm just going to check Instagram to see if anyone's sort of come up to say they want to come on the chat. I might be able to share the link on here, maybe. I don't know.
That's an idea.
There probably is a way, but it's me trying to suss it out in my brain.
Oh, okay.
There'll be a way. Carry on talking if you want, Rick. I'm not going to say much.
Well, you know me. I have the bad habit of talking way too much. I'll start talking about different things, and it goes on and on and on. Like this morning, I was talking about what I've done during the week and some of the things I'd like to do. In fact, I'd like to go outside today and hit my garage again, see if I can find those parts for my engine. I've been driving that car that my friend loaned me, which is a Ford Escape, which is like a little SUV, and it's like trying to sit in a sardine can. This thing is really small, and I guess I don't realize it. When you're 6'6", it's like a whole different world. And people say, "Oh, Rick, you're skinny. How can you complain about not fitting into a space?" I said, "Look, being skinny doesn't make you shorter, and they just don't give you a lot of room. The way that these cars are set up, you have the dashboard; it sticks out. I don't know, but I can drive my '69 Dodge Charger just fine." I guess in the old days, they figured that people were going to be getting taller, so they give you more room. But I guess now people are getting shorter. They do give you a lot of space to the side, so I guess people are getting a little bit wider.
Yeah. Yeah, people are getting wider, and I think about it. It's yeah. I mean, when I sit on a bus seat now, I do think most people on it are like taking nearly 2 seats up.
Right. That's it. It's been years since I've been on a bus, but I know what you mean. Every time that I'd have to ride on public transit, like Metro Rail or Metro Bus, everybody that sat next to me was just big and fat, and I mean, I don't mind if somebody's big. I mean, there's people that are big, but to be fat, to me, it's like a lack of respect, when a person treats their body that way and they just keep eating duck food and they're getting fatter and fatter. And then they act like it's not their fault. This person did this to me, or I've had a hard life, or all this other stuff. So yeah, but why are you taking it out on yourself? It doesn't make sense. And some people will spend time, they'll get dressed, they'll try to put on makeup, they try to make their hair look nice, wear the most expensive clothes, and then they're big and fat. So it's like, well, and I'm always guilty of offending people because I said, well, you spend all this time trying to make yourself look presentable, but maybe changing your diet, maybe joining a gym. That's an idea. And they get insulted. How can you say that? Well, Rick, you don't work out. I said, yeah, I know, but I'm not gaining weight. You know, if I got to the point where my rear end wouldn't fit in a seat with armrests, I think I might consider going to the gym. Because the thing is, you know, if you have a job where you sit in one place all the time, you're not moving around, I think it's a great idea to have a structured exercise program. Because if you're not able to get normal activity, isn't that a great idea? And they get mad at me. Well, why are you saying that? I said, well, you spend all day in an office, you drive home in a car, you come home, you're too tired, you have to take care of your kids. When do you actually get any physical work in? There isn't any. But then they say, oh, well, I'm going to try the keto diet. I'm going to lose weight. I'm like, you're not going to lose weight on the keto diet with that lifestyle. And I know a few people that have tried it. And you know how the keto diet is. You have all these pitfalls. Oh, this is keto friendly. Oh, this is a keto product. I said, you're eating out of a box. You're eating out of a bag. That is not the proper diet. But again, who's going to pay attention to Rick the Quack? I mean, really, I've only been doing this for more than 40 years. But they know better. They always say, well, I can make it work. Well, maybe you can. I'm not saying you can't, but I think your chance of succeeding is very, very small. You know, you have to be systematic about it.
Yeah, I understand that. Just so you know, Rick, I've made it now so you're an admin on here. So in theory, if it works, you should be able to just add people on. So apologies for Frank, who was on here just a second ago. I didn't see it on the screen until I scrolled down the screen to, add him on because of the face and stuff. But yeah,
I lost my
all the screen.
I'm streaming off my phone today because I haven't got I'm in a new place. Haven't got the internet yet. So
yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it's a bit tricky. Yeah. What I'm going to quickly do is just a test in case anyone in the chat does want to join. Is I'm going to remove Frank for like 5 seconds. And Rick, if you can see if you can add him back on from the room, like the green room, whatever.
Okay,
that'd be quite cool. So if there's a way you can do that, if not, you may have to refresh your stream. Then refresh the actual page, and I'll let you back on. Then you can whatever.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So can you see Frank in the bottom anywhere?
Yes, I see him. I can add him.
Add him.
Yes.
There we go. Perfect. All right, so we sussed it. All right, so Rick's now in full maximal control. He's got all the weapons, all the I don't know, militia.
There you go.
Yes. If anyone wants to join the chat, what I'll do is there should be a way, Rick, where there's like an invite button. So if anyone's in the chat, people that you sort of trust and kind of know, there's an invite guest to the studio button. You can copy and paste it in to the live stream chat, and then they've got the link and they can join. So,
all right.
So I'm going to head off now anyway because I need a bit of a rest and I need to go somewhere as well. I'll have this probably playing in the background and probably just be relaxing a little bit because my body's starting to get a bit haywire. So, yeah,
that's it. Well,
nice to meet you anyway, Frank. We might catch up soon, but we'll keep in touch behind the scenes, of course. So, and thanks for your support and coming on today. It does mean a lot, honestly.
That's great. No worries.
Let's see. Okay. How do I add people? Wonder where they. Oh, we got somebody here. Okay, Jonathan's left. How do I get the link? Invite guest. Oh, there we go. All right. That's it. So if I put this here in the chat, where is the chat?
Yeah, it's
Let's see. Oh, comments. Here we go. My computer is a little crazy. If I do this, that should give me a link where people could add. Yeah, there it is. So, okay, that's good. So anyway, this is great. I guess everybody can hear me. And I like the cooking talk myself, There's nothing I enjoy more than good food. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Device not connected. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Thanks for... Yes. Well, I'm glad that you're here. Let's see. There we go. All right. Let's see who we have. Oh, here's Thomas. There we go. My man.
Hey. How you guys doing?
How are you? Good, good.
I'm doing pretty well. Yeah. A little bit of stuff cold, but didn't stop me from coming up here and saying hello.
Well, I know you've been dealing with some kind of flu or some kind of germ, so but that's normal.
Yeah, it's crazy. Now I'm believing it's more of an ear infection.
Oh.
So because I feel it like right here.
I see. Well, yeah. Basically, I tell everybody you're still going to get sick on the carnivore diet. I get sick 3 times a year, and it happens from time to time. Just part of being a human.
I got sick in the first month when after transitioning. Well, it didn't really transition. I just jumped in, but I haven't been sick since. I had a very small cold that lasted a couple of days in the winter, but it wasn't anything serious, flu or anything. So I've been feeling pretty good.
I mean, it's getting much better as I progress on the carnivore diet. It's more and more tolerable. I mean, when I used to get really sick, my A1C, my sugars would go up, everything would just skyrocket. And now it's, staying pretty consistent. I mean, right now it's at 141, my sugar. And last year it would have been more like 300, 400.
Wow.
When I got sick.
It's crazy. I didn't even know a human being could have sugar that high and just not fall over.
Unfortunately, they can go pretty high.
My only regret is that I haven't been to a doctor for so long. I don't even know what mine is. I have no idea what A1C is. I know nothing. I mean, the last time I had a blood test was in 1996. So, and I don't have access to medical care at this point. But I guess one day if I ever do, it's going to be interesting to do labs and see what this carnivore diet has done to me over decades. Because as you know, it's been a long time and I feel great. So I don't know, but it's shocking. Like Thomas and other experiences that
I can't see you having high A1C.
Probably not. And, I'm going to be 57 next month. And I've had people tell me, well, you don't have the kind of energy. They don't have the kind of energy they used to. It doesn't stop me. I keep doing my thing. Nothing really gets to me. I feel great. I may not look like the greatest guy around. I may look like an anorexic vegan, but I'll tell you one thing. Yeah. I mean, it's great. So I don't know. Maybe some of us haven't seen your story, but Thomas has been everywhere. I don't know if Frank, have you seen Thomas before?
I haven't, I don't think.
Okay. Because I know, Thomas, you've been interviewed by, I know, Carrie at Homestead Hal. And were you also on the Ferrigno channel or? I'm not sure. Yeah. He's been on a lot of channels.
Were you on Dave Mack, Thomas?
Were
you on Dave Mack?
I was also on Dave Mack.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe where you got yours. I was also on DC.
Yeah, and shout out to DC.
I've been interviewed by DC is wonderful. Yeah, David. Yeah, and I've also been interviewed by Nia Nova, which will come out.
Mm-hmm. Right. I don't know why David or DC isn't more popular because he's amazing.
Yeah, it's I mean, probably the least popular, but I think he was actually a really good one. Was Carnivore Transformer interviewed me, Graham. But I noticed that he doesn't really have that huge of a following, but I think he's pretty good, and I think that more people should follow him. I think more people should follow all of us. I think we all have something to contribute to. It might not all be the same thing. Like, not everybody's diabetic, not everybody has cancer, not everybody's with the autism or anything like that. But I think there's still a connection in some way or another. Even if we're not diabetic, you probably have somebody in your family that is, and same thing. And there's like this connection, like, oh
Or at
wait,
least
that can help
at least
that. Oh wait, that can help that. You know. What was that, John, Frank? I didn't hear what you said. I heard pre-diabetic.
Yeah, at least pre-diabetic in the family. I think everyone.
Well, oh yeah. I mean, I kind of agree with Russ and semi-retired Bob that I kind of think pre-diabetic and diabetic are kind of the same coin. You know, it's, you know, like I think that, you know, I think even if you're pre-diabetic, you're diabetic, you know, and that's how I look at it. I think that we're all part of the same animal, basically. Yeah.
That makes sense.
My dad.
What time is retired Bob's live tomorrow?
I believe it's at 6:30. I know it's 6 or 6:30, somewhere around there, Eastern time.
So yeah, on the subject of diabetes,
I just want to make sure that I wasn't clashing mine with his, because I like to watch it. Oh, your father was diabetic?
Mention about So
I feel like it's very choppy when I hear.
Am I choppy?
There seems to be a delay somewhere.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh man. So yeah, he was. I'm
not sure if it was me or if it was.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah, there seems to be a 2 or 3 second delay. I'm not sure what happened.
Is it coming from me or?
I don't know. I guess before you were on, we didn't seem to have a delay, but maybe it's something with the StreamYard software. It's hard to say.
Okay. I mean, I could go off and then on again. Maybe that would help.
Guys, I've got a few bits to do, so I'll keep in touch on here. If I can jump back on in a bit, then I will. Yeah.
Excellent.
Cool.
Take care.
See you in a bit, guys.
Yes. See you then. Okay, it's just us. Now we can see if there's still a delay.
Okay, so is it happening? Is it happening now?
I think it's okay from what I can see.
I mean, I kind of heard it more. I kind of heard it more on his end. It just seemed like him talking to me was like kind of choppy.
Okay, maybe that's what it was.
But
it might have a poor connection.
You know, because like you made the point. Like, yeah. Hi, Sandy. How you doing? I can't really see the chats anymore, so at least I don't think I can. Oh, here they are. Okay, I have them now. Because you know it is when I go to StreamYard, I'm sure you know exactly. Aaron says it was me that was really choppy. Do it. Aaron, am I still sounding choppy?
There's a delay.
Is there?
Yeah, 2 or 3 seconds.
Okay. I mean, would it help if I turned off? I have my YouTube on the other thing, like in silent. If I took off the YouTube, would that help? And just went right to StreamYard?
I don't think it would make a difference, but you could try it and see. Depends on your computer's processing power.
Well, no, I just did. So, yeah, no, I just clicked it off. So, I mean, this phone, I mean, this computer is like, you know, I mean, it's over 20 years old, and
wow,
it was never that great of a computer in the first place, you know.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that I'm able to do this on my phone or on this computer is pretty amazing. I mean, like, I plan on doing a lot of things to my room to kind of make things a little bit more, I don't know, easy for me to work with. Like, I have, like, my desk is like a child's desk that I'm on right now. So, like, I have, like, very little leg room. You'd probably be miserable, like, sitting in front of it. So I'm actually I had to do some investing, but I'm actually looking into making my own desk, because I'm like looking, and they're either way expensive, or just doesn't work. So I thought, what does it take to make a really nice desk? Like just some wood on the top, and just go to Home Depot. They can even pre-cut it for me if I wanted, and just get like a couple of like those bookshelves, those low bookshelves, and make like a desk, and go as long as I want. Yeah,
That's true. I see that Jonathan
I
has
saw
some
that
tech.
too.
Yeah, but yeah, like the clack on the left. My hardware is very old, but I do manage to make it work. But I'll tell you, a lot of times, working with what you got, that's all you got.
Yeah.
So can't do much more than that.
Yeah.
So yeah, let me tell you a little bit about carpentry. Now, I've actually built a whole house, and I've done a lot of projects. You could make a desk with just some plywood if you had to, but what I normally do, I just look for used stuff. When I do office cleanouts and stuff like that, you wouldn't believe the stuff they throw away. If you could look around for a place that's going out of business, you might be able to find something for free. That's the beauty of it.
That's true. And my eyes will be open for that. But there's something a little exciting too about like just making it like custom made for yourself to a certain extent,
As long as you have the tools to do it.
Just something that will give me like a lot of like. No, I have the tools. I just don't have the wood, and stuff. So I can definitely do that. And I'm going to cheat a little bit and spend some money, but I think I can bring it from something really expensive. Unless I find it free, then that's obviously a lot cheaper. But
yes, I find
I
think
it'd be a good. I think in my situation,
go to your nearest office park.
What was that?
I say go to your nearest office park. Every town has at least a few of them, like rental offices, and check around the dumpster, walk around. There's always somebody going out of business, getting rid of stuff. You may be able to take an existing desk or table and cut it to the size you want. I've done that too.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, definitely. I mean, I think the whole idea is really not even just so much the desk. It's more the project. Just kind of like finding something to do, just something, because I mean, one of the things I learned with this carnivore diet is like before it, I didn't do much. I just kind of sat and watched TV, and, I had a pretty mundane life, and even with this cold, I just want to get up and do, and I think these projects help, it's like, it's not enough to just be working for a couple days a week now. It's like, I need to do more. And I think it's a good project. I mean, I think that's why I kind of built the bird cage for my mom, and the guinea pig habitat for her and everything like that, because it gave me something to do,
Well, you know what? I'm going to have to make a video about this, because what you're saying, this is my life in general. People tell me, well, Rick, why don't you go to movies? I haven't been to a movie since 1985, because to force myself to sit there and watch something that I'm no part of is difficult for me. And it's the same thing with television. I stopped watching television in 2010. I felt like it was a waste of time. I know people, their whole life revolves around sports and revolves around entertainment and all these things. And I tell them, I said, well, I don't care about entertainment. I want to do something that when I'm done with it, I have something to look at. It's like yesterday I worked, I installed an air conditioner, I did plumbing, whatever. I go through the process, and when I'm done, everything works, and I'm very happy. And it seems like that's my whole life, is doing things. Like you're saying, Thomas, you want to do it. You could find it somewhere, that's good. But even finding something is like doing it, because it's like a hunt. You have to look around. I mean, going to the store doesn't require anything except money. You have the money, you buy it. But I like to go out there, I hit the dump, hit the trash pile, whatever. And it's a challenge to find what I want. And sometimes you find something and it doesn't fit your needs. So you have to cut it, weld it, fasten it together. And that to me is rewarding. And I think that might be the carnivore diet. So what you're saying, you were like the average person. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and I think doing how you just said kind of also allows you to be more creative. It opens that brain mindset of creativity, you know. And I mean, I've always felt like I was pretty creative. I mean, I have a pretty artistic background, but you know, when you can find stuff that's like you just said, like, you know, when you can find stuff in the trash and stuff like that, and you can recreate it, that's pretty, you know, when you can see that, it's almost like the sculptor, you know. I mean, I forget which sculptor it was, but that said that, you know, the sculpture was always there. I just had to nip away the pieces in order to find it. And that's sort of what we're doing. It's like that big project's always there, but it takes that vision to make it into something. And I think it would make, I mean, I'm sure you'll agree with this. I think it would make a pretty good video too of me just doing everything I need, you know, just working on the projects and everything.
Oh, I agree with that. And, you know, it's interesting because I was kind of unaware until recently that diet and lifestyle is so closely intertwined, because I always thought Rick's heart attack diet is about fun, getting the big one, dropping dead. But it actually turns out that the more people, now there's Thomas, you know, you got people like DC that had cancer. You have people that have just challenge after challenge, even popular ones like Carrie. You know that Carrie, and you love Carrie because, you know, you guys, I guess, are pretty close. And I think you're in the Bella Stuck in Butter gang, which I've never been able to contact those people. But, and you like Dr. Barry.
No, and, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's really very few people in the carnivore community that I don't like. I haven't met anybody that has really turned my stomach to that completeness. I mean, there's some people that are just like, I don't know. They're a little too far-fetched or something like that, but I don't really dislike them. You know, it's just, you know, it's more of like I don't think they really like me, so I'm not going to really like them sort of thing, you know? And I'm sure we've all had that. So it looks like Papa Carnivore's back.
And you know, Peter, if you want to join, you can click the link and you can join. I don't know if I pinned it or not. Let's see. Oh, where is it?
It's probably way up there at this point. So you might want to put it back in if you need to.
Yeah. I'm going to try to pin it.
I mean, it doesn't hurt to every once in a while just like keep on like popping it in, you know?
Well, I think there's a way to pin it. I've never really used the StreamYard. I normally do it through YouTube, but I'll find it. Oh, here it is.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Let's see. Okay.
Now, is this your StreamYard, or are you doing this through Jonathan?
This is Jonathan. I'm too poor to afford StreamYard. No, I don't do StreamYard because it costs too much money. But since Jonathan already has it, he's invited me to use it. You know, and again, Jonathan is.
Well, you know what StreamYard is for me, don't you?
Okay. How's that? Why does this not come up? Oh, wait a minute. There we go. There it is.
I see it.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, right now I don't spend any money on StreamYard. It's free for me, but that's why I'm like limited to 5 hours a month and all that stuff.
Right. And I don't think you can do live invites on the free version. I mean, other than a certain amount. I forget.
No, I do.
But yeah.
Yeah, well, that's how I was able to get you on there. So
right.
Yeah, no, I've done live invites.
But you know, it's like
I can only do up to 6 people. I can't do any more.
It's like Jonathan said, I'm one of those people that likes a challenge. And if I can find a way around an existing system, I will do it. And I think one of the reasons I like him so much is that he understands me. You know, we kind of connect in a very interesting level. This is what I love about the carnivore community. There's nobody out there that's like me, but yet there's a lot of people out there that connect with me. I mean, you got semi-retired Bob, you got Dave, you know, you got Russ. We're totally different people, and yet we connect. And I really like these people. So the benefit, the biggest benefit of the carnivore diet is being able to meet people like you. That's the secret, because I would never meet you otherwise. I'm here in Miami. I'm in the septic tank of Florida. I don't meet anybody else. If I meet someone, it's just for work. But now I get to meet you people because you've come to my channel and we get together.
Yeah. Or even just meeting through other means. Like, I don't think I would have met you if it wasn't for Russ and Mitch.
That's right. And that's another one. Good old Mitch. You know, you would think
I don't
that
even,
Rick,
I don't remember when was the actual first time I met you.
it might have been on Mitch's live stream. But the thing is, you think of Mitch and you think of Rick, two totally different people. But yet there's a lot of similarity. And I've had people tell me that I'm like the younger version of Mitch because there's a certain connection. This is one of the people I want to meet. I want to meet everybody that I've been communicating with in the carnivore community in person. And hopefully in November, I'm going to be going over there to Tampa. They're helping me to go there, and I'll be able to meet some people. And you can see the tallest, quackiest carnivore you've ever seen. But, you know, I'm just looking forward to it because I want to see him in person. Yeah.
Right.
I see there's comments about dumpster diving. I love dumpster diving. Good morning, Jeff. No video.
I'm wondering, what does Terry Sue mean about no video? Like,
I hope that we haven't a problem. I don't know what's going on, but we'll see.
Just makes me wonder, you know. Let me just go a little bit. I mean, the last thing she says was about desk goggles.
Well, it's like beer goggles.
The old desk and like using beer goggles, so to speak, you know.
You look at something in the trash and you see what it could be and not what it is.
Oh, yeah.
Was anybody, hopefully somebody out there has the courage to join in. I saw Peter over there. I figured he would drop in because he loves to join in the stream. But this is your chance. You can click the link. Now, I could even grab my telephone and make it a call in. I mean, I could still do that. But if you want to join into this, you feel free to drop in.
Like, wait, we can go on there and you can see us? Okay, well, let's just call you in instead.
It's all about having fun. Yeah, it's all about having fun.
Just think about that. You know, it's like, you know, it's almost like that scene of where you have the father and the son or whatever in the same room, and the son still texts his father to answer the question. Like you're right here.
Well, there you go. But yeah, you know, and again, very good point you made about the carnivore space. There's really nobody that I can think of that I hate that's in the carnivore space. There are some people that I don't watch simply because I can't reach them. Like, for example, Ken Berry. I don't watch Ken Berry's videos because he's got so many people in there. I've tried to reach out to him. I haven't been able to contact him. So I don't watch it. That's the way it is. Some of these other groups, you have hundreds or thousands of people. I don't watch them. Even like Homestead How, I watch that just because I recognize some people that are in the chat. But if I was new and I saw that group, I wouldn't go there. There's just too many people.
Yeah. I mean, it is. I mean, I'm sure you find this too. Like when you're in the, you know, like how you're in the KMT and you kind of be laid back and see the Zoom calls and stuff like that. And it's not really as you're just listening to a lesson that they're giving you and everything like that. It's a little bit of a different format, you know. It's not where you're hoping that somebody sees your chat or whatever, you know. And if you want to get attention, you just raise your hand and hopefully you have time to speak up or something like that. But yeah, I mean, when it comes to Dr. Barry, I mean, as you guys know, I started off with Dr. Barry for the most part. I mean, if I want to go way, way back, there's probably people that were before Dr. Barry even. But as for the people in the carnivore community, he's probably the first doctor. But I've kind of given up. Like, I was trying to get my questions out there, and I got one question out there, and it cost me a lot of money to do it. And I just kind of like finally said, you know what, this is ridiculous. I'll put questions out there, I'll put things in the chat, but if they never come up, they never come up. Like, I just don't care. Like, what's the old saying? Like, no expectations, no regrets. So you just don't expect anything. And but I'll listen every once in a while. I just, like, he's not really the first person. Like if I have like all these other things like Zoom calls and stuff like that, I'll probably prioritize them before I prioritize his Monday nights. And if I can see his Monday nights one night, then I'll do it. If I can't, I can't. No big deal.
Right.
And that goes with anything, really.
Yeah.
I mean, my first priority, and might sound selfish, but my first priority is me. And
that's how it should be.
Work will come. Yeah. I mean, work and sleep definitely, like my schedule's kind of chaotic. Like I work, it's going to be changing next week, but I work from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. and 2 days a week. Now I got my boss to agree, and I explained to her the benefits of it, like how I'd be more efficient and stuff like that. But instead of 8 hours at 2 days, I'm going to be working 4 hours at 4 days. And I'm going to be working from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. So I think that I can work with that a lot better. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see Dr. Kiltz because it'll be during the weekdays. So 4 of those days I won't be able to, obviously I can't go while I'm working. So I'll just see the replays,
I'm pretty satisfied with the Dr. Kiltz group experience. I don't know if you feel the same way, because I'm usually against groups, but I think this one is pretty good because there is that sort of free level to get in. And I think they're on the mission to interview as many carnivores as possible. I mean, they put me on there already, and I'll be again this following week. So, I guess they'll let anybody in there. So,
well, they let me in, so that's right there.
There you go. Well, I mean, you're actually.
I've only been in once, but still.
Yeah, but you're like the new trending.
Actually, no. Technically, I apologize, Rick. I was on Kiltz twice. Once was planned, and then we had that. There was that one after live that you and me were on.
Right.
About a week before that, about a week or two before that. I don't know if you remember that or not, but.
He has the Monday Zoom calls, and then now they've expanded to afternoon in addition to the morning. I think Kiltz is starting to get more, more of a following, because it was kind of niche in the beginning. He concentrated mostly on fertility and had some pretty strange people in there, but now it's more of the carnivore thing. And again, he tends to sensationalize it a little bit. He's always talking about, eating raw meat and fat and all that. And but that's what he likes to do, and it works for him. And how old is he? Is he like 68 or I don't know?
He's going to be 70 next year. I think he just turned. Yeah.
Well,
I'm not sure when he turned 70, but he's pretty close.
Look at what he looks like, and look at his energy. You don't see him stuttering around. He's moving. He got I don't know how many houses. He's got his business. He's successful. He may come across a little bit like a used car salesman, but I kind of like him. I'm one of those people, I may judge somebody by the outward appearance, but the more I get to know him, I realize, it seems like a good guy. But it's like Thomas said, there's really nobody in the carnivore community that I would consider to be a scammer. Like in the vegan community, I can show you a whole list of vegan scammers. They're trying to get you to eat this raw plant crap, and they lie to you and they pretend. I think some of them are taking supplements in the background, maybe a lot of creatine, maybe steroids, who knows what else. But in the carnivore community, it's all pretty basic. And Thomas over here, this is a guy that is living the lifestyle. And again, there's more of you out there. Come on and join in here. We're not going to bite. I only eat I only eat things with a tail. So unless you have a tail, you're okay. But yeah, this is a great community.
It might be. You know what this might be like? I mean, technically, this is really Jonathan's channel. So, they might be, a lot of these people might be thinking, like, it might be like, you ever babysit a house, like do house sitting before or no?
No, nobody would let me in their house. Okay. That's for sure.
Okay, I can see that, but but no, like no, it's kind of feels weird when you're like house sitting for somebody, and then you have a friend come over. You're sort of like, you know, and then the friend feels weird about it too because it's like, well, this isn't your house, you know, so maybe they're just leery because we're inviting them to somebody else's house, you know.
That's a good point.
I'm just saying, you know, like this is their brain set, you know.
Yeah.
Like this is not Rick's channel for that. I can't be my old self. I can't do. You know, they're gonna be like going on tippy toes, like, oh my god.
That could be it.
I say the wrong thing.
But then again,
I mean, I'm probably wrong, but I just, you know.
That is a valid point.
It's just a comical thought out there, you know.
Yep, that's a valid point. But
I mean, it's funny. It's like, you know, I last week, you know, when I did my live, I was very grateful for the people that came on, like for the people that showed up in the chats. And I don't remember if you actually showed up or not. I don't remember. I'd have to go back and see all the different people.
What day was it?
It wasn't as big of the 4th.
I thought I was there. 4th? No.
Like I said, I don't remember. I have to see who was there, who wasn't. You know, and I mean, I remember CB showed up, I think, and then Sandy definitely showed. Sandy was the first person, so I know she definitely showed up. You know, and I'm fine. You know, people had things to do and stuff like that. You know,
right?
But it's just, you know, like it's kind of weird. Like when I didn't announce it, I had more people than when I did announce it. You know, and it's just sort of weird how that happened. You know, so I'm hoping. You know, I think what it is I think, you know, I'm doing tomorrow because I said I was going to be doing it every week on Sundays, but I'm actually thinking maybe that might not have been the best idea. So if anybody, whether here or tomorrow when I'm on, if you have a better day or better time that you think would be better, you know, we'll figure something out. You know, I just want to accommodate I kind of want to make everybody happy, including myself, and, you know, and accommodate everybody. But it's kind of hard when you're like worldwide and you have different time zones and stuff like that. You know?
That's true.
Like that
is an issue.
Yeah, I mean, one person, you know, I was on a Zoom call yesterday, and it was with Amy Haas. And I'm sure you've heard of Amy Haas, the lady that's made the children's books for Carnivore and everything. And she was like, you know, I listen, but your thing is that when I'm going to church. I'm like, okay, you know, so, you know, but I don't want to just like pinpoint just for one person, because then there'd be so if I can get the most people to give me their thoughts, then I can maybe come up with like some kind of triangulation and do. I mean, it's all about trial and error. I mean,
what I did a couple of years ago, I tried to make a database of all the carnivore experiences, and I was going from some of the interviews on Dave's channel and then later on Homestead How and all that. And I tried to put like the name of everybody, and then when they started carnivore, what disease they had, what conditions have improved. And then I tried to even put like what type of work they do, when they're normally available. I started doing that. And then I had a breakdown in my database because I'm using an SQL database, and I use this, the whole thing, it was a disaster. I was using, I think it was PHP script to try to manage the database, and I screwed the whole thing up and it failed, and I just don't have a lot of time. My biggest problem, as Jonathan had mentioned, I do what I can to survive, and a lot of times I have to prioritize my work and the things that need to be done, and this gets put on the back burner. So I just set myself Saturday morning as the time where I could do a live stream. And hopefully when I get things financially to the point where I can take some time off, then, or when I'm sure when I move out of here, everything's going to change instantly, because my expenses will go way down and my possibilities will go way up. So eventually something's going to happen, unless I have a heart attack first, in which case that'll be the end of my channel. But I have a feeling it might be a long time before I drop dead from that heart attack. So hopefully in the near future, you're going to see improvements.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just got a suggestion on here from Jiffy that she doesn't watch yeah, there it is. Mainstream TV, but they're thinking of she was thinking about doing that. She doesn't notice anything on Wednesdays. So I don't know. Have you noticed that too? That not too many lives on Wednesdays?
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't see that many on Wednesday. I know Saturday morning was another time I didn't see a lot of lives. That's why I picked Saturday morning. I can't really do it during the week because my work schedule changes so much. If I had a regular job, I could do it, but I could be working 7 in the morning till 2, or I could be working from 3 o'clock to 11 o'clock. So that's the problem. But you might want to try that.
I mean, I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll do tomorrow. I'll do the 11th, and then that's a possibility. That's actually in the forefront of my brain right now is Wednesdays, because I think I can make that work. It would be more of the time, because like my schedule is like pretty sporadic, and even though 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. is really not like me losing that much sleep at night, I definitely would want to go to bed to get like at least 6 hours of sleep, and and there's other thoughts too. Like I do cook for my meals and for my roommate. So, and he usually eats around 6. So I got to make sure I go around all that stuff. But no, that sounds like that does sound like a pretty good idea. But
I would try it
tomorrow. Anybody that shows up on my lives tomorrow, we could ask the question again and see if anybody else says Wednesdays seem to be pretty promising.
Mm-hmm. Well,
we just have to figure out the time.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, let's see
questions and stuff.
Yeah, because this is what normally on my channel I'm always hitting the comments. Jiffy said my papa was an old school dumpster diver back in the 70s. He looked forward to that every weekend. I'm still trash picker. I can't resist. I put the link for anybody that wants to come in. We never knew what he would bring home. That's what it is. And Jeff said good morning. I said good morning to that. Let's see. No video. We saw that. Okay. Now, CB Carmax says vegans take the cyanide version of vitamin B12, cyanocobalamin, instead of the animal version, methylcobalamin. That's a good point. And, but then again, it's just amazing some of the things that people will say. Well, I can supplement this, but like it's actually going to make a difference. Now, again, I'm not a scientist. I'm not a nutritionist or any of that stuff, but it does kind of make sense that one form would be more bioavailable than the other. And he also said you wouldn't want to walk in my house, have a 7-foot ceiling. Yeah, I would if I tried to comb my hair. Right? My hair might touch.
Yeah, you'd have to shave your head or something like that.
Right. So yeah, that's a good idea about the live stream. You might want to consider that. And let's see here.
Yeah. I mean, I thought I thought someone had a Wednesday live stream, but maybe I'm mistaken. Doesn't Erin sometimes have a live stream on Wednesdays?
Yeah. Well, her live streams pop up just about any time. I've seen her. She likes to do it, I think, in the morning, but also in the afternoon.
Yeah, she is kind of sporadic when it comes to her live streams. That's true.
See, I also schedule mine not to conflict with some of our other ones because, like, for example, I wouldn't be able to watch Mitch in his live stream if I was streaming at the same time that he was. And I did originally because he had a live stream every day. But since he's had the stroke, he's had to cut back. And, I think he's probably doing better by only having it 3 times a week because not only does that give other people a chance, but I think also...
Yeah, I think... I agree. 100% with that. I really do. I'm just checking. I'm listening. I'm just checking something out right now too.
This is a comment about someone who has autism. Carnivore is really great for my autistic brain, both because it is so easy, not a lot of decisions to make, is ready in about 5 minutes, and I love to eat the same thing every day. Now that's like me. I can agree with that 100%. Infidel Caster, because now I don't consider myself, I don't think I have autism. I seriously doubt it. I'm too outgoing. But I know a few people who have, and You want to keep things simple. What I've noticed, a few people I know that had autism, if you start hitting them from different directions, they have a breakdown. So you have to try to keep it simple. They tend to concentrate on one thing, and they may say, well, that's a disadvantage. But I think in many ways, if they surround themselves with the right people, that can be an advantage. But when you have people that are judgmental and critical, and they want to push your buttons and they keep aggravating you, that's when the problem comes in. But this is a good point. I like that. And Frank was saying that he's mostly active on Instagram. Here's my handle. Now, I've never used Instagram. I don't do social media, but and he says great to connect.
And just
I
agree.
agree.
Frank, we're following each other on Instagram. I just took a look and saw, and we're definitely following each other.
That's good. See, I have a bad view of Instagram because everybody around here puts an Instagram symbol, which is like a box with a circle in it, and then they put their Instagram handle on there. And I really don't know why. It seems kind of silly, but I never saw Instagram as something to waste my time on.
Right.
But it is popular.
I mean, I got so many family members on Instagram, so that's part of the reason why I'm on it. But I'm getting more and more people in the carnivore community that's on it too, and and in a way, I think I'm on it too because by having people carnivore, by us talking, and everything like that, I think it allows my family to sort of see like, oh, this is what he's doing, and I don't really have to kind of like blatantly just like say, hey, I'm doing this. It's sort of like, oh, and they're kind of getting that, telling people without telling people, if that makes any sense.
Right. Oh, we got another comment here. I want to give a shout out to Jonathan the Carnivore Muscle. Check out his channel and support. Yes, please do. He's going through some bad times. He needs all the help he can get. I wish I had money. I'd send him a lot because if anybody deserves our support, it's Jonathan. I mean, come on. The guy has a lot of issues to deal with, and I think he's been doing pretty well. I mean, with all the chronic pain, the medical issues and all that, we got to admire
like such a nice
him.
guy.
He is. He is. Look, if he considers me as a friend, he must be a nice guy because I don't think, I think a lot of people would see me and go, this guy is nuts. But
that's a good marker of like, like, hey, if you like me, I like you.
Well, I tell everybody, anyone that likes me has to be a good person because I tend to be too honest with people and I will tell them the truth the way I see it. And I don't get offended. People have tried to offend me for years. They tell me that I talk too much. They tell me, well, online, they tell me I look unhealthy. In person, they tell me that I don't change. And the funny thing is, somebody trashing you online, I've had people trash me in my business and stuff like that. But when I see them face to face, they don't say one bad thing. It's really kind of interesting. I guess when you're behind the keyboard, then you're like Mr. Tough. But when you're in person, it's like a whole different thing. And I can't imagine anybody trying to intimidate Jonathan in person.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I haven't really met Jonathan for too much, but, he just seems like a nice guy.
Well, he dedicates a lot of his time.
I haven't met anybody yet, So, I mean, only on the Zoom calls and stuff, or like how you and me are right now. But, which is why Boston's like it's more just because I'm meeting all of these people. Whether I do, it'll be a long time before I do another trip, though.
Yeah, I've only met one in person so far. So,
Russ,
yeah, and you can see when we're in the parking lot of the Brazilian Steakhouse the height difference, and he's not a small man himself. He's a pretty big guy. So, you can see my junky van in the background. We had a great time.
That's fun.
And this is the thing. I think that every one of the people
Do you have
that
any videos on that or no?
Just a short video. It was on his channel on Homesick Buckeye is his channel.
Yeah, I'd have to look that up because that'd be interesting to see the two of you actually together.
Yeah. In fact, I might be able to
5 seconds.
Yeah, it's a short video, but I'm there, and it's me. I do exist. I am a real person.
Well, I never thought you did it because I would have to get some more medical attention if you didn't exist and I'm talking to you. So,
well, I mean, it could be AI. I'm sure in the future everything will be AI. But it's like one of my subscribers said that I would be the hardest person to imitate with AI, which I think is funny.
I mean, if you were AI, I would definitely have to put my hat off to AI because that would be pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is.
Because I mean, like if you think about AI, okay, AI can be pretty realistic, but there's still a certain way the person talks. It's like it's still a certain robotic, computer imagery type thing, like almost like, like Siri, and even though it's a little bit more interactive, you can still if you really listen, you can still pick up on it, and I don't hear that from you. So
right.
I think that would be very impressive.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's like when you get these automated sales calls, they always say, hello. And then they have like typing in the background. Are you there?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? They're very easy to spot. And I've never been fooled by one. And even some of the AI, they put video of like celebrities. I look at that, I'm like, that's computer generated. How do you know, Rick? Well, because the person doesn't sniffle. They don't move their nose. If you watch me with my sinus issues, my nose moves, I sniffle. It would be very, very difficult for AI to copy that, because if it did, it would be routine. We humans are good at spotting a pattern. So it has to be fully random, and it has to be in a way that has all the imperfections that goes with it. It would be really difficult. But time will tell. We're living in some very interesting times.
I mean, I use AI. I'm just kind of like, just want to check something really quickly. I'm sure you guys can still see me.
I see you.
Yeah, I use AI, and
now you're breaking
I
up.
use it for some of my thumbnails. Okay. Then I will stop doing what I'm doing because I guess it didn't work. I was trying to upload a background image of the thumbnail that I actually use, but
it may have overloaded your system. Your CPU may be bogging down.
Yeah.
That might be the latency.
Oh, maybe. How would I fix that?
You need a more powerful computer.
In other words, a new computer. Okay. Or newer.
Yeah, because the problem with computers, generally, you're going to have the processor, but then you have the bus, the data bus that connects everything together. Then your GPU is connected through the data bus. And even if you were to upgrade the memory or processor or whatever, you can't get the power to the parts that you need. So you'll have to if you have a computer that's older than 5 years old, like I do, it can be a real challenge. But Russ did give me his old computer, which is what I'm using now. And that's an improvement over what I was using before.
That's cool. Yeah, this has to be it's an HP, and it's pretty much a laptop computer. Before it was like right before they came out with the iPads and stuff. And so I mean, like I said, I want to do the desk thing, but I want to also go a little bit better on the computer. And I'm thinking, like, tell me if I'm wrong or not, but I'm thinking an actual desktop would actually be a little bit more upgradable as well. So if I needed to move it up, I can move it up. And, because I really don't need a laptop.
Right. It's hard to find desktops anymore. But mine, I use desktops that are old that I pulled out of businesses, and I try to upgrade them. But yeah, generally a desktop, the case, I mean, a lot of it depends on the motherboard. Sometimes you can get a used laptop pretty good, but you need at least a quad core processor. And I mean, if you have less than, let's say, 16 on your RAM, you're really dragging along, and 16 gig. Right. So you gotta get boost those specs up there. Otherwise the system will just bog down.
Yeah, I mean, I count myself, I count my blessings every day just because of the fact that I haven't crashed or anything fully, you know.
What is your operating system?
That I'm not sure. You know a lot more about computers, so I wouldn't even know how to look that up, to tell you the truth.
I mean, is it Microsoft Windows or is it some other operating system?
I don't think it's Windows.
Oh,
It actually has apps on it and stuff like that.
oh, you think it's a type of Linux?
Might be, yeah. I mean, it says it has the Pentium Intel, and I mean, I'd have to flip the computer and see the bottom and see what's on there, you know.
Right.
You guys would get rid of my beautiful face if that happened, you know. But, I mean, one thing. I mean, my last computer before this happened, I remember that it had Word on it, and like the main reason why I wanted it was so I could write my book and like type and like even like maybe download the program for the Dragon program where you can actually talk and you could, you know, you could do your speech.
Voice to text. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, I thought that would be really good. But then when I got this computer, it was like, oh, we don't have Word. You have to spend like $20 a month to get Word and get Excel onto your computer. And I'm like, okay, this is ridiculous. I'm not going to spend $20 a month on something that I can still type. I just, you know.
If you're willing to learn, there's a program. It used to be called OpenOffice. Now it's called LibreOffice. Libre, Libre. Okay. And that's, you know, an open source office program. That's what I use. I started using it when it was called Star Office back in the late 90s. I got away from Microsoft Office because they went from a program to a subscription. Everybody now wants to have a subscription, software as a service or SAS. And I've always been against that. Even the customers I service in businesses, I've converted them. A lot of them are running Linux Mint or Ubuntu, and then they just use the free software. And that's good for me because I can provide support to them. So that gives me an income. When they run into a problem, I do training. And that's one of the few times you'll see me dress up. I'll wear long sleeve shirts. Sometimes I'll wear my coat, jacket, you know, like a business jacket. And I'll walk in there and nobody recognizes me. They're like, is that Rick? Yeah, that's Rick. He's actually clean. He's got a white shirt.
Wow, you know? Look at him.
I mean, it's pretty funny. But yeah, you could do that. But I mean, again, quad core processor, you got to have enough memory, and a good GPU, especially if you're going to do these live streams, is critical.
Yeah, which I think, like I'll save money for different venues, and I think once I save up and do the Boston trip, I think then my next venue is going to be just getting a better computer and stuff.
Yeah,
you know,
I agree. Or maybe if you contacted enough people online, they might try to get you a computer. You know, maybe they can.
Yeah, I'm sure if enough word goes out and stuff like that, you know. I mean, one thing I've learned from all this is a lot of the generosities that I've gotten from being on Carnivore is like pretty immense. I mean, I think it's pretty generous when people allow me on their channel, and you know, and let me interview. You know, let me do, because that in itself is generous. You know, because they could just be like, oh, this guy's a quack, and we're not going to have him on our channel, you know. And
that's me.
Yeah. You know, and then I would have to become the fourth quack, the fourth duck man.
Well, that's it. And that's another thing. The ability to laugh at yourself.
Bad, I'm just saying, you know.
The ability to laugh at yourself.
I only know 3 quacks, so, you know.
The ability to laugh at yourself is important in this lifestyle, not to get offended, because if I would have been offended years ago, my parents pressuring me to eat fruits and vegetables, all the people telling me I was going to die of a heart attack, instead of worrying about it. Because the thing is, I've seen a lot of people that were successful at one time, they end up with cancer or heart disease or all these other problems, and all that money and all that time that they had all goes out the window. They work really hard to get ahead, then they get hit with a health problem, and then on the other hand, we had junky people in the neighborhood. Their house was run down. They had clutter all over the place, animals, whatever. The place was a disaster. And the guy lived into his 90s. The lady lived to 112. I mean, some of the people that cared the least about money and about showing off lived the longest. And I think that was really funny because other people are over there trying to, be like something they're not, and they go into debt and they try to work and do all that, and they end up dying, and the family doesn't care. Whatever they have, they take, and that's it. But it's all about having fun. It's all about going your own way, and that's important. I see that my subscriber, Meathead, he called in anonymously last time. We're going to interview one of these days. He's here.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah. So we're definitely we're getting some more people. That's good.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you're here. Good morning. I enjoy having all of my subscribers that discover this. Finds friends someone who builds computers. You'd be surprised how many people who doesn't have many brain cells build their own computer. Well, again, you still have to have money to buy the parts, but it's not hard to build a computer. I mean, I could show you. You could assemble a computer very easily, but you still have to decide the software and the operating system and all that. It's a learning curve. I've been able to get by for years, spending no money. I've never bought a computer in my life, but there are compromises. I don't have a fast system. I don't know how well it works. So far, so good, but you never know.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, again, it goes with the same thing I was saying about building a desk. It's not really so much of the desk; it's more of the project. And just I mean, one of the things I like to do is like if I build a desk, I like to do it like it's going across the whole room, and maybe put in a drafting table too, so I can start doing some more of my drawings and stuff.
Good idea. I remember we used to have drafting tables at the college where I worked at about 20, 25, 30 years ago. They threw them all in the garbage. It's just amazing the stuff they throw away. It's hard to find them now because everybody uses CAD, but, you could always build one.
I mean, the only hard thing about me doing the dump is like right now my roommate lets me use his car, but only for work. And the good thing is there's a Home Depot right down the street from where I work. So I can still go to the Home Depot, but to go around with his car would be kind of hard. And just to do dumpster diving with no car would definitely be hard,
Oh, I know.
I've done dumpster diving. Can you imagine me walking down the main highway with like a desk or something like that in my, on my back?
You would laugh if you saw what I carried on a bicycle. It's scary.
I can imagine.
I actually brought home.
I've seen pretty amazing things. Like there's this one guy one time, and he had to have stolen it, but it's in the middle of the night. You're in the middle of Trenton. You're not going to really say anything because it's just like, okay, if the cops stop him, that's But he literally was dragging one of those like cement benches. I'm talking about that, and he's dragging it like across the sidewalk, like down like at least like 3 blocks. I mean, the thing had to be like over 200 pounds. He's just dragging it with the chain and everything. I'm just like, you know what? If he can get back home and not get caught, more power to him. Like.
I brought home
it
bicycles.
Looked like one of those park benches, It definitely wasn't something that somebody has in their home,
Well, I've seen people move stuff like that with a hand cart. Put it on the hand cart and roll it down the street. I've seen some crazy things.
Oh, this guy didn't even use a hand cart. He just dragged it across. It's just like you literally hear that's what I was saying. Like if the cops don't stop, if there's no cop or anything like that stopping him. And you have to have noticed it, It's like, it's like oh my god.
Yep. Have a great day, Jeff. Glad you were here. Let's see.
Now, have I seen Jeff on with Mitch or no?
I think maybe. I don't know if he's been on Mitch. Might be.
There's so many new people with Mitch ever since he had his stroke. It's hard to tell.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Well, they got
and
a lot
I have
of
a
interest.
feeling. Well, you know what? I have a feeling a lot of them were always on there, but then they like left, and then, you know, and I think it goes in the other direction too. I think a lot of people left, and then they found out about him having a stroke and got concerned, and they went back on again. You know, and then I mean, I'm sure there's also people like these like groupies that like to see if somebody's sick and stuff like that. You know,
I think a lot of it just the you know, the live streams became routine. It was day after day after day, and I guess people kind of figured, well, you know, I know what's going to happen, so they didn't watch. And then he had a stroke, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, you know, I got to see it. So when he came back on, there was 300. There was a lot of people that came in there. And then it kind of tapered off. But his usually ranges anywhere from, I'd say around the 150 range is pretty typical on his stream. Mine is like a 30 to 40. You know, it depends. But yeah, I think that is kind of interesting to see it. Yeah.
I mean, the one thing I've learned about doing this world is when it comes, like, I kind of find it to be funny at this point. I think I've always found it to be funny, but I always worried about the other person's channel more than mine, obviously. And there was a couple of, like, when I was on with Carrie Mann doing that open mic night, I went to the comments after, and there's this one person that I obviously is either a troll or a bot, but was like saying, like, don't put, you know, like he was saying to Carrie, like things like, don't put Tom on there. He ruins everything for everybody. He's the most down person in the world, and blah, 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 blah. And what got me was this, like, somebody was like responding to him, and I said something afterwards in response, you know, just a little something, nothing too defensive or anything like that. And he's like, well, I don't mean it. You know, I don't mean it as negative. I think you're a really nice person, and I don't mean anything against you. Well, you say that this person has problems, you know, and that you know, he went as far to tell Carrie, you need to put a disclaimer every time you put Tom on your show. You know, it's like how hypocritical is that? You know, if you're going to say something like that, then that means you really don't like me. That's fine. I don't care about that. But don't say, oh, I'm a nice you're a great person. I don't mean anything against you personally. That just doesn't make sense, you know? And so I find that to be funny how hypocritical a lot of these bots and a lot of these trolls are, you know?
I don't understand.
I don't think they even know what they're talking about.
Well, I don't understand what they're trying to do, because the thing is, what difference does it make? Somebody's going to watch a video. I mean, obviously, Carrie's not stupid, so he's not going to pay attention. I don't think it's even going to bother him. I think the one thing that we have in common, he doesn't seem to get offended by anyone. Yeah. I've never seen anyone push his buttons and make him mad. That's why I call Carrie the carnivore ambassador, because it doesn't matter what you tell him. He's always got that level. I mean, it's like me in a way, except I'm a little more animated, because for someone to insult me is almost impossible. But I definitely think, you know, but again, I'm sure there's somebody out there that could do it. There's somebody out there that could rattle him.
Jonathan.
There we go. Let's see. Oh, with Jonathan. Oh, yeah.
The next one down.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I went outside with families explaining my pain sensation to my mom, and now they've changed in 2 years. She asked if I have fibromyalgia, pain amplifier. I have to escape this. And again, you know, people are always trying to give Jonathan advice as if he doesn't know what the problem is. He knows what the problem is. He's working on it. You know, but I think people, I don't know if it makes them feel better to give advice, but they have no business giving advice, but they do it anyway. And that can be very aggravating. They're trying to give people advice on who to put on their channel. Nobody cares. You can say whatever you want. It's just, I mean, it's offensive. I think Either they don't understand it or they're just doing it on purpose. And let's see, I could push his buttons. I'm sure you could. Of anybody, I'm sure you could. You know, I mean, I'm critical and somewhat, I'm critical of his Healing Humanity group. I don't like that. I think that's kind of an insult. And he did address that. It's not for you, Rick. Yes, it's not for me, Rick. But I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I just say, it's one of my things. So let's see what we got here. I hope you're doing better, Jonathan, or better soon. Couldn't imagine living all you go through every day, but still accomplish what you do. And again, the results speak for themselves. Look at what he's been able to do. If anyone is out there complaining about how bad their life is and how they can't do anything, you need to look at some of the people. I mean, you got DC, you got Jonathan, you got even Thomas over there, Look, this guy is still alive, and he's looking forward to the future. He's had a lot of problems, but I don't see him complaining. I mean, they're saying that you're negative. Where? You haven't complained to me. Oh, my life is terrible. No. Yeah. You got a job, you're doing the best that you can. That's all you can do. But this is a very good point.
Well, I mean, I have to admit, on that particular day, I probably wasn't as jovial as I normally am, because that was the day that I found out about my leg swelling and that I had the red blotches. So I was a little worried about that, but I didn't think I was overly. It's just funny it doesn't bother me any, but it's just funny how sometimes you get people like, okay, you're doing the insulting, you're doing your opinion, fine, then stick with it. Then you go oh, I didn't mean to offend you. I think you're a great guy. No, you don't think I'm a great guy because you wouldn't have said what you said,
Right.
You can't. I mean, I hate to say this in the carnivore community, but you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't say one thing, or in our case, you can't have your steak and eat it.
Steak and eat it too. There you go.
It's just funny how
Exactly. But again, the motivation of these people is unknown. I don't understand it. I don't see the advantage of trying to trash somebody, even if the person is somebody you don't want to be around. Now, there's a difference. I can see warning people individually. Maybe they're following some cult leader or whatever, and you warn them individually. But to put it out in the open, all you're going to do is stimulate interest in that person. You're not going to help anybody. They're going to get defensive. How can you criticize my guru? No. But I don't see the point of it. I think they just do it to push your buttons, or maybe it makes them feel good. I don't know. Maybe they're trashing other people.
Or they're a bot and they're being programmed to do it, or from either big pharma or big food, and they're just going out there.
Yeah,
there's many reasons.
Look, Jonathan has a good thing here. You might want to listen to the live stream with my friend Professor K. He looked into it. See, Bar K is not to everybody's liking, but he does have good information, and he admits to not being totally carnivore, but he's been low carb for decades, and he even he was losing his eyesight, and now he's been able to regain that. So every one of us has a story, and again, I'm sure if you met him in person, he'd be a perfectly nice guy, but he does like to trash.
That's what I hear. I hear he's very nice.
That's it. And then, if I live close, I've
seen one or two of Parkey's live. They're kind of hard to follow. But that's just the way he is, I mean, I don't really can follow, but
right.
I'm trying to actually watch a lot of people's lives. I'll try to watch tomorrow. I'll try to watch Semi-Retired Bob. I mean, I can't always get onto everybody, and to do videos and stuff.
None of us can. None of us can.
Come on. Yeah, I mean, it's just getting so much bigger and everything. When I first started, I maybe had 6 people I followed. Now I probably subscribe to about almost 200 people. So that's
there you go.
That's a pretty big jump, I mean, yesterday I was not on it, but just in the chats of these people that were actually on. The wife was on Lioness Lifestyle last week. JJ and Eric. I don't know if you ever heard of them or not. But and I'm not even sure if they're fully carnivore, to tell you the truth.
Okay. Starting to get a lot of comments here. Yeah, this is good advice from Meathead that you can look at. That's good. I'm going to send you an email. The people have been harassing Jonathan for a while, I don't know what's wrong with these people, but it's ridiculous. It's depressing. Well, yeah, but you're not that negative, buddy. Okay.
But
I'm gonna have to
what
check that
though?
out.
To go with what Meat had just said, I think you need to be a little negative in a way, because I think we would not have opened our eyes if we didn't have a little negativity to.
Oh, I
was
don't
around us.
call it. There's nothing negative. To me, negativity doesn't exist. There's no such thing as positive and negative except in physics.
Right.
But what I'm skeptical. I am a skeptic. This is the thing. I'm not negative. I am a realist. I'm a skeptic. And that's one of the things that people don't understand. Well, Rick, you're always negative. I am not negative. I am a skeptic. You can prove me right, but I'm going to assume that entropy and the way things always have been are going to continue that way. You may have this great revelation on how to make money or how to get free energy or how to be healthy, and I'm going to be a skeptic. I'm going to look at it. I'm going to analyze it with known science, and if it seems good to me, I'll try it. And it either works or it doesn't. I tell people the same thing with the carnivore diet. You want to try the carnivore diet? Don't expect it to fix all your problems, because it won't. It could help, but it's not going to solve your problems. It's not going to regrow missing body parts or make you the perfect person. It's just another tool in the toolbox you can use. You can use a chainsaw to cut firewood, or you can cut your leg off with it. That's your decision.
Yeah.
But and then again,
I mean, I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that.
People I don't like, I avoid like the plague. That's right. Let's see. Okay. Now, Jonathan's got a good point here. Autistic folks have a specific skill set and usually specific weaknesses. We don't know how to react emotively. That's a very important. That's that whole neurodivergent spectrum. They can be really nice 1 minute and just blow up the next minute. And it says it doesn't mean we don't feel empathy or others' pain. Sometimes they don't even show anything. They just sit there. So, it's up to us to understand where they are. And if we choose to have friends that have whatever, autism or any other difference, we have to know how to deal with them. It's up to us. And
quick question, Rick.
Yes.
I can stay on here, but I have to just leave for like a few minutes because my roommate is going to need his breakfast cooked. So,
feel free to leave. You can return anytime.
Okay. I mean, I could stay on and or I can go off and click off and then go back on again.
You can click off and you can click back, and hopefully somebody else will have the courage to click in.
Yeah. I mean, I figure if anybody can hold their own, it would be you.
Oh, so, you know me. I can hold my own all day. I got no problem with that.
I'll probably read in the chats when I get back. Oh, thank God that guy's gone. Now let's.
Nah, no. We love you. We love all of our carnivore brothers and sisters because we're not all the same. We should never be the same.
Just like Tanya said, she calls me carnivore brother. So
That's right.
All right.
Now, if everybody was like me, I wouldn't complain, but it would be kind of a dull world.
It would be. If everybody wore these like ugly hats that my mom got me. All right.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. Okay. So anyway, feel free. I think the link should be posted somewhere in there. Otherwise, I will repost it. But again, Jonathan has a good point here that autistic folks have a specific skill set. We don't feel empathy or others' pain. Don't assume anything about anybody, please, because if you do, you're just going to, as Benny Hill said, make an ass out of you and me. So that's an important point. So let's hit some more of these comments. Barkay has me rolling laughing at times. Yes, he does. He comes up with some of the oddest profanity. Now, you'll notice on my live streams and my videos, it is a profanity-free zone. Although I do use some innuendo at times. I may call somebody fruity or, I've used some pretty interesting terminology. And I try to avoid using the direct words. I've seen Barkay use trumpet and other things in some very interesting ways. And he even has his little thing that he does with the chroma key background when he does some of his lives. He gets the microphone pop filter and calls it invisible penis, and he does some really weird things. So, but again, you either like him or you don't like him. Nobody has to watch him, but there's good information there. And again, he's associated with some of the best carnivores out there, which is a good thing. Okay. Hello again, Rick. Had some outside work to get done. Great. You can always feel free to listen to me. That's one of the great things about me. I'm not going to bore you. I can go on and on and on. It's like people used to tell me, Rick, you should have been on the radio. Well, I could sit on the radio, but it's not the same thing as being in broadcasting or DJ or whatever. I couldn't be a DJ, though, because most of the music today I really hate. Let's see. Thanks for continuing this treat, guys. Well, hey, I can't help anybody financially, but I can definitely give you my time and try to keep it going. And again, the only way the stream really goes is because of you. Because if I was by myself, I would just be outside with the ducks. I'd walk over to the canal. I'd talk to them about duck food while I'm giving them bread and desserts and whatever else my friends gave me or I found in the trash. So, all right, let's see. I see a lot of new comments. It's really picking up. This is the Rick live stream that I really like. It says Carnivore Power. Yes, you know it. This is a place where you can show it off too. Plants are for peasants. That is correct. You know, you want to graze, go ahead and graze. You want to have the brain of a cow. Okay. I mean, I guess being a cow is better than being a mouse. I don't know. That's a good question. But yeah. But again, I'm not saying you shouldn't eat plants. On my diet, on Rick's Heart Attack diet, we avoid all roots, stems, leaves, and especially seeds. You don't eat seeds on my diet, ever. I think that the seed is the most defended part of the plant, as Dr. Anthony Chafee says, and I have a feeling that it's a disaster in the making. Don't eat seeds. Now, I do have exceptions. There is one seed that I will consume at times, and that is the coconut. But that's because the coconut is a tropical plant. It doesn't need to use defense chemicals because it has a physical defense. If you've ever gotten a coconut in your hand, it's got a thick fibrous layer that's very difficult to remove. And then you have the actual shell of the seed, which is very hard and no animal can really go through it. So it doesn't need poison to defend its seed. And also because of the nature of the coconut, the way the seed develops, it can't have poison because the plant actually grows from the end of the coconut. Oh, we got somebody that wants to come in, and look at that. There's the man. It's a headless carnivore.
Well, you know, I saw you had a link up for people to join and didn't realize I had on a green shirt until I was already sitting here and I had everything turned on and decided, Rick won't mind me being the floating head today.
Not at all. We love having you, Bob. You're in the top of the carnivore elite with us. So we're glad that you're here, as you always say.
Well, I appreciate that. So I actually just tuned in. What are we talking about today?
Oh, we're going through the comments. It started off with Jonathan's Autistic Carnivore Conference, which was excellent. But then again, there's nothing that Jonathan does that's not excellent. We know that because he puts his time into it. And the people that come on his channel are the best of the best. Look, we got two of them right here. There's the quack, and then there's the actual carnivore that you might want to follow because he gives you walk and talk videos, he gives you ideas, and he's going to be the off-grid carnivore, which is really a good thing because I guess eventually, I mean, I'm technically semi-off-grid. This is semi-retired Bob, and I'm semi-off-grid Rick. So, although for a different reason.
Yeah, just a side note, I did mention Jonathan in the video that's coming out today for my birthday. And I do have a link in the description. So anybody that watches my video today, rather than sending me a super chat or a super thanks for having a birthday, I would prefer you donate it to Jonathan because he needs the money.
Yes, he does. That's a great gesture. And, you know, we have some great people in Bob's chat. I hope one day I'll have the money where I can, you know, support. And Jonathan would be number one on my list. But you know what? If I had that kind of money, I would get Bob a mini excavator or a bobcat because he's going to need that out there in that desert that's behind him. You know, a pick and a shovel ain't going to cut it.
Although I did get some good news, not great news, but good news. One of the channels that I follow that actually has property, let me see if I can point the right way. His property is about 1.5 miles that way from me, maybe 2 miles. He had a buddy with an excavator came out and dug some trenches on his property for him. So I know there's at least one person in the area that has heavy equipment. So I'm not going to have it shipped in from Alpine 60 miles away or the 180 miles in from El Paso. So that, you know, I don't know what he's going to charge me. I have no idea, but I won't have to pay massive gasoline fees just because, you know, if I was looking at getting somebody to come out of El Paso, I would have spent, you know, $1,000 on their shipping to get their heavy equipment there before they even did any work. So that's fairly good news. Hopefully the Off-Grid Rooster can put me in contact with that guy pretty quick when I get down there.
That's great. And that's the beauty of this. You know, you have the ability to make connections. If you had to go there and talk to everybody locally, which you'll eventually do, it's all hit or miss. You may get it, you may not. But at least this way, we have an online community that kind of brings people together initially. And then that way, in the future, you'll make more connections. And I think for all of us, even in my case, I think that having the right connections is going to make all the difference in the world. When I make my move, I go somewhere else because I have some really ambitious plans, as you know. I am not going to go to a desert because I hate deserts, but I'm looking for a distressed county. I'm looking for a place that's just a disaster. You know, you got towns that are half empty, but it has to be in a place that has, I mean, it may be here in the South, and I guess it's going to have to be, that has rainfall and has plants and whatever. But I'd like to get a few people I know into the county government and take over the commission, get them in the sheriff's department and all the different departments. So that way, when we start making progress, because we will, if we had a lot of people that think like we do, that place is not going to go down. It's going to start going up. You get the people off the duck food and the drugs and the mindless entertainment, and they're going to look around and go, man, I am tired of living in this place, falling apart, got nothing good to eat. I got to go to the convenience store. I'm going to start a garden, or I'm going to start a cow pasture. I'm going to start raising animals. I'm going to learn to hunt. I'm going to learn how to weld. I'm going to learn how to fish. I'm going to learn all these things, and I'm going to take advantage of my surrounding instead of sitting there waiting for food stamps and vegetating in front of the TV. And then what will happen is once people like that start to progress, then the rest of the world wants to come in like they always do. And they want to gentrify and make everything expensive and ruin it. But then that's when you hold them back and you say, no. We're the ones that run this county. We got the code enforcement under our control, and we're not going to let you do that. However, if you want to start a farm, we're going to make that easy for you. You want to raise cattle, you want to, okay. So that's what you do. And then that way you can avoid the problems, and you're going to attract like-minded people. And all these developers and scammers, they're going to go somewhere else. They're going to say, you know what? I don't want to be there. I don't want to have a business that looks like 1950. I want to build a black, white, and gray box and charge $1 million for it. I don't want to have affordable places for people to live, and I don't want people growing their own vegetables. And I don't want people like Bob over here starting homesteads. But, a place like us, it's like, go for it. And I like that.
Yeah, and, I know land is pretty expensive in Florida. But
not all of Florida, not North Florida.
But the one of the other places you might look is backwoods Mississippi.
Mississippi, Alabama.
Yeah, because Mississippi, they've got the casinos up in the northwest of Mississippi and the casinos down around Biloxi. And those are two very wealthy counties, but the rest of Mississippi is fairly poor. So I'm guessing you could get some pretty good land deals there.
I remember about 25 years ago, the last time I drove to Mississippi, I thought I was in a third world country. It's shocking. Some of those towns, you have one or two buildings that are occupied and everything else is sitting there. You have, it's amazing. Even parts of Alabama in the southern, not into the major cities, but especially Alabama, Mississippi. I don't know what it is about that area. It doesn't seem like a bad area because the people that I've met, I mean, you have a lot of I would say African descent people. Maybe that's what it is. But they have some neat little businesses. There was a barbecue place. I'm trying to remember what the town was in Mississippi, and you could smell it for like a mile away. And you go there, it was like going back to 1930 in this place, but it was cheap. I was like, wow, you know. But people are living in trailers and living in rundown houses. But yeah, that is a possibility. But see, like you said, there's other people here that probably know people. So, you know, I'm going to get ready. That's what I'd like to do, because I think if there was enough of us in one place, we could actually make a difference.
Yeah, and that's, you know, that's the one thing that I've noticed different in becoming involved with the carnivore community over the last 3 years, is that we've all got a different mindset, even about YouTube. When I was in the photography section of YouTube, everybody acted like there were only so many views to be had. And it was like you were in a competition with everybody. But in the carnivore community, we talk about each other's channels. We talk about the people that run those channels. And as somebody has said on my channel many times, and I've heard it all over the place, you know, a rising tide lifts all of the boats. And as long as we stick together, we should be okay.
I agree. And this is the thing. There's plenty of room. Remember, we are the minority. There are so few of us around that even if we all tried to get as much as we could into our space, we're only scratching the surface. We have billions of people around the earth. How many people around the earth are living the carnivore lifestyle? Maybe 50,000 if we're lucky. Who knows? And it's not just the food we eat. It's the mentality. It's the way of examining a system and seeing what works and seeing what doesn't, and then trying to find somewhere that works for us. That's the key. Bob, he might like it out in the desert. I wouldn't. I might rather be in some swamp in Mississippi. Who knows? Or North Florida. But we're going to find it, and we're not competing with each other. We're working together. We do this. We're improving our lives. Every person that improves their lives, they get off of duck food. They avoid addictions. They get away from the entertainment industry. They get away from the military-industrial complex. You're going to prosper, and that's the beauty of it. And remember, we're all going to drop dead sooner or later. It's not what happens at the beginning. It's not what happens at the end. It's what happens in between.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Rick, I'm not going to keep you very long today because, well, it's my birthday and I have some plans, and I also have to work tonight. So I have to get my day going now. But I saw you on. I saw you had a link. So I thought, hey, you're going to be on my live stream tomorrow afternoon. I might as well pop in and say hello, because I'm looking forward to tomorrow. And this has been fun. I mean, I'm hoping that tomorrow evening is just 4 guys sitting around having fun, reading chats and just having a good time.
Well, you know what happens when you put Rick in any live stream. It becomes totally quacked.
Yeah, and that's what I'm hoping for. Have a good day, Rick. I'll see you tomorrow.
Have a good day, Bob. Be 1% better every day. All right. So Bob dropped in, and that's good because, again, when you're in the carnivore community, you're not afraid. So let's get back to some of these comments. I skipped over a few, but let's see. Okay, awareness is fulfilling the deal. Yes, it is. Brain power and confidence is my 2 main positives of carnivore. Then off 7 prescriptions? Really? Dude, you're younger than me. That's kind of a shock. I don't have to spend $15 a pop on it. Remember, that's a copay. Can you only imagine what that crap costs, you know, the whole payment? It's just ridiculous. And Meathead is already at work, or he's getting ready for work, so we're not going to scare people, but we're glad that you were here. I'm glad for everybody that comments and drops in. Feel free if you want. And this is Jonathan's stream, but he's made me in control of it, so you're welcome to come on in and share like Bob did, like Thomas did. And I don't know, I have to deal with my friend's legal crap, even though I'm not an attorney. But I'll get that over with because friends help out friends any way that they can. Yeah. All right. It is a cure-all. If you're referring to the carnivore diet, I have to disagree. It is not a cure-all, but it's a tool. I mean, think about it. If you're drowning, you don't put more water in there. You don't put more weight on you. It's like you're starting to drown and you're letting the water out of the pool, or you're taking some of the weight off, and it helps you to float better. It's not going to cure everything, but it helps. That in Patriot Medicine. Okay, so it's probably something else they're referring to, not the carnivore diet. But there is no cure-all. Clear out that hoax jab, graphene, and nine. Okay, and that is a controversial thing about the vaccine. Walk in their shoes before you open your, yeah, right? Got some brutal advice there. Radio, live transmission radio. That is true. Rick Wing Duck. There we go. That's like Dustin always shows Dark Wing Duck. Well, and again, that's another interesting channel, the Keto Simple or Dustin. He might pop in here. You never know. And Jonathan reacted when Bob popped in. That's great. Let me guess what color. Yeah. The floating head. Plus those coconut drums. Give him a pass. That's cool, Bob. You should make your thing Headless Carnivore Talk. That is kind of funny. Oh, we got somebody. Thomas is coming back, but his device is not connected. Happy birthday, Bob. Okay. Have a tremendous birthday. Jonathan has a good birthday wish. Yes. Is that Bob I hear? Yes, it is. So Carnivore Keith is here in the background. That is great. Let's see. It is fun. Oh, here comes Thomas. Let me just add him to the stage here. And let's see. Much needed. Yes. Let's send the scammers to Madagascar. Okay. And I hear sound. That's good. Oh, okay. I had mental health training 3 days ago, and it drove me nuts to have to listen to the diet recommendations. Law enforcement training is polluted with duck food. Yeah, and that is a shame. It really is. Well, hopefully things are going to change. You got different people in the government that are going to put their narrative, and hopefully it's going to wake up a little bit of the, I don't know. Then again, I've had my doubts. There's negative Rick, negative Nancy saying it won't change. But there's more and more people of us that understand this. And I'm just glad that I have been able to become part of the community instead of being the outlier. West Virginia is another place. Yes, it is. There's some pretty bad poverty over there, but it may be a little too mountainous for me. But you know what? I'm open to anything. And of course, we have a happy birthday for Bob and Yellow Duck. Yeah, right. That duck food is just disgusting, isn't it? See you, Bob. Okay. Bob is a very knowledgeable guy, and he's going to get even more knowledgeable the more that he does. Rick has all the powers. There you go. That Archie character sold out like a cock. I'm not sure who that is, but he shouldn't be championed. Yeah, let's see. Mental health. Right. Yeah. You know what, Jonathan? You're right. And the funny thing is they reward these people with crap. Oh, if you do this, I'll give you ice cream or I'll give you candy. Like, what is that? You're just making him worse. And then let's see what Bob had to say. Listening on my phone while I get my walk in. Well, there you go. So Bob is still here. He's just listening in. And I'm sure he'll put out his walking video because Bob is good like that. He may even add some elevator music to it, which he does when he speeds it up. And let's see. Wow. Yes. Now, again, Jonathan, the CRPS support groups, the leaders are giving dietary advice circa 300 to 350 pound ladies. I mean, seriously, I appreciate the help, but some of the advice is contraindicated. Giving Jonathan advice like that, looking like that, is pretty bad. And the hills help one get exercise daily. Yes, they do. We need that. Reach an energetic, true believer 3%. Well, that's what we're getting here. That's the whole idea. One of the treatment centers in Italy take out the patients to eat pizza? Really? Ew. The local restaurants during their treatment. I'm not joking at all. I can send the link. Yeah, please do. That's disgusting. How can you do that? Even if you don't eat the carnivore diet, you should get people eating a more natural diet. But anyway, so it looks like we caught up with the comments here. There we go. So Thomas has returned. Hopefully his sound and latency is improved. Yeah, yes, you did. And I said, we'll be here. We may be here a lot longer than you think when you're on any live stream with Rick in it. It just goes on forever.
I think this is the longest my live stream has been playing ever.
Well, you have to also realize that Jonathan, because of the conditions that he's dealing with, he can't have a long live stream. He wouldn't be able to talk like I do. So what he does, he puts out videos, short but informative, that you can watch. And, I appreciate that, because when I watch Jonathan's videos, I know I'm going to learn something, and it's not going to take all day. It's not like a long-winded Rick video where you keep talking and talking and talking and just waste everybody's time. But I really appreciate that. But now that Thomas is back,
I think that I think Carnivore, I think you make a good point. I'm just kind of like illustrating it a little bit more. I think of it like almost like an orchestra, or like even a painting or something like that. Yeah, like different parts of it, and everybody has their different ways of contributing to. I'm not going to say the cause, because we're not really a cause. It's more of like just the enlightenment of Carnivore, and how we put it out. Not everybody can do live streams. Not everybody can do the videos. Like, I have a hard time with the videos because, as you can tell, like, I have the computer issues I have and everything, and I just can't come up
as
with content, but we can every once in a while go on live. I do some videos, but I don't know if you've noticed or not, my videos are getting a little bit more diminishing as time goes on. They're not, I was doing like 2 or 3 a day. Now it's more like 1 every few days, and every once in a while I'll put a short out there, like you do. And, but I think our contributions, even if some of them aren't greatly contributing, I think it's still even a little bit, like, even that, even the triangle in the percussion is still just as important as the bass, and
that's true. And the main thing is, the reason that I do it, and I'm sure a lot of people do, is just to get it out there. I put short videos and different videos out there so I can look back at it, and this way it provides a record for other people to look at me. Somebody might comment on my video, "Oh, this guy's unhealthy. He's too skinny. I don't want to be like him. He's got no energies, this and that." And then they'll go and look at my channel, and they'll see me riding my bike and talking, or they'll see me doing a live stream where I'm going 90 miles an hour, and they go, "Wait a minute, that comment isn't right." And they say, "Well, for a guy that's going to be 57 in less than a month, he don't look too bad. I mean, he's got a full head of hair." I've had people tell me that the carnivore diet will make your hair fall out. But then they say, "Well, look at Rick. Look at all this hair this guy's got." And again, that's mostly genetic, but still, none of it's gray. I don't color my hair. So putting the
we all know
videos out
Milton
there,
loves your hair, so.
Oh yeah, you.
Well,
that cat.
With the beef tallow, it seems so good.
That cat, he climbs all over me. I haven't let him in here yet because he's sleeping, but he's over there sleeping by the air conditioner. He's such a cute little thing. I love my cat. But then again, not everybody can have a cat. I see the comment from CB Carmack is pretty interesting. "Jonathan, I wish I could have checked my blood pressure when they came." Yeah, he'd probably be high blood pressure and high temperature because they're just making him mad. Carnivore also breaks addictions. Very good point. I've never been addicted to anything. I've never smoked. I've never been drunk. I've never been on any. I mean, I've accidentally used plant materials that I was using to make other people act funny, and I've had a dose of it, but I have no desire to be addicted. I don't watch TV or sports or anything. I have zero addictions, pornography, all that crap. I avoid it. It's just in my nature. And let's see what else we got here. Okay, there's a link. All right, and 2 minutes and 42 minutes. Okay, I present it on the screen. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's the video. Okay, let me see if I can show that. And look.
Oh, is that the video we were talking about earlier before I left?
Yeah, that was the video. I'll have to play that and see if it works. And then Jonathan actually gifted Carnivore Muscle memberships. Look at that. Now, you see, that's the thing. Jonathan, he needs help, and he helps other people. So good for him. No wonder I like him. It's one of the reasons I like him so much. Look at that. Eat within 30 minutes of walking because it sets your metabolism. That's crazy.
Here's the question I have. I saw on the thing, he gifted 5, and right after it said he gifted 10. Does that mean he gifted 10 total or 15 total?
I don't know. That's a good question. That is a good question. But anyway, let me see. This.
I mean, either way, it's super generous. Wow.
Yeah. Okay, what happens? I don't know. I guess I can't open this directly, but it doesn't matter. But yeah, Jonathan's
whenever
generous.
you get gifted from the chats and stuff like that, I never understood how that works. Like, how do you know when you get gifted?
You'll be notified, and then
Probably
the
like through email or
symbol.
something.
Yeah, you get an email, and then also the symbol comes up next to your name when you log into the channel, whatever symbol they chose. So, but I used to get gifted memberships, but then YouTube hated me and they don't do it anymore. Either that, or maybe when my channel became more popular, they don't give it to me anymore. But that's okay. It doesn't matter. I'm already the member of, the original Carnivore Quack channel, and that's all I need. That's where all the cool quacks hang out. And let's see what else we got. Oh, we got somebody else popping in. Who else do we have here?
Guessing that's Jonathan himself.
Oh, wait a minute.
That didn't last too long.
There we go. That's interesting. Oh, well.
Something in the private chat.
Maybe that's what it is.
Oh, you know what? He has the link in the private chat. I'm just going to click it on.
Oh, okay. That's what it is. But anyway, let's see. It's two Jonathans.
Yeah, it's actually a link to the video.
Okay.
Morris Sophie's Journey, CRPS. Okay, treatment in Italy.
Okay.
Oh, you know what he's probably showing? He's probably showing those people eating pizza.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Pizza's disgusting to a real carnivore.
I'm going to pause it, John. Yeah. I paused it for myself, and I'm going to watch it later on so I can put a little bit more attention to it.
It'll overwork your computer. That's the problem. But anyway, let's see. Let's see here. Yeah.
Comments. I mean, I did actually delete. Like, I went into cleaning my files, so that I think that helped a little bit.
It's interesting because CB Carmack says he was a whiskey drinker every night, but carnivore made me want more in life. I never understood the appeal of alcohol. People always serve it. I avoid it. I don't like the taste of it. It doesn't do anything for me. I would rather eat more steak. That's why I tell everybody, Rick, why don't you have dessert? Can I have more steak, please? That's all you want to do is eat meat. Yeah, that's all I want to do is eat meat. I don't eat for a specific reason other than I enjoy it and it keeps me going. I'm not trying to get every culinary creation known to man.
Well, I think too, after a while, I think you don't really, when you're carnivore, I think after a while you eat to live. You eat to for society, so to speak. Like the need to. I mean, like even with me, like even when I cheated on Easter, and it wasn't because I wanted the food. It was just because I just didn't want to make anybody unhappy, and I just didn't want to make my sister upset. And she didn't say anything to me. It was just how I felt. I just didn't want to have the arguments, So I kind of went off kilter, and I regret that wholeheartedly, But I made the mistake. I did it. I went right back on track, and now it's a learning tool. That sometimes you might have to upset the other person, but but it wasn't really anything that was really horrible. I mean, I didn't really ruin myself or anything like that. Like I think a lot of my ailments is because I was developing this stupid flu or ear infection. Now I believe it's an ear infection.
Well, that's the thing. And I think for a lot of people, when you get, it's like me, when I get the flu, I'll get other symptoms. Usually it's a really bad headache. So it's like the worst sinus headache ever. And then sometimes I'll actually get like my knee hurts, my foot hurts. I've had it where my hands hurt. I guess like people, they get arthritis or whatever. I get that. And that's usually an early warning sign. And I have had my left foot swell up like on top before I get the flu. But then after 2 days or whatever, then there comes a runny nose, the sneezing. It's usually a lot of sneezing, maybe a little coughing, and then it kind of goes away. And it always follows that pattern. Even when I had the other virus, the COVID virus, same pattern, except with that one, I lost my sense of smell and taste the first time I got it. But yeah, and I think a lot of times just the inflammation from getting sick, that's normal. It's like if you hit yourself, it's going to swell up. It's part of the healing process. And I think especially in the beginning, if you've been inflamed your whole life and then you switch to carnivore diet, maybe now when you do get sick, it just puts your body in that state and it does weird things. But I think over time it'll improve once it adjusts.
Yeah, I mean, I think once I'm on carnivore for like a year or even longer, I'm sure all these things that happen still to me is going to disperse, so to speak, or dissipate. And yeah, no, I totally agree with that. Looks like Feral Grandma actually gifted some carnivore muscle memberships.
Oh, that's great. Keep doing it, you know. Yeah, see, I'm a member on carnivore. Oh, okay. Great members only content. Yes. And that's it. Once you check it out, you might want to join. It's not very expensive, and you might benefit very much. In fact, you will if you really take the time to examine his website. There's a lot there. I really like it. Pizza can be good. Yeah, you know, it's like my pacemaker pizza. It's very good. When I make a pizza, it's delicious, but it's like everybody tells me, well, it's just a flat hamburger. Like, yeah, I guess technically you could say that. It's just a really large flat hamburger sitting on a fried chicken crust with eggs and all that.
So what do you put on your the pizza or whatever you said? We're just talking about.
It depends. It depends. The way I like it is basically it's fried chicken crust. It's chicken, eggs, and cheese, flattened out and fried. And then what I do, I take ground beef. I take sometimes seafood. I've put everything in there from shrimp to snapper to grouper to whatever. I put cheese in there, of course. And sometimes what I'll do, I'll make a sauce. I'll take some of the yogurt that I make and I spread it around on the crust. And then I start adding the cheese and I add the meat. I may add, you know, the fish. I know people that like anchovies. I'll put sardines because basically the same thing. And then I just keep piling on the meat. So the thing, you know, it may be like this. I also make a deep dish version where I form it between two plates. I'll take the chicken crust and press it together. And then I'll put it on the stove to kind of harden it. And then I deep fry it in pure lard, usually, or beef tallow, whatever I have. And I'll load that thing up with meat. So you're going to have about that much material on top. Now, when my friends come over, I make what I call a conventional pizza. But it's not duck food. It's the same thing, except I make a flat bread. A flat chicken crust.
It does sound delicious.
Believe me, it smells so good. And the conventional pizza that I make for my friends, they all love. This is what really gets me. They all eat regular pizza. They have my pizza. They said, this pizza is great because I use vegetables on it. Oh, my goodness. I put mushrooms on the pizza if they want it. You know, you'll see me in Aldi buying mushrooms. What's Rick doing buying mushrooms? Well, he's going to make pizza for his friends. And I do make tomato sauce. I make my own tomato sauce from yard-grown tomatoes that I ferment for a month in salt water. And then I peel them, push the peeling off, mix the sauce in there. I also, of course, use cheese. I will use mozzarella cheese. On my pizza, I prefer cheddar, but I use mozzarella on a conventional pizza. And I will put the beef in there. And, you know, I put mushrooms in there if they want it. And also the sausages, the little pepperoni sausages, I'll put those in there. And everybody that likes a regular pizza, like my friend loves pepperoni pizza. He loves the pizza that I make. And I haven't made one in a long time because eggs are too expensive and it's too hot to turn the oven on. But then again, you know, so what you do, you deep fry the crust first, put the toppings on it, then you put it in the oven. You put it in the oven for 10, 15 minutes. I use like 450 degrees and it all melts down. It's really good. And it has a crunch to it too. So it's a really nice pizza.
Well, yeah, because you're already pre-cooking the crust.
That's right.
When you put it in again with the ingredients, you're cooking it again, so that would probably crisp up everything.
It does.
Especially if you add like a little butter to it or something, you know, like to get.
You can do that too, and it's absolutely delicious. And again, I'm known as a person that hates pizza, but I had a friend, and even the conventional pizza, I will eat that. It is delicious, even though it has plants in it. It has mushrooms and it has tomato sauce in it, and it still tastes good. It's really tasty. And I'll put tropical oregano from my yard because I know some people like that flavor. And again, it doesn't bother me. If I eat regular commercial pizza, I get violent diarrhea in 3 to 4 hours. And I feel like crap, literal crap. So I feel like crap and I'm making crap. It's terrible. But when I make my own pizza, it's delicious. And it's actually, I'd like it. I'm getting hungry just thinking about it because the smell, the whole experience, when you deep fry the crust, you get that sizzle. And then when you put it in the oven, you get that delicious smell. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah.
It's a delicious pizza.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of people probably, I mean, I think that sounds really good, but like just to go, I mean, some people might be against me a little bit on this, and that's fine because we all have our opinions, but, like I'm mostly carnivore because I think it's the best way for me to heal my diabetes and for me to heal the things that have been damaged for such a long time. Now, does that mean that once everything is where I want it to be, and I do believe it will be where I want it to be, in a year or so. I believe that my A1C is going to be exactly where I want it. I believe that everything is going to be in a lot better shape. Does that mean that I'm not going to occasionally have a pickle here and there? Or, but I think when it comes to like carbs in every general sense, I think what it is we've been taught so much to go to the extreme, especially when it comes to vegetables, especially when it comes to fruits and stuff like that, that we have to I think we're better off taking a break from all this stuff, whether it's a year, whether it's 2 years, whether it's a month, whatever you think is best for you. And only you can decide what's best for you. And to then, if you want to incorporate it back in again, great. If you don't, that's good too.
That's great advice. Great advice.
Thank you. And, and I know there's a lot of people that don't really agree with that. A lot of people are like, oh, no, you have to be like carnivore for life. And I don't think anything is for life. No. I really don't. Excuse me for 1 second.
Yes, as he said, you don't ever see me pushing carnivore for life or being 100% carnivore or being perfect, because I don't believe that's the case. I give away fruits and vegetables to my friends. I encourage them to try different diets. I got a friend with diabetes. I said, you don't have to go on the carnivore diet. You should. I recommend it. It's a great reset. If you could switch from your conventional diet to the carnivore diet, you could reset your body, and then you could add in those natural foods that you deem appropriate and see what happens. And nowadays they have CGMs. You can stick that thing on your arm and you can watch your blood sugar.
Not on my arm, but yeah, I know.
See?
I can show you this.
Yeah. There is no reason why a person should be suffering diabetes in this world. It is absolutely ridiculous that the medical system continues to promote this self-destructive lifestyle of eating duck food and not thinking about what you put in your mouth, because it really is sad. It really makes me mad. Now, Jonathan has, like you said.
And that being said, I mean, I can go with absolute certainty that I think a lot things would be better if we had this knowledge. Now, I can't say that everybody's going to listen to the knowledge. I mean, there's just different things. Not everybody is going to be as good. And it's not like we say about like how like we've been influenced and everything like that. And it's true. There has been a lot of influence from like big pharma and big food and stuff like that. But at the same time, there are people that even if you did tell them the right thing, they wouldn't listen. It's just the way people are.
Well, this is a good point. If you want to listen, you can. But the thing is, we have to give them the option. What we have to stop doing is having officials, people that are given credentials, telling people incorrect information or information from only one perspective. We have to let people decide, do you want to eat the standard American diet? Okay, here are the risks. It's like they put a Surgeon General's warning on a pack of cigarettes. You want to smoke these nasty things? That's your choice, but these are the risks. If you want to eat processed cereal in the morning, stop lying to the people and telling them it's healthy, because it's not. Maybe you can get away with it for a while. If you want to eat that crap, go ahead. But the thing is, you'd be better off having meat or having eggs or something else. Don't tell people they're going to get a heart attack because you had bacon and eggs for breakfast. I mean, seriously, this is the problem. And they scare people. Oh, I don't want to get cancer, so I'm not going to eat red meat. Like, we got people out there that were dying of cancer and they're living on red meat. We have people that have lost their colon to vegetables and they're eating meat and they're fine. And again, we have to tell them this. Now, I see over here, Jonathan has a private chat. I'm going to click on this and see if this video actually comes up. This is going to be interesting, so bear with me. Okay. I can see it, but I guess nobody else can.
I could see the other video, the one of the the pizza thing, but I can't see the new video. So I guess it went to just you on that one.
Okay. I guess
which I'm
on the
shocked that the other
StreamYard,
one came to me, but
because I know when I use OBS, I'm not connected through OBS. I'm doing it through a browser. When I do OBS, I can share my screen. I can upload the video. But yeah, the vid is in the private chat. I just don't know how to show it.
I mean,
Let
he
me
gives
see.
instructions on here to you
Right.
for the pizza video. Yeah, there it is right there.
There it is. Okay. He's doing it. Excellent.
And if there's anything that can be improved to
Volume.
help you feel better. So, we went into.
But I guess I could do the same thing on my lives. I just never figured it out, you know.
Had really nice
Right.
pizza.
I mean, how much does anybody? Do you know how much, or Jonathan, how much it is to go to the most basic package right after being free? Like, what's the next step up?
Lovely.
I mean, they should have it on their website. I never even looked into it.
It's good.
It is.
A little bit different to what I had.
I mean, you still get quite a bit with the free. I mean, you get 6 people who can go on your panel. You know,
That's true.
You get 5 hours for the month. You know, I mean, technically speaking, as long as I stay within the confines and everything, the only difference is I could go live then on like Instagram too, if I do
Mhm.
payment. But I really don't need to. One platform should be more than.
Because it's
Right.
you know, where you're,
Well, that's interesting. I know this is coming from Jonathan's end because he's got premium and I don't.
that can be improved.
Let's
to
see. Okay.
feel
She's
better.
talking.
Okay.
Where's the pizza?
We went into Verona, which was really nice. Very
I mean, I could be wrong with it. Maybe it's not the pizza video. I just figured it was. Oh, I had really nice pizza. It's not actually a video. I guess it's just about her telling what she had.
Oh, okay. Because I don't know. It's
Because
if
you look at the bottom of the description, it says I had really nice pizza.
Oh, okay. Huh.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's interesting.
She looks really young.
Yeah. I don't understand why anybody would want to eat that stuff, but again, what do I know? I think when you've been on this diet as long as I have,
sporadically is one thing. To do it every day, all the time, is a whole different animal. You know,
But I can't even stand the smell of conventional pizza. To me, it smells like vomit.
Right.
It's just not good.
Yeah.
But when I make my
I think
pizza,
you have to. Yeah. I think the fact that you have been away from it for so long again has changed your whole. So it's like a different perspective. But I can't I can't do pizza every day. I used to be able to. I used to be able to eat a whole large pie in one sitting and no problem. But I definitely when I say on occasion, in my case, on occasion really means like maybe once a year at the most at this point. But I mean, I'll be honest with you. This is my pizza now. Is to take some ground beef, melt some mozzarella cheese over it, and that's my pizza.
There you go.
Like, I don't even put tomato sauce or anything like that in it.
Well, you can make what's called a pizza bowl. You just put it in a bowl, melt the cheese on it, and that's it. Makes sense.
Well, pretty much pretty much the same thing. Or a burger pat. Like, I buy my burger patties at Walmart, which I've mentioned before. I buy them in a box.
Right.
It's 100% beef, no fillers, nothing in it, and it comes 32 in a box, and I buy it for like about $29 a box. Give or take, depending on the specials they have or anything like that.
How much do each one
do
weigh?
that for many reasons.
How much do they weigh?
Oh, I'd have to look at the box. I could grab a box and let you see what it looks like, but
Because I could never find patties big enough for my taste that were pre-made.
yeah. I mean, I eat about 4 of them at a time usually.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean,
They're
I'd
probably
say they're at least
might be quarter
I'd say at least
pounders.
a quarter pound. Yeah.
Because I eat 4 half-pound patties when I have my heart attack burger. It's pretty good sized thing. Itd make the heart attack
Yeah.
grill proud.
Well, normally I would just get like where you just you get the big thing of and you just like make your own patties and stuff like that. And I'd rather do that. But the reason why I don't is because I get my food mostly delivered. And I've made this comparison before. Like if I was to buy a steak, like anything weighted items is always more money. And how I mean by that is, like, say I buy a steak. Say I buy a steak for $10. I'm just doing easy math now. Say I do a steak for $10. Well, I expect it to be a little bit more, because of delivery and weight and all that stuff. But when I go to the final totalization, it literally, that one steak is like, now it's about $24. So it's way over the 100%. And if I'm buying like more than one steak, that's a lot of money, like I could practically buy like a whole nother 5 steaks on that difference,
right?
And so if I do the box burgers, it's the same price every time. They don't charge the extra. So that's kind of why I buy them. But hey, if it still works, it works.
Yeah.
If I have to cook 6 burgers, I mean, 4 burgers fit into the air fryer pretty well. So if I have to go over that, then I have to kind of like cook it in different means. But 4 seems to be okay. And if I get hungry later on, I can cook 4 more. There's no.
I mean, for me, normally what I do, I just buy the ground beef in tubes. You've probably seen videos of me going to Gordon Foods.
Oh yeah, well, like I said, the same thing. It's the big 10-pound tubes. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll last in the refrigerator for maybe 2 weeks. I've never had food poisoning in my entire life, and I've eaten meat I picked from the dumpster. I've eaten animals I grabbed from the parking lot, and I've never been sick, which is kind of interesting because I know a lot of people that have gotten really sick from conventional foods, especially leftovers. I know people that have got sick from eating fast food. I know people that got sick from McDonald's, I never get sick from the stuff I make. And look at this comment from CB Carmack. It says they mentioned portion control is the key to health, especially mental health. Instead of getting a large size, get the small. That's just wrong. You're telling a person to starve themselves. They want to eat a large, let them eat a large. You got to have a diet where you can eat as much as you want, like I do. I eat whatever I want. I don't worry about portion control, and there's nobody skinnier than me that you'll ever find. And I eat whatever I want. And I don't suffer.
And your body knows. Your body knows.
Yes. Your body knows. Once you give it the right food, it knows how much to eat. I could eat 4 pounds of meat, no problem. But a lot of times I don't want to. I go, you know what? I'm just going to get full. I'm going to get lazy. I'm going to fall asleep. I think the most I've ever eaten in one sitting was 5 pounds of meat. Now, can you imagine 5 pounds of steak in a skinny guy like me? I was so stuffed. I laid down on the couch and I fell asleep. It was at least an hour before I even woke up. And then I was super sluggish. I couldn't do anything. I mean, my brain was going, but I just didn't feel like doing anything. It's like, Rick, lay down. I turned the air conditioner. I start sweating. I had to turn that thing down to 65 degrees. I guess that's what they call the meat sweats. My metabolism went to the stratosphere, and I was sweating in front of a 65-degree air conditioner. It was 4 hours before I finally felt normal again because I ate way too much meat. But if I eat 2 pounds of meat in one sitting, I feel so good. I can go right back to work. I feel great. Your body knows. Like, listen to Thomas. Your body knows. But when you're eating crap, you're eating duck food, you're not getting the nutrition you need. And then you keep craving and craving and craving. Like the people I know, they go through a bag of goldfish crackers. Then they got to have nacho chips. Then they got to have the other crap, the Takis or whatever. They eat this garbage all day, and they're always drinking an energy drink. It's like up and down and up and down. They eat all the crap, and they got a lot of energy. Half an hour later, man, I'm tired. I got to hit the Monster Energy, and they grab the energy drink or the whatever the stupid goat fuel. Oh, they got so many stupid energy drinks. And they're like, Rick, how do you not get tired? I said, I don't get tired. I ramp up and I slow down. It's like a machine, you know. You go up to a certain RPM and then you go down. But this advice that they gave him here is wrong. You can't, it's just terrible. And this is what they're telling people. And see, Carnivore gave me the energy to create art and vote and write. See, that's good. That's great. I self-medicated. Yeah, that's probably the alcohol. 2 to 5 times daily, you know. There you go. Let's see. I like a slider all the way over to max. That's true. Okay. Barkay said it best a few years back. The issue isn't the amount. The issue is the root cause, which is overeating. Eat the right foods, and things tend to correct themselves with appetite, just like Thomas was saying. Same thing. And Feral Grandma did say hello. I've been missing a lot of comments. Carnivore has huge creative implications. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying, we're chat. It's hard to do go into the comments and the chat and everything, you know.
Yeah, I know. That's like on my channel. I'm doing a phone call. I get behind, but that's okay. But we can both look at it because we're both here, you know. Yeah. The new TMNT. I'm not sure what that is.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh, you probably know about that. Yeah. I had no idea. I remember they had a cartoon years ago.
Oh yeah, I mean they have one all the time. I mean, I haven't seen one in a while, but it's.
I accumulate so many eggs. Well, you know what? This is why I have to move to where there's rural areas and other people, because then we can share the eggs. And I'll send you a nice big fat duck when I have my ducks ready to go. Let's see, a comic about Rick and crew.
Can you imagine if we all lived in the same area? I'm sure we could all contribute something.
Well, that's what I was saying. If we all lived in the same county, it would be really nice because, you know, a lot of people, they're like predators and some people are prey, whatever. I say you have the consumers and you have the producers. Well, all of us have something to offer. So it would be really neat because I tell everybody, if everybody was like me, we'd have a great world because nothing would ever get thrown out and everybody would be eating to satisfaction. There would be no hunger and no waste. So there's no way, like my house, I hardly throw anything away. I recycle everything. You know, if somebody didn't want something, there'd be no hoarding either because it's like, man, I got all this junk. I got all these old computers. And I'd tell, hey, anybody want this stuff? And one of the kids would go, wow, you got an old Mac. Can I have it? Yeah. And you give it to them. Oh, I need a rotary phone. Well, I got an extra one here. And you just start giving this stuff away. And next thing you know, nothing's getting thrown out. This is a good comment.
Can you imagine if we all, and like we live near Erin with all her chickens and stuff like that, you know?
Well, there you go.
I would help her out, or I'd help her know, like her payment to me could be an egg an hour, you know, like that's.
There you go. And it's like me, I got all kinds of tools and equipment and all kinds of interesting stuff. So that's a good thing. Well, let's see here. What did I do? Where did the comments go? Oh, there it is. Sorry about that.
That I can't help you with.
Yeah, I'm just okay. Drive through. My computer went a little wacky.
Oh, you know what? Is this thing for me?
Comic about Rick and crew. It would be. It would be. Let's see. Where did that comment go? Oh well. All right. Okay. Yeah. Broke that addiction when Body told me no more. That's right. Good. Quite a showcase.
That's cool. I didn't realize I could do that until just now. You know what I'm talking about or no?
What's that?
I was able to stream this live to my channel.
Oh, yeah. You can do that. If he has that enabled. Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah.
That'll help.
Thank you, Jonathan. Yeah. I appreciate that. Every little bit helps, you know. That's one thing I don't think I can do with the free StreamYard. I don't think I can.
You can't stream it.
I think
no,
that in itself would be a really good reason for me to actually spend a little bit of extra.
That's it.
You know.
See, this is it. Cows don't portion control. Buzzer, animals don't have to portion control. They eat, and then when they're hungry, they eat some more because they're eating the right thing.
Yep. No, we're the only animal that portions controls. We're the only animal that, totally goes against what it's meant to have,
That's because they're feeding us fake crap that we're not designed to eat. That's the problem.
Well, not only are they feeding us fake crap, but they're also feeding us fake information.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's crap in all forms of it, pretty much in all forms. It's not only crap of the food, but I mean, to be told, like, to me, it doesn't make sense with the cholesterol thing. It's just, if you think about it, like I've said this before, and I've said this to you before too. And, but I think it's worth repeating, like we're sort of like insulting God a little bit. If you're religious, you're sort of saying like, God, you made us, you did all this stuff to us, but yet you don't know what you're doing. And we know more than you, and it's sort of what we're saying. It's sort of what it's being said, like our bodies actually produce cholesterol. Well, if cholesterol is poisonous to us, why would our bodies produce it? That makes no sense.
That's right.
But yet we're like, oh, cholesterol causes you to have heart attacks. Cholesterol causes you to do this. So you can't eat red meat. Well, it's obvious red meat is really ancestrally for all of us. I mean, like I said before, if you want to have vegetables here and there, that's great. But I think everybody should be still eating the meat, like I still think that it's optimal for all of us.
Think about this. Is there any plant food that you could just survive on? Now I know people have been stranded on deserted islands. I guess technically you could survive on coconuts, but are there any leaves or any just plain old fruits that you can survive on? Well, you can't. And I think one of the reasons people can survive on coconuts is because it has fats. It has some protein, not a lot, and there are carbohydrates, but it's high in fat. And it seems like, and I see this on several channels. I know that Dr. Kiltz always says this, that it's a fat-based diet. And I think for many people, it works out well. Now, but what really gets me is that you have these people out there that insist that they're raw vegan. And all the raw vegans that I know get really sick within months. And yet you have these people promoting a raw vegan lifestyle. And they look halfway decent, halfway normal. Some of them have a good physique, but it makes you wonder what they're doing in the background. I think a lot of this stuff is not vegan, but cheating, where they're cheating. And then they're just making money off of their program. That seems to be the main thing. A lot of them, they talk about vegan, and then what do? Well, I sell this supplement, or I have this coaching, or I have this or that, or whatever. So half of the video is dedicated to that. So they try to lure you in with this promise that vegan's going to make you healthy, and then they lie to you. And you see over here, CJ's note says, I was exposed to poor air quality and didn't get sick, but being in a cooler climate, and so a warmer climate helped you from getting the flu. Maybe for you, but not for me, because I get the flu 3 times a year. Yeah, heat exposure can also cause the flu. That's probably why I get it. And then Feral Grandma, Jonathan thanked her.
I was just about to say, she made a couple of good points here. The last one being that, stranded people probably also learn how to fish, which is probably true.
That's true, too.
If you're stranded on a desert island, there probably is fish there, so that's probably what they're doing.
That's right. And that's it. Well, they haven't come down a lot here yet. Well, I guess at the canal, the prices are still the same. There's just only a limited supply.
Yeah, they come down for me.
Really?
Like I buy eggs again at Walmart. I buy them 60 in a case. Like I buy the big box, and because basically I try to I try to do for both me and my roommate. So, and I buy monthly, so I kind of need that that big amount, And last month they were like $30 for the box. Now they're about 19, so they have gone down.
Oh, well, that's good. Yeah, I see this comment here. Yeah, check out Jonathan's videos. He's got several videos on it. And if you're not already subscribed to Carnivore Muscle, I recommend that you subscribe. Let's say it's a strong recommendation from the Carnivore Quack. If you're not subscribed to this channel, what is your excuse? You should. It's free, and if you want to go beyond that, you can join the channel. It's not expensive, and that's actually would help Jonathan, who deserves it. Let's see, just because you have a pickle or vegetable doesn't exclude you from eating. That is correct. If you eat 70% or more of your diet is meat, you're a carnivore. The vegetables are just something. Now, this is a good point. Raw fermented pickles are good, and I do believe, for example, you got the frugal prepper guy. There's a couple of other people I know, and I know a person in person who's using fermented vegetables as a way to transition from a vegan diet to a carnivore diet, and it's benefiting him tremendously because, and in Barkay, some of the other channels have mentioned the bacteria in your system depends on what you eat. So if you've eaten high carbohydrates for many years, you're going to have bacteria that like to live on those carbohydrates. And when they don't get what they want, they can actually aggravate your system and make you suffer. And then you'll switch back to those foods to feel better. But fermented vegetables, for some people, not everybody, because some people are allergic to them, but if you can tolerate them, that's a great way to help transition because it'll help clear out. You know, it changes a condition slowly. Oh, we got somebody here. Uh-huh. Let's
Looks
see.
like Jonathan again. Who said his profile?
Okay. Interesting. Okay, let's see
what
what
in the
comments
private chat.
Plants are a hierarchy. Some are really useful and medicinal. That's true. Even Dr. Chafee mentions that. Do you think that some think they're genetically destined and nothing they can do will change their health? I think a lot of people feel that way. And I think it's one of the reasons why people give up. You know, that seems to be an issue. Let's hit some more of these comments. Fermented to be sure. And again, when you ferment vegetables, you're actually mixing bacteria in there. Bacteria are not plants. I don't count how many days I went to carnivore. Sounds like perfection. I can't count it either because I don't remember the exact day I started. So, but that's a good point. Let's see. Fat plus sugar equals heart attacks. That's correct. That's what Barkay always talks about, Randall's cycle. That's his thing. My understanding and belief. You are correct. But Randall's cycle. Barkay always talks about that. Lots of fun can be had from gifting memberships. There you go. Well, that's good that you do that. Let's see. Hood Rich t-shirt. Okay, I'm not sure what that is. Maybe Thomas knows. I don't know.
What was that? Hood Rich t-shirt.
Oh, well.
I'd have to look that up.
Sure. He'll probably explain it. Let's get
Victoria. It seems like Portables is like putting in the lyrics for the DuckTales cartoon.
Oh, okay.
In the chat.
I see. Let's get Victoria on here.
Probably in honor of you, I'm guessing.
That'd be funny. Get a vegan in here. And the thing is, unlike Barkay, I don't use personal attacks to make my point. I like to let the vegans bury themselves because they're good at that. But that's part of his thing, and hey, that's fine. Everybody has their own way of conducting interviews. He was nice to me when he conducted my interviews, so I can't complain. We got our work cut out. Yes, we do. We got our work cut out. This woman needs to be...
Speaking of interview, I'm being interviewed tomorrow by what's his name? John Laspina.
Oh, good. John the Carnivore teacher.
Which I think you've been... yeah.
I've not only been interviewed by him, but I've also...
on that one.
When he used to have his lives, I was always on that, his Carnivore Live. So, yeah. Right. Check him out.
Weren't you the first, like, when you started doing interviews, weren't you the first one? Like, and then Peter was the second?
I think I was the first. I tend to be the first in a lot of carnivore channels. For example, Dave Mack's channel, I was the first.
That is true.
Yeah. You know what it is? It's like Alia Wells, and you know her. She says, if you want to start a YouTube channel doing interviews, get Rick to do the interview because all you have to do is say a couple things and Rick will do all the talking. So I think that's why I'm such a popular person on the channel.
That's why I had you on my channel for that first time.
There you go. And see, so the smart YouTubers that maybe they're new to it, they want to get somebody easy, they pick me. So I end up being the first on a lot of streams. And I'm perfectly happy to do that because I'm a big talker. And I think, again, I never had stage fright. I don't mind talking to people. I tend to be reserved when I'm around a group. I don't really talk to people until somebody says something. If somebody says, "Hey, Rick," hey, you know, I'll come out of nowhere. But otherwise, I just keep to myself. But once people start talking to me, then I don't stop. But I'm very respectful. When I get in a group, I'll sit in the background and I'll wait. And then they say, "Well, what's your opinion, Rick?" And it's like, uh-oh, here it comes. And the talking and, you know, but I try to not go on forever. I don't keep repeating myself. A lot of people.
You're like very reserved when you were on my channel, and I appreciate that because you knew the time limit I had and stuff like that.
That is correct, and that's one thing. Timing, I'm very aware of. Whenever I would do presentations for my business or for other people, they tell me how much time I have. I didn't use a timer or anything. I could go through it. I didn't even have to rehearse. They gave me the outline. I'd go through it piece by piece. Okay, everything's right up here. It's like when I was a kid, I never used a map. I would look at the map and memorize it, know where to go. And my parents would ask me for directions. Well, where do we go? Well, you got to turn over here. But if you go that way, it's a shortcut. It's just one of the things that I have. And being on the carnivore diet, I think, has actually helped that. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, to me, too many people count how many days. But if you had duck food in between, then you need to cross that day off. That's true. I've had duck food in between. It's like when I went plant-based in 93. It was like 7 months I was plant-based. So I subtract that from my time because I started carnivore in August of 83, which means that this August it would be 43 years. No, 42 years. But I say 41 years. Oh. Now who's calling me?
Is that somebody like that's calling in?
No, that's on the other line. Hold on, let me see.
Oh, okay. So, all right. Well, Rick's on the phone. I can't really put things on screen, but you know, I see a thing from CB Carmack also. There's a lot of these freaks producing content on the sugar diet now. I tried to watch them out of curiosity, but gets my blood pressure up and mood down. Yeah. I mean, definitely, I agree with that, CB. You know, it does the same. I think it does the same thing for most of us. You know, it's just like getting that information is just, you know, we all know that sugar does not help us. You know, I'd have to go back a little bit more. I mean, that's pretty much at the bottom of the chats. I mean, after that, I have a few from I'm not sure who Boogie is, Audible Hub. Did you mean Booby? Booby Goats? Oh, okay, Jonathan. Ah, Maui, Hawaii. That's cool. Oh, Humphrey Bogart. Okay. Now here's looking at you, kid. You know, yeah. Okay. Okay. So Kai Ma, are you new to for Jonathan or no? I'm very new on Jonathan's channel here, and I do appreciate, Jonathan, you allowing me to come on here, because to me this is your home. Okay, well, welcome. I mean, I know there's a lot of people that I don't really know on here that may not know me. I mean, if you have any questions for me, you know, like I'm not as experienced as Jonathan or Rick, but you know, I do have some I can answer. I tried holding up the fort, Rick. So
Oh, I got
You
a
okay?
customer that's got problems. Yeah, I got a customer. Their air conditioner is broken, and now the world is coming to an end. I said, look, open the windows, put a fan. I will get to you later. But I told them it's going to be double the rate if I have to take my time off and go over there. So, but, you know, they said, oh, I don't
Which is
care. I
fair.
got to get it done. But yeah,
Which is
when the air
fair.
conditioning breaks, it's an emergency. You know how it is down here. It's terrible. Okay, let's see. Most eat for pleasure. Well, I eat for pleasure and nutrition. Thanks to you guys, everyone in this active, paying, joining, sharing, liking. I don't have to eat duck food this one. There you go. See, that's it. I mean, that's great. And it looks like Jonathan's channel is getting kind of active now. You know, all of a sudden everybody's popping in.
I can't see the stats from the StreamYard section, but yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how many people do we have. I don't know. I have to get familiar with this. But yeah, they turn food into a drug. That's correct. Nutrition is a real pleasure. I agree with that. Feral Grandma, that is important. Yep. See, there's good comments here.
Yeah, there's a lot of good comments. I was just welcoming on Jonathan's behalf. There's a new person, Kai Ma, that's from Maui.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so
I am so far behind in the comments.
New, and they said yes, they were. Well, I'm just starting from the bottom. I mean, there's probably a lot more than, you know, like you know how hard it is for me to scroll and everything like that. It's just, you know, unless I'm answering as I go along, but you know.
That's just an artificial shortage. They were killing off birds because they're trying to get rid of bird flu. That's an excuse. But I don't know. Later Rick work calls. You know, those calls don't stop. That's the funny thing. Let's see. To a pizza joint.
Well, especially if you're on call.
See? Let's see. -1 slice she had with lasagna. I ate the whole large pizza, -1 slice. But I was instantly back on my carnivore. Yeah, I think once you're in it, if I was to eat that much pizza, I would be having so much diarrhea, I wouldn't even want to go near the pizza place.
Yeah.
Rick's special move is the claw. Quick slice of edible animals. Yeah, that is true. That is very true. Let's see. Political is mostly a big effort to control all the food options. Yeah, so make people buy from their friends and family. Yeah, bad flu and kill. Exactly. It's just a scam, you know. Plus, the way they raise those chickens is just wrong. What can you do? I get the runs from an expensive ribeye. Huh, that's interesting because they say that fat makes you go to the bathroom. I've never had a problem with fat. I've gotten sick from a Chinese buffet before. Yeah, I puked egg noodles. Oh, that's nasty. Those places are scary. If you look at Dirty Dining, every one of them seem to be those Chinese. Even upchucked the caution cookie message. Amazingly, ducks in parks and zoos don't get slaughtered. Yeah, that's true. Well, around here, you know, they get captured. And then they might end up. You got kung flu, okay? Sugar zombies.
You know, when it comes to the fat thing, I think that your body does tend to get, you know, like I think in the beginning you're just not used to it, but I think after a while you do get the ability to have more fats in your system. You know, like look at the meats I get. I get the 27-73, you know, ratio, and when I first started out. It did make me. I mean, I still go to the bathroom a lot. I'm not going to lie and say like I never go to the bathroom. I mean, that's just I just don't. It's just not me. I mean, it could be a lot of people, but it's just not me. But I don't. It doesn't bother me, and I just go, and that's it. You know. But now, when I have my burgers, I still have the 27, 30, 73, but I also add cold butter to it. Like I do, like Peter does with my burgers for his steak. You know, when he has the cold butter. Or Aaron when they have the cold butter with each bite. And that's sort of what I do, you know, and that's grown little by little. And yes, I'm still going to, but it takes a lot for me to really get affected. So,
right.
You know.
And for the person that was asking for autism, Jonathan has posted the autism playlist. You need to watch that.
Right.
You will learn a lot more than you ever think you would learn.
And
Good.
didn't I see a documentary? I forget what documentary it is, but there was one where they were talking about the guy that was producer of Airplane. You know, Leslie Nielsen, and something about his son being autistic, and it wasn't carnivore; it was through keto. But how he was like really like nonverbal and everything. Like, he was really bad, and somehow when they put him on the keto diet, he is now supposedly he's now working at some college. You know, the son. So I mean, if keto, right, can do that, can you imagine carnivore on how much it can help?
That's true.
You know, it's sort of mind blowing.
But it's like everybody has some kind of defect or some kind of anomaly. It's like in my case, I have sinus issues. I always have. And people tell me, well, it's the dairy. It wasn't the dairy. It's the meat. It's not the meat. What they don't understand is that even if you're suffering with problems on the carnivore diet, if you were to switch to the duck food diet, it would only get worse. I don't know anyone. Well, I don't know anybody that would switch from the carnivore diet to a standard diet or even a vegan diet. I don't think I've ever seen anyone who was carnivore who went to vegan. Now, I've seen a lot of people go from vegan to carnivore, but it just,
me too.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, if your body makes cholesterol, and fat is what you store. When you eat the wrong foods, your body stores fat. Why would it do that? Because as you get fatter and fatter, you get closer and closer to dying. But I thought about it years ago. I'm thinking, why would God or whatever people believe create a body that basically kills itself? It doesn't make sense. I can understand getting older and falling apart due to entropy. But to put on fat, why would it put on fat and be so hard to take off? Everyone's saying, you know, if you can pinch an inch or whatever, you know, you need to eat Special K. It's like, what is the point behind this? And when you think about it, it's like, yeah, you know, I got an idea. Maybe it's creating that fat as a way of avoiding a bigger problem. It's just like blocked blood vessels, the plaque and all that. Why does it do that? Well, maybe it does it to stabilize it. That's why only the arteries get clogged and the veins don't, because it's not the stuff running through your blood. It's the thing expanding and being damaged. It's like when you have an AC duct and it's leaking air. You get the mastic and you put it on there and you stop the leak, or you put tape over something, or maybe your radiator hose is failing and you wrap it up with some tape and, you know, string or whatever, just something to block it off. Now, eventually it's going to burst, but it's just sort of like a short-term fix. And I think this is the problem, because people just, they look at what's wrong with you. Well, you have this problem. It's because you're eating carnivore diet. They don't even think about all the other people that are eating the so-called healthy diet that have even worse problems. And see, Jonathan says right here, his days carnivore can be proven. And yes, they can. This is why it's good to do, you know, well, he uses apps. Plus, he's been on YouTube. Should have dropped the ribeyes. Yeah, right? You might solve a mystery or rewrite history. That is very true. Okay, let's see. Let me hit more of these comments.
You know, I think that actually, again, who just said that with the rewrite history? Yep. It's another part of this. It's another part of the Duckburg song from DuckTales.
Oh, okay.
He's giving us the lyrics to DuckTales slowly but surely.
That's what it is. See, I don't even remember. I should know that. And we have Jamie Henry Brown. I don't recognize him, but that's good.
Never doubt the power of DuckTales. Okay.
Okay, let's see. Yep, we got. I think we're getting some new people in here. That's really good.
Now, which one is Kim? I know who Sandy is, obviously. Which one was Kim? Which one's Kim? Is that is that Orbital Hub? Is that Kim?
I don't know. That's a good question. I'm gonna have to start making a list. Yeah, the sugar diet. That's another thing. You got that goofy guy Cole Hauser or whatever, and then the Mark Bell and all these people now are on the sugar diet. But what really makes me mad is because if you have somebody who's already muscular and has all that muscle that can absorb that glycogen, it seems like they could eat a lot of sugar. You see all these younger guys do it, and they're in great shape. But then when they get older and they damage their metabolism to a certain point, they can no longer get away with it. So if somebody's been muscular, lean, or whatever, and they eat sugar, it's going to take a long time to destroy them because your body is good at sequestering that sugar. It can store it away. It can move it around. I don't think that's a good diet long term. Basically eating carbohydrates with no protein, what good is that? But they'll make a trend. Some people make money off of it. Then people suffer. It's the same old thing. But you notice that even though the carnivore diet, keto diet have been around for a long time, they were able to corrupt the keto diet, but the carnivore diet, it kind of comes in cycles. The only thing they can do is to try to trash it. And now there are people like my friend that tried the carnivore diet and failed. But again, they didn't transition to it. And I believe, this is just my personal belief, I don't have any science to back it up, but I believe that some people, especially those that grew up plant-based, they have adapted their body, and I don't think they'll ever be able to live on the carnivore diet and feel good. They can eat meat. They could have 50%, maybe, I don't know, maybe more. But I think in their case, concentrating on keeping some of those whole food plants and vegetables in there that they can tolerate and adding the meat is the best strategy, because my friend is doing fantastic. I just can't get him to get the courage. And this is the other thing. Think about this. If anyone in the carnivore community switched to the vegan community, would the carnivores go there and make fun of them and trash them and make death threats and all that? Of course not. But when a vegan becomes a carnivore, the people just trash them. They're like, oh,
of course,
you're going to, yeah. So it goes to show the mentality. When your brain is full of vegetable toxins, it probably changes things. Whereas when you're eating protein and fats, it's not as bad. Let's see.
Which is, it's funny that you say that. I mean, it's I've heard it several times. I'm sure you have too. That, carnivore is like a cult. It's like, it's like this religious thing. But in my opinion, if anything is a cult, and I don't degrade. I agree with Dr. Barry. I don't degrade veganism or anything like that. But I mean, to me, that's more of a cult. I mean, because if you go off and stuff like that, it's like, God forbid, you're like abandoning your people, but if we, if any of us decide, like you might get some comments here and there, but like, we don't really degrade you if you have the occasional, carb or pickle or anything like that, just like, it's like, okay, well, you obviously hurt from it. So don't,
Well, the fact is, human beings can survive with carbohydrates. We have amylase in our saliva. We have a body that is designed to absorb carbohydrates to a point. But again, flooding it's like water. I need water to live. I can't produce water myself. My body can produce all the carbohydrates it needs, but I need water. But what would happen if I took a 55-gallon drum and I tried to pour it down my throat? What's going to happen? I'm going to die. I'm going to drown. Right. It's just a matter of
you're drawing your tissues. Yeah.
Right. How much you can actually die from drinking too much water. I forget the scientific term for it, but you can basically dilute your body to the point where you just die. And the thing is, it's the same thing with this carbohydrate thing. Why in the world would you eat processed carbohydrates, the absolute worst food that you can eat? You're isolating it from the original plant. And then spike your blood sugar. And then you have to have that thing's in your bloodstream. But if you eat too much fat, it's very hard to get fat through your system because your body can only absorb so much. You need the bile, you need your stomach acid and all that. If you eat too much, it just goes out the other end. So to me, it made no sense. It's like when I was younger, they used to talk about a French paradox, that the French ate a lot of fat and they were skinny compared to other people. The French paradox. But it's really just the same thing, and they don't eat. I mean, they're eating sugar and all that too, but they weren't as fat as the Americans. But they convinced people in this country to go low fat, and I think that's a mistake. See what CB Carmack says right here. I saw one guy pushing the sugar diet, but I could tell his teeth look rotten in spots, feeding those sugar-thriving bacteria like Streptococcus mutans and causing stanky breath. Yeah, well, that's it. Now, me, I got broken teeth. I haven't been to a dentist since 1986, but I don't have any cavities. My teeth feel fine, and I've been on the carnivore diet the whole time, which I think has been part of that. Let me see what else we got here. Ribeye had a lot of fat. Yeah, I don't have a gallbladder. Well, that's it. You're going to have diarrhea if you do that. I love butter with all meat.
But people that have gallbladders, they still make it work.
That's
they
true.
Still make this diet work,
as long as their liver works. If you want to know how addictive duck food is in the form of bread or grains, get a donkey and introduce it to sweet feed. They will hee-haw every time you see you outside. That's interesting. Yeah, sugar seems to be addictive. Not to everybody, but that's it. Probably the chemtrails, if anything. That's possible. Dr. Abs is live. Yeah, he is. I think I even saw him on the Barcade channel or one of the other channels.
Now, I have to admit, I've never seen Dr. Abs, so I guess I have to look him up and.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's still on the carnivore diet, but I know he's kind of supportive of the carnivore diet. Don't confuse him with the idiot Dr. Ids, which is a complete moron. But yeah, Dr. Abs, that's interesting.
I don't think Dr. Abs would be a hard person to find,
I guess Jonathan is talking about fat stores. It's specifically to store toxins to buffer the load on the circulatory system as a form of protection. Yeah, so that's why people get fat. Your body's not trying to kill you. It's just you're doing the wrong thing to it, and you're adding all that fat. Jamie Brown is a new
and it looks
supporter.
like two people joined us in on the chats.
That's great.
I don't know if you noticed or not. One is Polish Mike, and the other one is a guy that I know from the SBG gang, Tim from Walker to Walking.
Oh, well, I don't know if anyone has the courage to join in. They can click the link.
I was going to say
don't be afraid.
Both of them are pretty interesting stories and stuff. Not that we're really telling our stories on here. I don't think I mentioned once about why I'm doing carnivore and stuff like that.
That's true. Well, Fear of Grandma has a good point too. Half the first-time heart attack people have low cholesterol. I'm sure mine is sky high. It was when I was 28 years old. I can only imagine. But I think those levels go up and down. I think that it's like Barkay always says, don't worry about your levels unless you have a problem. If you feel good otherwise and you got energy, it's just nothing to worry about. And I agree with that 100%. I think that people overanalyze these levels. You're going from a level of people that may not be healthy. I think the majority of people in the U.S. are metabolically unhealthy is what they're saying. So if you're going to compare yourself to that average, you're not going to be anywhere close to it. And that's good to know.
No, my cholesterol when I last got it checked was 207. And and to me that's nothing compared to most people I hear on the carnivore experience. But it was enough to get pushed and to get bugged about getting a statin and everything like that. But
they got to get you on the poison.
Yeah, CB just said that the StreamYard link is gone from the chat, so you got.
Oh, it's gone. I will repost it. No problem. That's what Mitch always does. If you want to come in, you're welcome here anytime. I don't get offended. Let's see.
Yeah, there you go.
Show up. Okay. I'm so far behind, it ain't funny. Well, let me see if I can dash through some of these comments here.
Yeah, CB is great. CB is a great guy. He was on on Mitch's birthday.
Yeah, that's right. We were there. I was there too. Makes sense. Some could be damaged from a lifetime of slop. That's right.
I agree with that. I think Peter was there too. He was kind of short-lived for Peter. He didn't stay on too long, I noticed.
He was here earlier. Some vegans are fruity. I think a lot of them are.
No, I meant on Mitch's birthday. When he was in the panel on Mitch's birthday, I didn't see him for that long.
Mm-hmm.
I would expected him to be on longer than he was. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Let's see. Yeah. Drop. I'm not sure what the symbol is. Looks like a muscle. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here he is. Come on in.
He's coming on.
There we go.
There's CB.
I'm driving.
There we go.
All right.
Driving.
Driving crazy.
Look over my scruffy look. I've been lazy here the past few days.
Mine's growing back too, so I know.
Well, that's great.
Am I delaying? I'm getting a little delayed.
Yeah. A little bit. Tim's actually asking where you get the link. It should just be in the chats, Tim.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, vegans care more about their cows. That's right. Yeah, I remember that. I think it was Jonathan that made that video. That's a good point. You ought to check that out. That was what they used to talk about, French paradox. Yeah, they tried to lie about that too. Yep, early 2000s. That's true. Well, not cats. Cats don't like sugar. I've never seen a cat that likes sugar. Have you? What is duck food?
No.
Okay, this is a good question. What is duck food? I'll tell you. When I was a kid, we used to give the stuff we didn't like to the ducks. And I don't like bread. I don't like pasta. I don't like any of that stuff. I only like meat. Meat, eggs, cheese, yogurt. So all the foods I didn't like, I used to feed to the ducks as a kid. So I started calling it duck food. They try to give me some bread. Oh, that's duck food. Pretzels, duck food. Chips, duck food. So anything other than meat, eggs, and some dairy is what I call duck food. Now, then again, fruits and vegetables in their whole form are not necessarily duck food because they're whole foods, but I don't eat it. So to me, it's duck food. But a lot of it depends on the person. But that's a very good question. And yes, Polish Mike is here, as you can see. One of the hardcore carnivores. Y'all shooting hoops today? Nah, I'm inside in the air conditioning.
I think I solved my delay, by the way.
Excellent. Excellent.
Who is
Yeah,
this
you have a
loser?
lot of comments.
I think there's
Who
another
is this
person trying to get
loser on
on.
the chat? Oh, Lord.
Hey, Rick, I think Tim is trying to get on, but he's doing it through my channel, and that's why he's not seeing the link.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me think.
So I told him to go on Carnivore Muscles channel, and
yes,
he should be able to
that's
find
what you need to do. You need to be on the Carnivore Muscle channel. You can open another channel while you're on the other one if you want.
I have recommended Carnivore Muscle channel to many of my coworkers who ask questions about building muscle on carnivore or whatever that are, they go to the gym. I used to be in as a hobby. I never did it competition like Jonathan, but I was in bodybuilding for years myself. I got really muscled up, but I wished I knew then what I know now. Because
Right.
I'm telling you now, I could, but thanks to carnivore, it's got my brain working and passionate about learning more on actual about the human body and nutrition and all that. So, but yeah, you know all about that, Rick. I know.
Well,
and Matt, say Thomas maybe too, but
by accident.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's become my biggest passion. I was always into music and everything, but now it's like I just devour so much carnivore or scientific and just scientific period, like, content and of course I read. I don't do as much reading as I do because there's different types of people who learn different. I grew up. I was one of those 1980s early ADHD diagnosed kids. And but yeah, like going back to all the medications I was on in my early 40s, it was terrible. I mean, I was getting testosterone shots even and all that shit. I still got like 5 vials of testosterone, injectable testosterone at home that it's just sitting there, but I don't need it because I feel like I'm feeding myself the cholesterol that I was lacking when they tried to put me on low cholesterol lowering medications. I was on metformin and Ribelsis for type 2 diabetes. My A1C was like 10.1. I could feel my vision. I couldn't read nothing like on the TV, like because of my vision was just so screwed up, blurry. But acid reflux is gone. I was on 40 milligrams of omeprazole every day. I had to take it, or if I ran out, I couldn't sleep at night because I would be spitting up acid, and man, it just one thing after another. Toenail fungus dried up, skin tags fell off, snoring went away, all that shit, man. Excuse my language. Um, I'm gonna try to keep it PG 13 because I know this is not.
You're right. You're right.
But
so what was the highest that your A1C was?
10.1. I kind of creeped up.
Was that as high as you know of?
Yeah. Because by the time I got to 10.1, I could tell the sort of the vibe in the room from the doctor and the nurse practitioner. It you know how they say crap's gotten deep, or crap's hit the fan and it's gotten serious.
Right.
That feeling of that, because I was creeping up because I went back because I've got a patient portal. I've been with the same doctor since like 2012. And I went back on my patient portal and I looked at my lab work and saw and screenshotted a lot of my lab work and saw like it creeped up in like sixes all the way up to the eights, and then it got to 9.8 before 10.1, and when it got that 10.1 after they had me on metformin, that you could tell they said you're practically type 2 diabetic because I made the statement about then made the statement about reversing it. Doctor says no, you can't reverse it, but you can just micromanage it, and it gets worse with age, and you just got to just stay on top of it and watch what you eat and all this. Of course, they gave me a printout on what to eat. Of course, it was based off the American Diabetes Association, if you know what I'm saying.
Yep. Which is I have the paperback book myself. So.
Yeah, and I see those books all the time, and because I go thrifting, that's part of my. But yeah, I started looking
13.5. So
13.5.
My A1C went to 13.5 when I found out about my foot and everything.
Yeah, and I started looking up low carb recipes and stuff. I kind of sort of just it was, I don't know, I couldn't get it out of my head watching my dad. He has to inject himself with insulin, but now after I found the secret to everything, of course the secret, I try to tell him, but it's led to some pretty negative outcomes and experiences with him because
pretty negative feedback, so to speak.
He's an ignorant redneck for one, here from Northwest Alabama, and
Right.
If you've never really known the term redneck, there's one bad trait to being a redneck, an uneducated, ignorant redneck, is hard-headedness, being stubborn, and of course, when it comes to your own kids, it's the powdered butt syndrome. But going back to the lab work and all that that I was talking about, besides all that, I started looking up low carb recipes, and I still was indoctrinated in this. You got to have carbs, and then after that, I started finding these low glycemic substitutes for things that are high glycemic. Like my wife, she's Asian, so she eats a lot of rice, and she's from the Philippines, and their motto is rice is life. Of course, I started looking up recipes and substitutes for like potatoes and different things like that. So I found that, and I actually lost 30 pounds off of eating beans and lentils, and there's a pearl barley. I was doing that, but after that, I fell. Everybody, I guess they've watched a Dr. Berg video in their time, in their day, and then all of a sudden, Ken Berry pops up because I was looking up home remedies for different things, and then of course carnivore, and light bulb popped in my head eventually, and I finally, took the plunge and went out on a limb, and I went carnivore, and that was April the 9th, 2023. You'll get there one day, Rick. You just hang in there, all right? Anyway, but so it's been ever since then, man. When I felt the click in my brain, when I felt the switch, and I felt the brain fog lift, it's like I wanted to scream from the rooftops and wanted to tell everybody, and I'm still there, and so I've become super passionate about it. And but anyway, I'm done taking the floor there.
Well, that's good. We appreciate it. I got some of my lunch in.
Yeah.
This is an example of what I eat. This is over 2 pounds of ground beef.
Oh,
that's
hell
good
yeah.
of you. Okay.
And you see the container it's in? Stainless steel.
Beautiful.
I see a lot of people cooking ground beef. If you don't mind me sharing, like this little trick that I've learned that I like to do that makes ground beef just as good, in my opinion, out of the, because I've told people I eat it cold out of the refrigerator, and they're like, "Ooh, what?
That's what
How
I'm
do you
doing
do
now.
that?" But what I found that if, and another way to, because when you make ground beef patties, you render out most of the fat,
Right.
which you say,
Not me.
but like if you, of course, if I do that, I do still make ground beef patties, but I'll cut chunks of butter and I'll eat my butter with my ground beef patties. But I found that it's simple to take it, and you can even do this semi-frozen out of the fridge. Just take the whole slab of ground beef, put it in your skillet, and let it. I call it caramelize. It's not really searing, but I call it like caramelizing both sides, and I let it. And it's almost like that caramelization, that brown. It'll be like a glue, and then you just take it and you caramelize both sides. Then you chop it up, and then you salt it in the skillet, and then you let it cool in the skillet, and then you rake it over into your container, and then salt it again, then put it in the fridge, and all that fat will solidify around the meat like hard cake icing almost, and that salt will saturate up in that fat that solidifies. But then you've got the caramelized, that nice great caramelized flavor that you've created by doing this method. So it tastes, you get every bite, just about, you get a great ground, or a great beef patty type flavor in every bite, plus the salt and the fat, and then it's just the fat, to me, tastes great. Then you get all the fat without having to add the butter to it. And I found that's my favorite way of, especially taking it to work, taking it with me for work for lunch. Then you don't need to put the butter in it, because you didn't, separate the fat during the rendering process. But that's
Yep.
one way. That's one way I like to cook my ground beef. And I see so many people. Of course, I've tried to comment, but you can only comment so much in a YouTube. Comment ends up getting lost.
Right. It's funny. It's like when you do the chats, it's very hard to keep up. I'm sure you can attest to that. It's like hard to keep up with the different chats, no matter where you're at.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah.
Like, I wish I could actually be more into the chats when it comes to Dr. Kiltz, but I'm just not on there as much anymore and stuff. So.
Getting a freaking spam call.
Just a suggestion, Rick. Maybe put the StreamYard link one more time, because I think Tim found the Carnivore Muscle channel. So, because I think he's trying to get on.
Okay.
I guess we lost. CB. Yeah, I mean, Tim's a great guy. You should like him. Again, who don't we like in Carnivore? You know.
Very true. That's very true.
Tried to find a way to get rid of this. Tried to find a way to blow it up more on my screen because it's for some reason I don't know. I go to Mitch's private community all the time, and I know that the screen is bigger, but now it's telling me to log in, and it's super tiny. So I was just trying to figure out a way to blow my screen up to full size. But you can only do so much when you're driving on top of that. Plus, we have a hand free.
Mine right now is pretty small, but that's because I have it on regular. Like I don't have it full sized.
Yeah.
Because because if I did, then I wouldn't be able to see the chats at all.
Yeah. If I wasn't on my phone, I was on a laptop. It wouldn't matter.
Different platforms.
Yeah, I'm on my phone, so you can imagine how tiny the pictures are on it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't even have to imagine. I've seen it before.
Yeah.
A lot of times when you
that's
do
the only
Zoom
thing
calls,
I've ever used.
I'll do the Zoom calls like walking around the park.
Yeah, that's the only thing I've ever used. As far as I want to get my laptop out and start using it more because I do plan on starting to make content, especially like the other day, man. I was like, man, I've got to start making content and because when I went to that mental health training, when they started saying all that just ridiculous nonsense, I was like, man, I want to just get on there and just make a video and post it and then start sharing it on my social media and just like blasting it, And that's exactly the reason why cops, law enforcement officers don't need to make dietary recommendations because they are all walking around overweight, chronic health issues, and it's like that's a perfect example of that training I went to the other day of why they're all, and they don't have a freaking clue. I mean, when you learn and when you become passionate about something and it makes you want to know more and learn more about it, it's easy to start absorbing the content. Used to the stuff that I'm learning now, before when I was a kid, when I was a school flunky, it's stuff that if I knew or if I actually was lucky and like Rick there and got introduced accidentally to carnivore naturally, I would be. There's no telling where I would be now as far as academically and professionally, but it's easy to absorb that stuff when you become passionate about it, and that's what happened with me. It's like when like just about 90% or if not more of mental health issues start in the gut, and I mean, I'm not saying like all of them. I mean, you take like Jonathan's, his deal, I mean, that they taught in that mental health class that, autism is that people with autism are way more prone to developing more mental health issues on top of that, like schizophrenia and just bipolar, and all that. But, they never mention anything about, the food you're eating can battle that or cause that. And when you start digging into it, I mean, you got the serotonin, you got the, dopamine, of course, and you got the other, chemicals or neurotransmitters that are formed in the gut. The food plays a huge role on the influence on that, and that's just that's something that I didn't hear. It's actually the first mental health training that I've had. I've had a bunch of mental health training in law enforcement. But it's the first one I've had though that mentioned anything about eating. So I was sort of at first encouraged by that, but when they started mentioning, stop eating the garbage, it's better to bring a apple to work than go to a drive-through at McDonald's or something like that. And of course, the apple, I'm like, I wanted to scream out, do you even know what the difference is on eating an apple versus drinking apple juice, a real 100% apple juice? And I wanted to see their answer to that. And of course, everybody knows. I'm not saying everybody knows, but people will find out that eating an apple versus drinking apple juice, you're getting a straight shot of the fructose and the glucose and the also pesticides or whatever that's been sprayed on it, versus the fiber in the apple may prevent you from absorbing some of the sugar, but it also prevents you from absorbing the so-called vitamins and nutrients in your other foods as well. It'll bind with it, so but that's the difference. And of course, like I said, I may be rambling on about nonsense, but uh, that's my experience with the training that I have to go to that drives me insane at work.
Real world experience is not nonsense, because that's something that we generally don't get to see. So you're sharing your experience with us so we can see what other people are dealing with. I mean, it's baffling to me that this nonsense can continue to be spread as official information. But then again, the system protects itself. It does anything that it can to keep its influence out there. And it's up to us to discern what really works and what doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's just, it's so many people at work snacking on Cheetos and popcorn and all that crap all day long. And like I commented earlier in the YouTube, which is probably it's lost in the chat. There's been quite a few people chat since then, including me, about the reasons why, the different reasons why you get these hunger signals. But one of them, besides all the leptin and ghrelin, the satiety hormones, and the insulin, and of course becoming a sugar metabolizer instead of a fat metabolizer, because Part K is always in my head. I'm telling you, but when I talk to like people who don't know, who are ignorant, and ignorance, I'm not insulting anybody when I call we're smart enough to know the difference between calling somebody ignorant or calling someone stupid or dumb. That's a difference. But those ignorant people, I will use the C word, calories, and I will use the sugar burning or whatever when I do talk to them. But the one thing is the lack of nutrients, also the anti-nutrients. Your body's sending hunger signals all the time, so you're just sitting there just eating all day long, snacking on all this garbage because your body's constantly hungry. You're wanting, and besides the lab engineered addictive, food that's been, produced in a lab that for a reason, for profit margins, profit, issues. But say we got somebody else who's jumped on, I'll give him a chance to.
Yeah, this is Tim. So, hey, Tim. Are you muted?
I just unmuted. Thanks for letting me on. I just unmuted.
We're glad you're here.
Yeah, we're getting a delay. I think you're playing, probably playing it through like a speaker or TV or something too.
Yeah, do you have your YouTube on also as well, or no?
Sounds like he's got another speaker in the background.
Okay.
Yeah.
Turn that
Is
off.
that better?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they don't like to compete with each other. So,
I was watching YouTube on the TV, and obviously I'm doing this through my phone, so had the two.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, as my moniker says, I used to be needing a walker to get around, and it wasn't until I went to SBG and did the different things, the protocols, specifically priming, that I was able to get mobile enough that now I can walk without aid. I have a host of things to heal, and when I first started about 5 years ago, I was kind of like The Walking Dead, and I didn't know what was up. So I went to my doctor, went through a host of testing. They tried everything, and after thousands and thousands of dollars in copay, they came up with, we don't know what's wrong. And I just looked at my darling, Marcia, and I said, I guess we're on our own. We got to figure this out. And make a long story short, landed on Carnivore. And obviously, like Ken Berry was one of the high profiles that we saw, and he was like, let's try it. And we both have been doing Carnivore since. But after 3 years on Carnivore, 2 of the years I was just plateaued. I had a stall I couldn't understand. And that's when I went to SBG. And what I figured out is because I was eating 1 meal a day for 2 years straight, I was under eating, and that's why I was stalled. So it wasn't until we got to the priming, eating enough, filling up that nutrient tank, signaling to my body I'm no longer in a famine. That's when all my non-scale victories happened. My highest weight was like 396 on 5'6", so it's a bit overweight.
Oh.
And I'm still in the 300s right now, even after 5 years of carnivore. But I had 2 plateaus. The first one was for 2 years, and it wasn't until I got to SBG, and that priming helped so much, getting all the nutrients that my body needed, the animal fat and the animal protein, that I suffered a TBI, a traumatic brain injury, going headfirst into a foundation, and I had horrific light sensitivity, sound sensitivity, anxiety. Just light and sound would trigger anxiety, full-blown anxiety attacks. I literally would be in an office at the doctor's, a light flash from the outside off the windshield, and I had to leave. I said, I just can't be here, and I just got up and left. And they didn't understand why. Well, all that went away after priming for like 6 weeks. And the pain in my osteoarthritis with bone spurs in both knees, all that went away after 6 weeks of priming. And what I learned later in my journey is the bleeding in my eyes went away from diabetic bleeding of the eyes. And my A1C definitely did drop down. I'm still in the 6s, but I'm not in the, I was 7.9 was my highest recorded one. But I just really enjoy the carnivore way of eating. And I feel the best when I'm doing the line way of eating, which is just the ruminant meat, water, and salt. Because I have a lot of skin issues as well. I've had many skin tags fall off, but I still have skin tags. I still sleep with my BiPAP and things like that. But I know down the road, those things will fall away as well. I'm just really happy with the community. Like, this is the first time I'm on this particular channel, and it's just like it's almost like I've known you guys a little while, and it's the first time meeting you, which is really fantastic. I do know Tom, and it was through his channel that I saw this live. I'm just really encouraged with the results. My second plateau was from the priming. I was eating over 400 grams of protein a day, and didn't think anything of it because I wasn't getting any hormone response to stop, if you will. And that's when I hired a coach, and it was through Rebecca Heichman, Coach Rebecca, that I learned that I don't have any leptin response currently, so that hormone hasn't healed yet. So I was like, oh, so now I was tutored by her, and it was funny. She asked me, "What do you expect from me as a coach?" And I said, "Well, I want you to teach me what I'm doing that's right. I want you to teach me what I'm doing that's wrong. I want you to teach me how to get what is wrong right and how to keep it right." And she says, "Okay, we can do that." And we just went through a few months of coaching, and I'm on the plan that she had tailor-made. And right now I'm primarily eating burger patties, because for me, counting macros and everything really just gets me irritated. I don't want to do it. I think it's stupid and all of this, but if you don't have a hormone response to tell you when to stop eating, then what you don't measure, you can't manage. So I say that for somebody out there that might not have a leptin response, there is hope, because ever since the coaching with Rebecca, I have went from a 60 waist down to a 56 currently, and it could be a little bit less, because I'm sticking with my 60-inch waist as long as I can. I just tighten the belt, and
you
I'm
might be comfortable.
really, I can really see the difference in the fat burning and all that stuff. It's really exciting to see a light at the end of the tunnel, and it's not a train.
Right.
That's fantastic. So I love seeing and hearing all the stories. I don't know if you're familiar with me, but I'm Rick. I was known as a 40-year carnivore. Now I'm the 41-year carnivore. I started this diet at age 15 in 1983. And I tried my hardest to gain weight because I was very skinny and short. I wanted to get a heart attack because I hated my life. And I did the best that I could, eating as much meat as I could. Now, you talk about priming. That's me. I love to eat. Anyone that knows me, like my friend Russ Mitchell, when I go to a place where there's a lot of meat, I don't stop. I have zero control. I will eat 4 pounds of meat. I'll eat 5 pounds of meat until I can't even move. And I just can't stop. So, but when it comes to the other foods, the carbohydrates and all those foods, I have no interest in it whatsoever. And the thing is, people would look at me and laugh. "Oh, Rick, he's a bottomless pit. He has a hollow leg. Don't let him near your barbecue. He'll eat everything." And then they say, "Well, how can that be?" "Well, he's got a high metabolism. He's a genetic freak." But now, when I get to meet people like I see here, you can see how easy it is for people to gain weight, and they're always hungry. This is the funny thing. Everybody I know that ate, that they were fat and they ate a lot, they're always hungry. They could never satisfy it. And then when they try to lose weight, sometimes they'll hit the keto, sometimes they'll hit the carnivore diet. And then, like you said, they lose weight for a while and then they plateau. And now I tend to be very skeptical of groups and coaching and all that. But one-on-one, I mean, evidently it's working for you, Tim. It seems like when you say SBG, I assume you mean steak and butter gang, or that's probably what it is. Now,
Yeah, Bella.
Bella. Now, I always looked at her as kind of a salesman, like, but they gave Thomas over here a free membership from what he was saying. So it seems like a good group for some people. And one-on-one coaching, was it mentioned Lisa that was doing the coaching? What was it?
No, Rebecca.
Rebecca. Okay, Rebecca. That's another one. They're good. They have a lot of knowledge. And, when you have someone that's struggling, you don't know what to do, it's great to have an expert that you can go to, because otherwise you're just going to listen to personalities on YouTube or wherever. They're going to give you this advice, and it's just general for everybody. And then when you're not getting results, you get frustrated. It's like, I'm putting my heart into this and I'm not losing weight. I'm not feeling better. It's not logical. They always tell you to starve yourself. You want to eat less and move more. But the problem is when you're that heavy, I mean, what was that? Over 500 pounds at 5'7"? How much did you weigh, Tim?
I was 396 at 5'6".
Okay, 5'6", 396. Okay, 396 is really heavy. I only weigh between 190 and 200 pounds normally, and I'm 6'6". I'm really tall. And I can't imagine if I gain a little extra weight and my pants don't want to fit, it just bothers me. But when you're trying to lose weight, and I had a friend that tried that. He was obese for many years. Now, unfortunately, he died from heart disease because he already had 5 bypasses. And he tried the carnivore. He tried the keto diet, then the carnivore diet. The problem with him is that it was hard to stay on the diet. And I think a lot of times he tried to starve himself. He would try to eat less and less, and then he would stall. Right. He would lose weight for a while and then stall. But like you said, stuff more good food in there, and it tells your body, hey, we're not starving. We have plenty of food. And then it starts to lose weight again. It's counterintuitive, but it works. So Tim's an example right here of how sometimes what you don't think is going to work is going to work. And being able to work with somebody that has experience or has the knowledge that can help you, that's good. And then when you share your experience with us, it makes us feel good. It makes me feel good. I see a ducky over there. It makes me feel good because I know
a new person doing show and tell.
Yeah, right? What is that, a thrift store or something? I don't know. Some kind of store.
Is that where you're
anyway,
I commented earlier I was going to take y'all thrifting with me, but I was going to stay outside, but this thrift store closes at like 2 on Saturday, so I just ran in here.
Oh, okay. Find some goodies.
Yeah, try. I have found some good stuff.
With Rick, you don't have to go to a thrift store. You just go to his house.
Well, my house has the stuff the thrift store threw away.
If you go to his house, it's like a Smithsonian. Everything's like behind a glass wall.
Not really. Want to make a phone call?
Here you go, Rick. This is what you need.
Is that a signal generator?
Oscar,
that looks like a B&K. Oh, it's an HP. Yeah, that's a signal generator, looks like. I think I have one of those. Interesting.
They want $55 for it.
That's too much. You could get that from the Hamfest for $5.
Yeah, I know, and I don't know what I would be able to use that for. I mean, it looks foreign to me. I mean, it obviously looks like it's from the 1950s or 60s.
No, those were made up until the 70s. The 50s ones are vacuum tubes. I would say that's 60s, maybe 70s. I have a few. In fact, I have one here. I have a Hewlett-Packard meter. That was that style they did back then. They used to be, into test instruments.
Check this out.
Like we lost him.
Oh, a mixer. I got one of those.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's made from Shure. It's made from Shure, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is an old one here, too. It's made from Shure, so those things probably last a while.
They don't have that stuff in the thrift stores here. They usually get rid of it. I guess every place is different.
They want $30 for that one. I don't think that's something that.
Too much.
Yeah, it is. They tend to, which I have negotiated with them here before.
Well, that's why they got so much stuff sitting around. It's too high priced.
Yeah, and there's a Dell computer, desktop computer.
Hmm.
They want 45 for it, but it's got. I'm gonna turn the mic down. Oh, well, it's got Linux Mint version 19.3 with updates.
Right. You just got to figure out what kind of processor and what GPU you're using.
Yeah. 82 gigabyte system, 320 gigabyte data, 2 gigabyte RAM though. That's not good for a desktop.
Too old.
And it's got a DVD player on it too, so that tells you a little bit.
You know that's old.
Yeah.
Super old.
Yeah. I'm getting away from that speaker though. I know it's loud. But you're not using headphones. I know Mitch, when he does his lives, he's really gets distracted by noises because he wears those headphones, you know.
Well, I can use headphones, but the thing is, in my room, I use this dynamic mic so close to my mouth, it doesn't really pick up anything. So I don't have to use the headphones. I can, like, the other thing is Mitch mixes the music. So if I add music to the stream using the mixer, I'll have to use the headphones to determine the level. But since I'm just going through StreamYard, I'm not even going to bother. You know, I'm not adding. Even like with my own live, I use headphones at the beginning and then I pull them out because they bother me. I think I look silly with those big old headphones on.
Yeah, one reason why I like this thrift store, I love old antique bottles. I found a lot of antique bottles here before. So, like, one of them was Valentine's meat juice, and if anybody wants to read an awesome story about back in the 1870s when I forgot his first name, but Valentine is his last name. But the reason why he created Valentine's meat juice is because his wife I think she had like stomach cancer. She had something where she couldn't digest solid food for the time being. But he went in the basement and he started like pretty much pressure cooking, or he experimented until he pressure cooked meat, I guess, and extracted the nutrients and things from it. And then he started giving it to her and claimed that it healed her to where she could actually live a normal life and have energy. Of course, the only thing I could think of is the lack of fat is what would be an issue, but still, that's the whole deal with Valentine's meat juice. But I found a bottle from the 1870s in here. If I was home, I would show it on camera, but that was a pretty cool little deal. That's a great story too. I actually asked ChatGPT to write a romantic story about Valentine's meat juice, and it's pretty cool. I saved it all. So yeah. But anyway, I'm gonna turn this down my mic since it's this loud music.
I don't hear too much music, thankfully, but yeah, physical media forever. I agree with that. I have an extensive collection, although it's all digitized. I digitize everything. I keep them in WAV files and MP3 files and so on. But I do like to keep the physical media. Just, I have 8-tracks. I got all kinds of stuff. I got boxes of 8-tracks. I probably have the only working 8-track in any car. That's for sure. Let's see, comments. Let's see. I need to go anyway. Thank you for having me on. We were glad to have you here, and we wish you success in your journey, Tim. Keep getting the help you need and keep working on it.
Yeah, one of the people I was asking, Galveston County, Mike, is asking if Tim has a channel. I don't think Tim has a channel, but if Tim wants to answer that.
Okay. Does Tim have a YouTube channel?
Right.
We need a carnivore comic series, something fierce. It's possible. You know, you can have all the carnivore personalities. I mean, if you think about it, I'm sure all of us can name at least 5 carnivore personalities out there. We all know Dr. Chafee, Dr. Baker. What would be another one? I mean, it's Carrie, Homestead, Hal. Let's see, who else? Well, I'm trying to avoid my friends because I would name them first. We know Jonathan, I mean, obviously. But just like general carnivore, would be another one, maybe.
Does orbital mean like
Barry.
Like the people we're talking about, or does it mean something? Excuse me, of more of a comical, like humor?
I'm not sure. Maybe he'll answer that.
Because you know who comes to mind would be Dr. Nelson. I've heard he's pretty funny.
Mm-hmm. Would be a hit. Well, it's possible.
I try to be funny myself at times. I guess you can see I read my comments.
Yeah, I don't try CB, but people laugh at me anyway.
They love to laugh at me, for sure. I'm a quack. I admit it. I'm a total quack. Quack, quack. But when it comes down to it,
there, Rick.
Yeah, when it comes down to it, if you don't have a good sense of humor and you get to be too serious about everything, it's going to work against you. You become personally offended. You start having issues. Looks like some book or something.
One damn thing after another. Yep, that's true.
That's a good title, ain't it? I looked for autograph books. I actually found a book in here, autographed by Bill Clinton.
Huh.
Okay.
Found one autographed by Jackie Chan in another thrift store too. You find so much stuff. 2 books autographed by the music artist Jewel.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. When I do cleanouts, I get so many books, it's crazy.
Yeah, I've never been a big reader. I'm more of an audio book person or a video watcher, but I've gotten to where now, I've gotten now to where my brain works a lot better after being on carnivore for 2 years. So I do read more, but as far as like reading books, I buy them, but they just collect dust.
I find this stuff all the time. Everybody's always trying to lose weight. It's crazy. I don't think they really read it. I mean, a lot of them look like they've never even used, and they get people eating duck food, or I don't know.
And I try to tell people I would take all that weight back that I would, because I weighed 250 pounds. Of course, I'm only 6'2", but I weighed 250 pounds, and I've always had basketball was my thing, and I ran track. I did play football, but not like high school football. Kind of stopped around Little League, but I always been a skinny person, and I always wanted to gain muscle, and I did in my mid-20s up to my 30s when I went through the academy, and but after that, I say forget weight loss and focus on optimal health, because with optimal health, the weight will come optimal if you focus on your health. And that's the health first. There's too many people. I mean, there's so many different ways you can lose weight, but you won't be healthy. And that one is these new weight loss drugs that they're selling everybody, because everybody's so focused on weight and trying to look like a cover of a Men's Health or a Glamour magazine, which causes, I believe, mental health problems on its own, or confidence issues. But the optimal weight is the key, or optimal health is the key. Or I mean, hell, you can start smoking meth, and losing weight. But I mean, whether you're healthy on smoking meth or not, that's kind of my point on. You can do things to lose weight, but still not be healthy.
Well, it's like Bart Case says, you could cut off your leg and lose weight, but that doesn't help you in any way.
Yeah, you can lose bone density and muscle. But yeah, So
That's a good question here. Any amateur radio operators? I'm not into amateur radio right now. Maybe somebody else is. It might be interesting.
CB radio.
I have CBs, but I mean, like ham radio.
Yeah.
You know anybody that's got a call sign or whatever? It'd be interesting to hit that in the
My
carnivore
grandfather
space.
used to. He was called the Jersey Devil.
Well,
Oh, okay.
I talk on the radio all the time, but of course, you know what I do for a living.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, yeah. I'm on. It's not
I
my
don't know if
hobby.
I ever told you. My brother-in-law was a police officer.
Oh, yeah. And I went
He was
to
retired. He just retired
Arkansas
like 2 years ago.
this week. I've been to Arkansas twice. I went to the Arkansas prison to pick up one we had warrants on Monday, but I went all the way there. I was in 4 states twice. Of course, to go to Arkansas from here, you got to go through Mississippi, Tennessee, and then Arkansas. But I went all the way there Monday, and they wouldn't release them because the parole officer wasn't there. And after I got the okay to go, and then of course Thursday I went back, and of course I got them. And of course, what do? I give them a carnivore talk because people in prison are lost, and also they get fed the same duck food.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out Rick Gardner Mopar. They get fed the same duck food that the hospital and schools and the nursing homes and all that get fed. So, so I give them a talk, and I mean, I'm that's one thing that's been proven that, and I've heard RFK Jr. talk about how they've shown that when you feed prisoners good food, finally, I guess whole food, as an experiment, the violent crimes go down, has went down like 70%. And and that's exactly what I'm talking about. It would make the guards in the prisons and jails their job a lot easier if they did feed them halfway properly. But but I've seen their food their meals are 95% processed carbohydrate. And it's ridiculous. And of course I give a lot of, I've talked to prisoners on the way to prison for 4 straight hours before, and gave them the run through of why we as humans are technically carnivore. And I went through the whole digestive system. I went through why fruits and vegetables today absolutely have no nutritional benefit whatsoever because of regenerative farming don't exist anymore. Modern farming destroys the one life form that's actually the oldest and largest life form on the face of the planet, which is fungi. And fungi feeds the nutrients. It also devours organic material, recycles it back to soil, but also connects to the plants to feed the nutrients. But when you do modern farming, that destroys the mycelial network underneath. So therefore, it prevents the plants from getting the nutrients. But then on top of that, you still have the pesticides and the herbicides, or the and also the anti-nutrients that are naturally occurring in the plant foods that we know, we've heard many times. Anthony Chafee said it enough, and other carnivore doctors and scientists. But that's what I give them the run. I give them a whole lecture on, and I compare us to our cousin primates, whether you believe in the evolution or whatever. That's another. I'm not going to get into that because that's just. I like to use the word adapt because it's more of a universal, agreed upon term than, the E word. Even though I do believe in that E word. But then I also talk about the requirement for vitamin B12, or you die a very violent death. Of course, you got my comment earlier about the two different types of vitamin B12 in. You either got
Between
the
vegetables and animals.
synthetic lab made cyanide version, or the methyl, that's the animal version that we are compatible with. And then the overrated vitamin C requirement, and the reason why we don't need as much vitamin C. So that goes back to proving the fact that, or proving the whole we are carnivores because of the vitamin B12 versus vitamin C requirement, because of the competing with glucose and to enter the same cell pathways as vitamin C. So the requirement goes from nanograms to milligrams. So, but I don't want to bore everybody with all that, because there's many channels out there that explain all that. But all of those factors, when you put them all together, proves that human beings are technically hypercarnivore, and we're getting fed this food pyramid, trash, duck food diet, um, through multi-trillion-dollar corporations buying and paying off scientists to falsify data, which the politicians and the lawmakers buy into. So they put it in they create the guidelines that also benefit the economy because of the millions of acres of dirt cheap to produce plants that they grow. But as I've become a transport officer now, which I'm still a law enforcement, I'm still a deputy because they wanted a certified deputy to step up, and I was the one that did it. Now that I transport and I drive like to many different areas for hundreds of miles now, I see more regenerative farming, which places that are obviously once plowed and once, had crops, then they'll have it fenced in, and you'll see the cows roaming, grazing, and then that that's what they're doing. They're practicing regenerative farming. And that's why we eat the animals that eat the plants. We get plenty of vitamin C through that. Of course, obviously, we get the other nutrients and vitamins and the vitamin B12 by eating the animals. But that's why. And we don't graze all day long, and we don't eat fibrous material all day long. And we also, one thing we don't do that I will tell people, like gorillas do, is also they are 450 pounds, and yes, they eat plant material, but they eat all day long. But they also they eat their own crap to extract more nutrients because they don't get enough through the first digestive cycle to support their body, and their mind, and to get the vitamin B12 and the stuff that they need. So anyway, could go on for hours and hours and hours, and we'd be here for a 9-hour live to hear me talk about it that I've learned. And there's probably nothing that I'm saying now that maybe Rick, or even maybe, I don't know how long, I forgot how long you've been doing this, Thomas, but
It depends on how you look at it, really. I've been on and off for a few years, but I've been strict for about 4 months, like super strict. So, I mean, my channels and everything are about 4 months old, like 3-4 months old. So it really depends on how you look at it. Some people look at it for me just doing 4 months, and some people look at it that I have had the knowledge for a long time. So
always technically carnivore, but when I go back, I want to sort of clarify. I don't have no problem with anybody who says that, oh, I've been carnivore for 600 and whatever days. But my thing with that is, and I'm going to explain a little bit about what you can only explain so much in the comments in the chat because it'll cut it off.
Right. Yeah, you have to keep on writing, keep on writing.
The thing is a lot of people, they don't think of it like I think of it. I come up with a reason why I don't say how many days I've become carnivore, because it almost sounds like I guess I don't want to talk negative about anybody, but it makes them sound like they're perfect. And my thing is I believe you're carnivore once. Like me, I've been carnivore April the 9th, 2023, but in between I've had some duck food, but only a handful of times because I don't want to eat the junk after I felt the power of the brain effects and all the other medications that I don't have to the medications I don't have to take anymore. But I believe once you get it, once your brain clicks, and once you decide that you are going to make a change, and that being the carnivore way of eating, I believe that at that point there, you should mark it on your calendar. That's how long I've been carnivore, and not how many days, because in between, if you go to a pizza joint, like I said the other day, go ahead and exit that day off. So you got to keep up micromanage the days, and it's stressful in my book. So therefore, once your brain, once you click in your mind that you get it, if that's the way you know that you're eating.
I mean, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah. So that's why I said I've been over 2 years. I've been carnivore for over 2 years again.
So going by that assessment, I probably started carnivore back before my mom passed away. So probably like since 2019.
Yeah.
2020, I've been technically carnivore.
Check this out. Speaking of moms, my mom, once I went carnivore, April the 9th, 2023, I turned mom on to Dr. Kim Berry, and I explained to her. So she also has been carnivore almost at the exact time I went carnivore. The amount of time that I went carnivore. So when I go visit my mom in Florida, I can rest assured that I'm not. That's different with my dad, because my dad, he's a overweight diabetic who shoots himself up with insulin all day. And I tried to talk to him about it. I tried to show him videos on Dr. Ben Bickman explaining the type 2 diabetes. Insulin was never meant for type 2 diabetic. It was just the pharmaceutical company finding ways to make more money because the type 1 diabetes is a rare condition of disease, so therefore they can't make much money. Plus, when they bought that, the guy that come up with the insulin, he sold it for $1, and then of course what happens? It's a multi-freaking $billion industry now selling that crap. But yeah, I try to bring it up that my mom,
my mom too loved Dr. Berry. In fact, I've mentioned this before, even to Dr. Berry. Whether or not he heard it or not, I don't know. But she used to the thing that got her up in the morning or got her up was me just putting on a video of Dr. Berry. As soon as she heard his voice, she just got. So I think she had a really big crush on him. But she was pretty sick. She had metastatic breast cancer.
Barry's a funny ass dude too, though, man. Sometimes he makes comments.
Another comical person.
Yeah, like I actually screen recorded some of his stuff and sent it to her, and she'll bust out laughing. Like the other day, one of his latest videos. I'm not sure if it was his latest videos or what, but when he talked about having cancer of the butthole and all that stuff like that. But even some of his lives, like I like his lives with Nietzsche, but I like his lives more so by himself, because I think he's let loose a lot more, and it comes out of the foods when he's by himself, and And he says some of
I agree. I mean, you can see he's trying to be funny with Nisha, but it's just not the same. Yeah, I absolutely agree with that.
like I just, I don't want to say something that my wife's going to put me in the doghouse or something. I'm sure he's not watching this live or nothing, so.
I seriously doubt that.
Be surprised. It'd be awesome if he was.
It's a very select group here, so who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did start that American Diabetes Society to go against the other, Diabetes Association. My friend that died that had the heart disease, it was Dr. Barry, and that was before Barry started carnivore. He was keto. So that's what got him off the duck food diet. Because the thing is, he's been friends with me for 10 years, and he can never figure it out. We go to the buffet, and I clean up and eat so much food and never gain any weight. Oh, just wait until you reach your 40s. Wait till you reach your 50s. Well, okay, I'm still here.
Here you are.
But then there's something to this. I think the longer I live, the more people are going to realize there's something to what Rick is doing. And I've had other people tell me now, they said, well, I'm starting to eat more like you and I'm losing all this weight. Well, that's good, but it may not last. I mean, who knows? Like you said, it may stall or plateau or whatever, but I think that over time, most people will get benefit. And if they have any analytic ability, they'll say, you know what, I'm going to stay with this. I hope they don't fall back into the duck food.
Yeah, I remember I've even just out of curiosity, I've went and watched some of Dr. Barry's older videos where he's actually talking about paleo and keto versus keto and carnivore, but talking about, and even like videos where he's defended, people saying nuts are bad for you. But of course, he's went back and revised a lot of his views and stuff about what he used to recommend. And I'm like I said, I mean, I'm sure if eating any kind of nuts, it don't matter. I'm aware of all the the cyanide and the oxalates and stuff, but it's better eating nuts than it is eating McDonald's French fries or Cheetos or
Right.
even crackers, like just regular saltine crackers because but anyway, yeah, I thought that was interesting going back watching some of his older videos.
I always wondered how anybody could actually enjoy eating Cheetos. Those things, they look like orange turds. They look like cat turds that were painted orange. They're nasty looking things.
Well, that's their intent, to make it look like orange turds. That's what they're trying to do.
If my phone's about to die,
right, so people start carnivore, have an issue with this or that, and boom, back to the sad diet or duck food.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with me is, I've gone off here and there, like certain circumstances, like I mentioned. One of the biggest circumstances is rehabs. Whenever I have to go to a rehab, it's hard to be on the diet, on the carnivore diet. I think we can. I mean, I think Mitch can attest to that.
Yeah.
And but still, like, what surprises me, what amazes me about myself, and yes, I'm patting myself on the back here, is how quickly I go right back to the carnivore.
Mm-hmm. Well, even where I work, there's so many times where I've turned down free food. Look, Chick-fil-A, my wife works at Chick-fil-A, by the way. Chick-fil-A gives first responders free food. Like, all you gotta do is walk in there and order. Free food. And still turn that crap down because I've actually started digging into what that crap's actually made from, made of.
Mm-hmm.
And ingredients like that kids play with silly putty, the same. But we get, hey, go to this so-and-so church, they're giving away to first responders, they're giving our police officers, they're getting free food. And I'm like, I won't even go. Like, I'll have my burger patties with my boiled eggs and my.
Oh, lost signal.
Mhm. I'm like, while CB's talking and everything, while you're talking, I'm looking at the screensaver, I guess, that Jonathan has up for the StreamYard. And I was just thinking, if I was on acid or anything like that, I'd be like really tripping right now, because it's just.
Well, you looks like you got stars and smoke and who knows what else going on.
That's what I mean. It's like this, like this atmosphere. It's cool, but I just noticed it, So it's like, oh, stay still. It keeps on moving back and forth.
Let's see. Rehab feeds duck food to people. That's true. Duck fillet, Chick-fil-A was delicious. Chick-fil-A is nasty. There's one down the street. I've made videos going by there. The smell is terrible. And on top of that, I mean, the food. The thing is, I've been there when people I work with go to eat there. And there are people there are friendly and all that. And they said, "Oh, Rick, you want something?" And I'm like, "Well, they don't have iguana or duck here, do they?" Chick-fil-A. I said, "Well, how about heart attack chicken?" Like, what's that? Just plain old fried chicken legs or thighs. Oh, no, it's a chicken sandwich, which is basically chicken meat wrapped with, I guess, flour and sugar and whatever else and fried in some kind of seed oil. And even some of the other places, they try to pretend like they're healthy by using peanut oil. I'm like, well, peanuts are legumes. They're basically just roots. I'm not going to eat roots, remember. Yeah, no roots, stems, leaves, or seeds on Rick's diet. That's it. And the other thing is the fruit. Modern fruit is engineered to be sugar laden. So I guess it makes it more addictive. That way they can sell more fruit. So I'm not going to eat any of these modern fruits. I'm eating fruit that basically is growing in the wild. And, speaking of fruit, my banana plants are declining because ever since my ducks left, they're not getting the fertilizing that they need. Even though I'm putting all the material back in the ground as compost, it's not being broken down. Without the ducks, it's not feeding the soil fungi like CV Carmack was talking about. I've seen that. It's happened in my yard many times. But as soon as I get another flock of ducks, the bananas will start to grow massive like they were before, and I can give all my friends the delicious bananas that they seek. But yeah, Chick-fil-A to me is nasty. I'd rather have parking lot chicken. Yeah, his phone was about to die. Exactly. Looks like Carvajal was successful.
Yeah, I think it more than just died. I think it died. I don't think it was about to die. I think it died.
Yeah, the battery went down.
Yeah.
Car ad. Rick, you're different. All these carnivores not growing up carnivore most likely loved this carb. Yeah, that's true. I am different because even as a kid, I didn't see candy or cake as a treat. I thought it was like, big deal, right? But meat was always my treat. It is to this day. Let's see. Luckily, bacon
Which I have to admit,
greater than beef.
I do feel a little envious of you with that concept of that you just are turned off by it.
Yeah.
With me, I still like it. I can also, I feel like I'm still pretty refrained for the most part. But, I think if I was repulsed even more, I think that it'd be even easier for me to stay away,
Yep. I go to get-togethers and I never eat any of that stuff. I just don't see it. Everybody's always got the nacho chips and the bread and all that stuff, and it doesn't appeal to me. And sometimes I'll say, well, when's the food coming? Because to me, the real food is the meat. There's nothing else there that's food. And as for rice and all that, they give it to me. You know where it's going. It's going straight to the canal. Feed the ducks.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't even, if I have control of what I can put on my plate, you're never going to see me putting that stuff on my plate.
That's it.
Yeah. But yeah, like when you're in the rehabs and stuff like that, even if you eat meat and stuff like that, you're still not guaranteeing the good food and stuff. I mean, like last time I was in rehab, I was a little bit more stricter and a little bit more hard-headed when it came to eating the stuff I wanted to eat. But, but when you're weak and you're going through a lot, like, you put yourself in the body of like somebody with dementia, and other people are telling you to eat putting the bad foods in front of you, it's not easy to keep on it.
Mm-hmm. That's true. But the problem is a lot of people just don't see it as bad food. They see it as normal food, or what they call it comfort food. I'm like, what is comfort
Or they
food?
actually think actually, no, I'll go a step further. A lot of people think that the food is better for you. They think the food that we're doing is the bad food. You know?
Like they're telling me, eat a potato. I'm like, that's a root. I don't eat roots. But potatoes are so healthy. You can live on potatoes, whatever. Like, I don't know. I don't see the point. I'd rather feed the potatoes to a pig and then eat the pig's meat.
And people going, like, when I was at my sister's, they didn't really argue with me, but they're like, you don't eat, like, how about bread? Don't you eat bread? I'm like, no. I mean, that's probably the worst of them all, if you think about it.
Yep. That's the problem. A lot of people, his phone died for sure. A lot of people, they think that bread is like bread and butter, that's like the main thing that you're going to eat. And I said, you don't need bread. Bread is a processed food. Oh, no, it isn't. I said, well.
You know what? Just take the butter, put it on the steak, and I'll have that instead of the bread.
Well, it's like when you go to a restaurant, they give you a little bit of butter and a bunch of bread. I just grab the little piece of butter and eat it. And then, where's the butter? Like, what butter?
Now, you do have to make sure that you are actually eating butter. I mean, because sometimes it might not be the butter, But
well, I think one time that's what it was, because it didn't taste right, and then I had diarrhea a few hours later.
It ended up being margarine or something like that.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. But it's it said butter. When I ate it, it tasted a little strange. I said, this butter is kind of old. It tastes like chemicals. And then they said, oh, it's fine. It's fine. Because, once you've been doing this for long enough, you can really taste when it's fake. You used to have the stupid commercial, I can't believe it's not butter. Like, I believe it. I knew it wasn't butter from the beginning.
Yeah.
But
like, you're not shocking me, Eddie.
No, not at all.
I mean, I'm at the point that if I don't have bread very often, even if at all at this point, but if I'd be so strict on that bread, it would not be funny. Like, it has to be like fresh from the oven. It has to be really good bread. There's so many, because if I just went to a restaurant and had like it from the bread basket, I wouldn't like it because it'd be too stale to me. It'd be too old. It has to be like literally still hot,
Right.
Like, and do you think I'm going to be making bread at my house? No.
No.
So,
like you said,
I never
real
made bread before all this.
Yeah. In the old days, my mother said they used to sell day-old bread, and people would use it for making things. It was hard as a rock.
It's actually considered pretty good for French toast and stuff. Yeah.
Right. That's what it is. But I never liked bread. I never saw the purpose in it. When I was a kid, they used to give me whole wheat bread. So I grew to hate bread. And now at this point, I just see it as duck food. People give me leftover bread, I head right to the canal and give it to the ducks.
Well, you want to hear a funny story, and this is probably very, very unique. I used to go to McDonald's with my mom every time after she had radiation for her cancer. And we go to this one McDonald's, and we would actually eat it. We would eat in the car, we eat our food, and then when we were done, we throw the food outside, and the seagulls would come and get it.
Right.
Well, one time, my mom had just passed away, and it was like maybe a week after she passed away, I went to it just for a little nostalgia and got myself a burger, but I wasn't eating the bun. Like, I usually would take it off the bun all the time. Well, this one day, threw the bun out the window, and the seagulls ran from it.
That's bad.
How good is that particular bread that a seagull will not even go?
They eat anything. I used to make videos about feeding stuff to ducks. When I had my ducks here, I had some fake chicken that was from Loma Linda, and they threw that to the ducks, and it bounced around. The duck nipped at it and just walked away. I'm thinking, even a stupid duck is smart enough not to eat that stuff.
Yeah. Like, what's in that particular bread? Because normally they eat bread.
Yeah.
So for them to be like against the one bred. I mean, because you think about seagulls, they're like scavengers. They'll eat.
Yes. Well, the Muscovy ducks around here are scavengers too. Yeah. And you should see how sick some of them get. The worst are the ones that live behind the hospital, where everybody goes to have their cigarette break and they eat snacks. So they must get a steady diet of junk food. And they're all like they're mutant-looking ducks. Some of them have their feet are misshapen. Their wings are sticking out because they have angel wing. I've seen some with their head is crooked. I mean, they develop like crap eating that stuff. And then they wonder why people are getting so sick.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm noticing my coughing's getting a lot worse, but still. So if I keep on muting, that's why I'm keep on muting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's probably better not to talk if you're having all that coughing. You might have to take a break and take the day off.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's what, like, tomorrow, even if I do the my live tomorrow, I can't see it being I can't see it being for too long. Just, I mean, the hour is probably the biggest stretch for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But going back to what we were talking about before, I definitely think Wednesday would be actually pretty good. I forget who mentioned that earlier.
I remember that commercial. Remember, I can't believe it's not butter.
Yep.
Day old donuts. Yep.
It looks like Terry Sue joined back in on the chat.
Oh, okay.
And Lizzie thinks you're funny.
Really? That's a miracle.
Yeah.
My new bed chair is set up. Okay. Dropped everything. I have to restart my whole setup.
I guess
okay.
Couch potato.
Well, if Jonathan's going to restart his setup,
I never try to be funny, but people laugh at me no matter what.
Oh, I know what you mean. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, that is true. Rick Funny. Yeah, that's what he said. No cough syrup or them throat thingies. They're usually full of sugar anyway.
Of course, you know what? If you look back to Lizzie again, when it says Rick Funny, the emoji doing a laugh, it looks like an evil laugh. So
yeah, that's what I figured.
What is meant by that? What is meant by that?
Yep. Let's see.
Am I right?
Oh yeah, I napped him. I'm back. Breakfast. Okay, definite time change there. And alcohol.
See, Terry Sue, this goes to show you that no matter what, no matter where Rick is, we'll still be on live. No matter whose channel he's on.
That's it. Well, the thing is, I just have a way of.
I give myself credit for that too, but I think you're the most hospitable when it comes to this.
You have to have a sense of humor, especially when you live the way that I do, because in many ways. Well, the thing is, like in my case, no one can really ignore me when they see me because I'm probably the tallest person in this whole area. And then when they see me eat nothing but meat, the grocery store is another one. I never use a shopping cart. Every time you see me going shopping, I think maybe once in a while. The only time I use the shopping cart is when they have a really good sale on meat. The meat's so cheap, I can't resist. I spend all my money. All the money in my wallet goes to the butcher shop, and then I bring that home. But most of the time, I just grab and go. I'll get the few things that I need and then take them home. And I stock up, which is kind of nice because you don't have to worry about constantly, like when my mom was here, refreshing all those fruits and vegetables. That was a constant battle because they would rot. You get some apples or whatever, and then you stick them in the drawer, and they look pretty good. And then, unfortunately, they just sort of half of them are rotten. You get one rotten fruit in there, and the whole thing goes downhill. And it doesn't take long. That's what I like about meat. You don't get that same effect. If the meat goes bad, it goes bad all at once. It doesn't go bad in certain parts. But, with these fruits and vegetables, you could have rotten lettuce sitting in the good stuff, and then it just spreads the rot. So, That's one of the disadvantages of that diet. I see you're over there having a lot of coughing.
Yeah.
Might have to take a day off and relax. I don't know if you have to work today.
No, I don't have to work, but
Okay.
going to do a few Zoom calls, but I can probably stay in the background.
Right. Let's see. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just making the joke, Terry. I'm not overthinking the emoji. I'm just just a little observation is all.
There you go. I seem to do naps during Rick's podcast. Well, that's good. There's no battling going on here. It's a relaxed.
To get some sleep. I'm napping right now. You just don't know it.
Oh, okay. Falling asleep, huh?
Yeah. Oh, did you see the thing with? Oh no, you didn't because it was on one of us. I actually fell asleep in the middle of on a podcast like we're on right now with Mitch.
Oh, okay.
Mitch was going, and I was tired. I mean, I just got off of work and everything like that, and I still hadn't gotten much sleep, and I was just like, he made a mark about it. He even made a comment at the next day.
This is a good point. My mother used to send me to the store when she wasn't able to go herself, and I had to look up all these weird breads. I called it challah. Evidently, she knew what it was, and she wanted me to get that. And even the bread would go bad if the bread was fresh baked. My mom only ate so much, and then some of it would go bad, and that'd have to go to the ducks. So that was the other thing. When my mom was alive, the ducks were constantly fed because there was constantly something going bad in the kitchen. But now that it's just me, nothing ever goes bad. I can't remember the last time I had to throw out any food. That's the funny thing about this diet. Let's see. Rick is smooth and predictable until he isn't. And I like that part. I'm waiting for a coconut tree crash fits. I try to avoid those crashes, but I may have to just put a permanent camera on the bicycle so the next time that I have an accident that you can see it. And thankfully, I've never really been hurt in any of these other than a few scratches and bumps. Emphasize the excess fluid. Okay. That cough could be helped by rebounding and trampoline. All right, that's interesting. Let's see. Huh. Okay. We're thinking emojis. Okay. Well, anyway, my friend was supposed
to. So, are you going to be doing these? Are you going to be doing this format off of Jonathan's channel, like you did today?
I'm sure from time to time. Plus, I have my own format. I mean,
I kind of go. Is this like your new format or something, or
it's just a one-off. Try it out. And I see that I guess Jonathan's taking the time to rewire his setup and move things around. He's making it more and more comfortable, which is a good thing. So that way he can stay on longer. So that's great. And I hope he's able to get more support too, which is even more important.
Well, I'm grateful that obviously you let me on, but I'm grateful that Jonathan was willing to let me on too, because I never met Jonathan. I don't really know him that well.
Oh, okay. Well, if you haven't met him, this is your chance to check out his channel and see what he's all about.
No, I've checked it out. I just saying, I figured he didn't even know who I was. So,
right. Well, it doesn't matter. The way I think it works.
A very popular person.
I think that Jonathan's trying to get the message out there, and I think one of the reasons he invites me on the channel is to kind of mix things up a little bit, because I'm somewhat unpredictable. I mean, I'm predictable in many ways, but I can also be unpredictable, and I'm the one that likes to do things a little. Yeah, I like to do things a little differently. Let's put it that way. Duck power. There you go. You'll have to make the cartoon.
Tell me if I'm wrong, but this orbital hub, I don't think I've ever seen him on Mitch's channel. So this is or yours. Is he just exclusive with Jonathan?
I don't know.
He or she?
I thought I saw him. That's a good question.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
But I'm sure you'll get some type of answer.
Yeah. Rick's a loose cannon, they say.
The thing is, most of the time, I don't bother anyone. But when someone directly goes after me, that's when I do it. Let's see. I only hound Rick. There you go.
Okay, so that shows that he's been on your channel.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's cool that, you know, from other channels, like Tim was saying that he sold it. Excuse me. Who are you talking about there? Is it me or Rick?
Talking about me, I'm sure. Well, I mean, I guess now that you're here. That's it.
I mean, I can see you being monetized in about a year. Actually, I can see you being monetized sooner than that.
Yeah. That's true.
I mean, did you see that Aaron's now monetized?
Yeah. I saw that. Well, technically I am as well. Been for a while, but I don't really.
Right. Because you have enough people. You have enough.
Yeah, I have enough people. I just don't want to run any kind of membership because I don't have the time to provide any value. And the super chat, I think they take 30%. So I'm not that enthusiastic about it. But I wanted to get out there. I mean, if they give me some ad revenue, that's great. If not, it's not the end of the world. I just don't want to take advantage of my viewers. I'd rather just put the message out there and see what people do on their own.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think my last count of subscribers was like 292.
Mm-hmm.
So I still got a long ways to go before I can even. But that's fine, you know.
Right. That's it. I need to fix my outside cameras so that I can just view it from the monitor instead of having to look out the window. Plus, I can show outside scenes when I'm doing my videos. I got a lot of things to do. That's the problem. I spend too much time online, and on my day off, that's what I'll probably do today. I go outside and try to get something done because I've been inside the whole day. I don't think I've seen any, well, other than the window, I haven't seen any sunlight. Let's see what we got here.
Jerry says I'm on the docket. So.
There you go.
And Bill, when you say 8 or 9, what are you talking about? 8 or 9? What do you mean?
Yes, it is. Let's see.
Okay, well, anybody that's watching this, if you're not subscribed to Bill's channel, subscribe.
There you go.
Help him increase.
It will grow.
I mean, not that it's going to help. Not that it's going to really do that big of a jump, but you know, if anything, even if one does. Mm-hmm. But then again, I'm like speaking like I have no idea if he has any content on his channel or anything.
Right. Well, if you have content, you'll get some subscribers. Even a total quack like me has been able to get over 3,000. I mean, right. I don't think I'm going to make 4,000 by the end of the year, but I mean, after 17 years, 10 of those years being inactive, that's probably pretty good.
Oh, he has a channel about video games.
Oh, okay. There you go. That's the one thing I never got into was video games. I mean, they had one video. It was a video game when I was a kid. I think it was called Duck Hunt. I'm thinking to myself, well, why would I bother with that when I could go to the canal with bread and a net and get my own
real life
experience? Right. Yeah. You don't have to shoot the duck. They come right up to you and you grab it, stick it in a bag and bring it home. And you get to enjoy your duck whenever you want. There are very few ducks that can resist duck food.
Okay, this is interesting. LOL and my brother playing as Mitch. What does your brother like do videos like pretending to be Mitch? Like what's that's sort of that. Oh, speaking of which, have you ever seen the videos with Aaron imitating Mitch?
Yes, I think I saw one.
She has this really good short where she imitates him talking about having his hat on backwards.
That's funny. That is funny.
Aaron, speaking of Aaron. Aaron's in the chats.
Oh, okay. Didn't see her. There she is. Yeah, it seems like it, doesn't it? I'm going to have to wrap this up and get something done today. I just have a habit. We had a couple of people come on, and that's good. One is a regular, one was new. I'm just waiting here to see if anybody else wants to come on. And if nobody comes on, we'll probably give Thomas a break where he can go and work on getting better. And I can go outside and work on doing something other than sitting around all day. I didn't let Milton in here because, well, he's sleeping under the air conditioner in the other room. And I haven't heard him banging.
The show anyway, so.
Do what?
He would just take over the show anyway. So.
Oh yeah, he'll get his hands on the computer, he'll get his paws and everything. That cat this morning, he's running around like a wild animal. It's so cute. Then eventually he falls asleep. That's the way the cats are. I guess we're all kind of like that too. Yeah. If I was sitting in a lecture right now, I would fall asleep, like a seminar or something. But I eat my lunch, I get my 2 pounds of meat in there, and I get a little relaxed, and then starts to pick up again.
So just to kind of say how good the carnivore diet is, right now you can see I have the flu, correct?
Yeah.
Well, normally my sugars would be really high. So anybody watching this right now, at my highest, it's at 112.
Ah, that's good.
So that's a sure good sign that it's in the right direction.
Mm-hmm. There you go. And you keep this up long enough, you're just going to keep losing more and more body fat and get leaner, and you might not even recognize yourself.
I didn't put a video out because it didn't feel right, but I was actually able to give you a little indication. Okay, I was able to put on a large T-shirt. Now it still was tight, but it went over the stomach. It fit. It just was very tight under the arms and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And when I first started this, the YouTube journey and everything like that, the 4 months ago, I was a 2X. So I've gone from a 2X to a large tight, but still large. And, like I wouldn't wear a large to everywhere, but I was still able to get over my shoulders, and I was still able to get over my stomach. So yeah, the weight is coming down, slowly but surely.
You share your screen. I'm not sure how I would do that. Let's see.
It says Aaron is thinking about going live soon. You mean today, Aaron?
Oh, if you're going to go live, we can end this. Let me see. Or you can join us. I think is my channel name. Okay, here it is. I hate people like this. Comments section. Let's see. Oh boy. How do I open this? I don't have OBS open. I'm not sure how this works.
Now I have a question. Orbital Hub, are you a DuckTales fan? Because I cannot tell with some of your comments.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Darkwing Duck. I remember that from the early 90s.
Yep. Let's see. Nutcase. How can I get this? How do I get the nutcase? Where is the nutcase? Okay. Jonathan's got his hookup back. What? How do I share this? I've got Let's see. Mute.
What are you trying to share?
I don't know. Jonathan was saying something about sharing the screen, but I don't know how to. Okay, here it is.
Yeah,
how do I
how to do
open?
that yet.
I don't know how to open that link.
Is he trying to share something in particular?
Yeah, but I don't know how to open this. It's not like OBS. I don't have scenes. I don't think I have the option because I got, let's see, scenes, new scene. What am I missing here? Got banners. Let's see, video clips, but these are all preset video clips. Oh, what is this? Jonathan, okay. Jonathan's here. What am I doing? Okay.
I see somebody slowly coming in.
Yeah, well, I think he's reconnecting.
I'm going to guess who that is, obviously.
Should be Jonathan.
That's who I was guessing. Yeah.
That's weird, though. Seems to be really slow. I don't know why I can't find this. Maybe I get a different menu than the administrator.
Oh, probably. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, unless he made you like a co-host or something like that. That's
yeah. Well, that's what I think.
Which he sort of would have had to have done to allow you to have some control.
Right. But I don't seem to be able to change that. Why is this not coming up? Well, this is interesting. I got an error of some kind. Oh well, it's still running. Computer hasn't crashed yet. I got some kind of weird error, and seems like it's still running. Nope, he's coming back. There we go.
I mean, yeah, Labyrinth says video isn't available evermore.
Oh,
I'm not sure what evermore means, but something just came up on me for the private chat, so maybe. Oh, sorry.
I got a private chat. Let's see.
Yeah. And Jonathan puts in copy and paste onto Google Rick, then click present screen. So copy and paste.
Okay.
The thing he's bringing in, and then I guess right click the present screen.
Okay. I'm looking for a present screen, but I can't. Where is it?
Well, would it be under like right click your mouse?
I don't know. Let me see. No, it just gives a generic save page as whatever. I mean, let's see. Present screen. Why don't I see that?
Mine doesn't either. I mean, you probably have more capabilities than I do.
I click present, but then it says video file, image file. Doesn't say anything about a website. Extra camera, slides, and PDFs. I don't see any place you can put a link. That's weird. Share screen.
Oh, would be here for share screen?
Let me try that and see what happens. Okay. Huh. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh.
That's weird. StreamYard. Okay. Up. We have a problem. All right, let me get rid of that. No, what happened was it's just sharing itself. I think I got some computer configuration issues. When I did the share screen, It just basically shared itself, which is like looking between two mirrors, where the image just repeats itself. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so
Hmm.
I'm gonna actually try.
A good learning
Hopefully.
experience. Okay. Okay, any more? Last part of the link in chat after live. Yeah, I could. I did that. Yep.
That didn't work.
Okay.
I thought I shared some.
Yeah. GFG, the guy is insane. Okay. Why did it not? Oh, he's coming back. I think he's trying to get his setup fixed up. I know the feeling.
Okay. I tried on my end. I couldn't really figure it out.
Yeah.
Okay. We all can't be perfect, right?
I don't know anybody that is perfect. That's the thing. I don't think I've ever met a perfect person in my life. I always say it's a trade-off.
Nope.
Everybody, it's like all these women, they want the
perfect I've met people that thought that they were perfect.
I've seen a lot of people like that, but I've never, a lot of these, this is the thing that people get so hung up on celebrities. And I've always said, I've never met any of these people in person, but if I did, I would be disappointed in every one of them, because I know real life people that are more impressive than any celebrity I can think of. And I don't know anyone that's got everything. I've never met a person that has the best looks, the best intelligence, and everything together. Okay, Jonathan's popped in. Let's see. I don't know why this doesn't do it. This is just weird.
Yeah, he's saying he can't do it on his end because his laptop is messed up in the wires.
Right. That's odd. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, that is not what I want to do. Okay. I don't know. This is odd. Okay. I mean, usually they have a browser link. I can present a video file, but it would have to already be on the computer. Same thing with an image. And if I show the screen, let's see.
Right.
It just goes.
I'm looking at the thing. Let me pause it. Actually, I have it on mute, but I mean, I was able to get it on another present section, but then you and me closed out for a couple minutes.
Right.
Like that was left on, but
I just wonder how this compares.
So I mean, I got us as far as into the car, but I couldn't get us to the destination in the car.
Right. Seems like, what did I do? Okay.
But it looks like it's about the fundraiser for Jonathan.
Yes. Well, yeah, okay, I see what you mean. I put a link. I think I had a link on my page. I'm not sure if it's still there, but I don't know if I get enough viewers or anybody even notices it. But let's see. The guy is insane. TFG. The guy is insane. The other problem is that there's these people that keep harassing Jonathan for some strange reason. I don't know why. but I guess they have nothing better to do with their life than to try to aggravate somebody else, which I think is ridiculous.
Right. Bingo. That's why they do it, because they have nothing else better to do.
That's probably one of the reasons they don't do it to me that often, because I kind of laugh off everything. Everybody's different, you know. And like I said, even, you know, some of the channels, people get offended, but some of them they don't. They're like,
Right.
like, you know, Carrie, he doesn't get offended. I mean, I'm sure there's somebody out there that could offend him, but on YouTube, it doesn't seem to make a difference.
Yeah, like water off a duck's back, basically, which is
There
a
you
good
go.
analogy for you.
That is very true. I'm going to have to. Well, I did make a video one time of the ducks in the rain. I said it's like water off a duck's back. Okay, let's see what we got here. I got some more comments. Okay. Hide him from your channel. Yes. One guy was perfect once. Yeah, that's referring to Jesus being chased by a sugar zombie. Each post gets more and more detailed. Fortunately, I moderate most channels. Just want to make sure it's addressed. Some people are evil. I agree with that. Men will walk on water. Others will say it is because he cannot swim. There you go. Well, you know what? If it's a frozen day, it's easy to walk on water. That's one good thing.
That
Cold
is
enough,
true.
anybody can walk on water. Oh, we got another comment here. For a grandma, I've seen one comment that it doesn't look autistic. That is just stupid to say that.
That's a pretty good question. What is the imagery of autism supposed to look like? You know?
Yeah, that's just somebody that either is being an idiot or doesn't know anyone that's autistic, because I know from experience they don't have a certain look. I mean, you know, you might be thinking of
everything's different.
Down syndrome. That has a certain look, but autism, no.
Right.
In fact, the only person I know in real life to this point that's autistic is actually extremely good looking compared to some of the other people that he works with. So there's not a certain look to it. It's more of it's a personality. I mean, has nothing to do really with looks. What else we got here? I guess I should look more like a beanpole or something. God forbid. Yeah, like me, a beanpole. Someone with intense passions tries to achieve what they love to do. But yeah, the other person I know that's autistic, he's actually in very good shape, and he's also into the gym. Of course, he's not carnivore, and he's younger, so maybe time will change that. But that's okay. Let's see what else we got here. Found the book Grain Brain for $1. Well, that's a good find, probably at the thrift store. I don't have any of those books. By your definition, Rick, I've walked on water a lot. Hey, if you live in a cold enough climate, it's easy to do. You live in Florida, not so easy to do. And if you see somebody walking on water, there's probably gators underneath. You know, that it's like in I think it was a James Bond movie. It was the one where they were in Louisiana. Was that Moonraker? I don't know. It was one of those James Bond movies, and he was on the island, this little island over there it's full of alligators. This bad guy, had like a place in the swamp, and he got off the island by running across the backs of alligators as they were snapping at him. Let's see. Yeah, that's right. Well, there you go. I was not aware that Barkay was on the autism spectrum. That's interesting.
I mean, when I hear stuff like that, it doesn't shock me any. But yeah, I never knew that either. I mean, I'm one of those people that don't get shocked by many things. You know,
Well, that's good.
Like, okay.
And Jonathan obviously agrees. So, but again, some people do get personally affected by this, and that's just the way it is, you know. Some people don't care. I don't care. I'm just a quack. They can make fun of me all they want, but they're wasting their time, because I've already made fun of myself long before they ever did. Well, anyway, it looks like it's kind of settled down. and that's good.
Yeah.
So it's getting, what is it, 2:30?
And
Let's
actually,
see.
I want to. I'm going to be getting going soon. I don't know
All right.
how long you were planning on being on yourself, but
I generally stay on until other people come in, and when the participation goes down, then I go ahead and close the stream. So,
right.
I don't see
Yeah,
that many comments coming in.
I mean, I don't know how long I've been on here, but the live's been up for about almost 6 hours now.
That's right. It's probably one of the longest. I know we did a longer live stream where you had a bunch of guests, but in this case, it might be one of the longest where you have one person.
I mean, you had some pretty good. I mean, CB had some really good information, and so did Tim.
That's right. And Tim, you get to meet Tim. I've never seen him before, so that's why I'm here.
Yeah.
See, I'm not here to promote myself. Oh, we got somebody. Oh, look who's here. There we go.
Oh, see, I did leave too soon then. But...
Oh, you're about to leave? Oh man. Okay. Bye, everybody.
I was thinking about it, but I'll stay on a little longer if you're here.
Well, I just wanted to pop in just a little bit because I'm gonna actually go on live for about maybe an hour. I don't know how long I'm gonna go today, but I figured I'd just say hi. I got back from shopping. You guys are still on again.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you. That's one reason why I was thinking about going off, because I was like, okay, I think Aaron might be doing a live, so to go on for you and to say hello and stuff. But
right.
Yeah. Well, I came on to say hi, guys.
So you were my reason of why I was going to leave Rick. But,
yeah, I was going to start
let him and Milton take care of the show all by himself.
The monster. Let the monster
go outside and get some sun. It's really cloudy for us here.
There's plenty of sun here.
I was outside earlier and it's freezing outside where I'm at.
It's hot.
I don't know why, but it's really cold.
No sun.
Cold doesn't exist here unless you stick your head in the refrigerator.
Yeah, no, I'll probably go outside again, put my shoes on, and go outside.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I'm wearing shorts, so that might. I'm wearing shorts, so that might be why I'm cold too. That could have something to do with it.
It's been so long since I've been cold. It's crazy.
See, I should start my own live stream. I just want to talk. Anyway, I just want to pop in and say hi to you. And hey, everybody.
Well, thank you for being here. I see you've been here in the comments.
Yeah, in and out.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. So I missed everybody else who popped in. I'll have to rewatch it one of these days.
Well, that's the thing. If you ever get the time, there's just so much content out there. No one can ever keep up.
That's right.
Yep.
Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe not.
Yeah. We need to spend more time outside. I'll have to set up an outside live stream. That'll be the next thing I need to do.
Each time you have to evolve.
That's right.
You got to evolve your live streams.
Well, that's what I'm going to try to do. And then when I get to move, it'll be even better. I'll just put an outdoor studio. That'll be the way to go. My biggest problem is responding to comments. But I guess if I put a big enough TV outside and I hooked it up to the computer and then I work from there, I could probably see the comments. There's several ways. I got enough junk laying around here. I could figure something out.
Yeah, so Orbital says we need a lizard cam or a snatch cam.
Well, it's possible. Go grab the lizard. Grab the iguana by the tail, as they say.
That would be fun. That would be fun to watch, actually.
Okay, yeah, Barquet. I think Barquet even has a live either Saturday. I think today's Saturday. I don't know. Saturday or Sunday. Saturday. I can't remember. Saturday, yeah.
According to my calendar, today is Saturday. Unless you're in like Australia, then it's Sunday. But, yeah.
See, Jonathan has a good point. I don't come across many clients without disabilities or illnesses. I just make sure they don't get worse with the duck food. That's it. I've never seen anyone that didn't have a problem. We all have our problems. We're imperfect. We learn to work around them. That's all. Hopefully our food pyramid changes. I agree with that. And there's Carnivore Keith. And the mail truck keeps driving by. But they never stop. That's weird.
Gotta go wave them down or something.
They have a letter for you, Rick, but they're afraid to mail it to you. They're afraid to.
I haven't gotten mail for like 3 days now. I don't know. Maybe they're afraid. They think it's like the Addams Family, where you have, what is it? The hand that comes out. What did they call that? The thing. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. And then they go to my door. I open the door and go, "You rang."
It's probably what
Did you see? You see what Dr. Nelson said? That somebody said that he looked like Uncle Fester and that I would be Lurch. So he put a picture of like Uncle Fester and Lurch. See, that would be
yeah, I
Rick
saw that. I still think you put a little thin mustache on you and have your hair slicked back the way you do with a nice pinstripe suit. You would definitely make.
So Terry Sue says, Aaron, they made a huge deal of the quake in Tennessee today, and there was one that was like, I guess everybody felt it, but I didn't, and I was awake too watching Rick's live stream when it happened, and there was like no shaking for us, but everybody else did feel it around us. And man, I haven't even seen it on the news yet. I don't know if there's any damage, because it's a big quake.
Back in the old days when they used to have rock pits here, we used to get vibration from the blasting, but we never had an earthquake.
I
didn't feel anything. Everybody else, like, closer
it's funny.
to
I actually woke up to Rick's live stream this morning. Like you were my alarm clock, Rick. And,
there you go.
And I wake up, I go downstairs for 1 second to get a cup of coffee. I come back upstairs, and your live stream's done with. It was like 45 minutes. I'm like, what the hell? Rick never has a 45-minute live stream, you know?
Then you see that I moved to this one.
Right. Yeah, it didn't take long to figure that out. But I was like, what the hell? Is Rick sick?
I made yogurt. And
over another one, like a bazillion hours.
No.
Yeah, I mean, if it's less than 3 hours, there's something wrong, you know?
Well, that's it. I think my first live stream was at least 5 hours. You never know. Because the thing is, I let the viewers control the live stream. That's the trick. Snatch cam is a GoPro attached to your arm while the claw snatches.
Let's face facts. Let's face facts for a second there, Rick. Because even if you have nobody on with you, you still can go about 3 hours by yourself.
Oh yeah,
you know,
yeah. You know how that is.
Like, it's not because you let anybody else on. It's just because you can conversate and you can carry a tune.
Well, that's it. I've had
and no, I
people
do not mean
say,
musical tune.
Well, you know, I'm not that bad when it comes to singing either, but I've had people say, I just want to make a couple of, short comments, and then an hour later, they're still talking. That's just the way it is.
Like me.
And I did a lot of customer service when I had my businesses, and believe me, I've been able to calm a lot of bad situations on people that basically were ready just to blow up. And when I got everyone together, they just had to come up with a solution. Yeah, small cameras that go on a cat's collar would be fun. And you never have to look for milk. Yeah, right? The little menace. This morning, he was running around so fast. It's crazy. Everywhere I went, choo, 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 back and forth. That cat was 90 miles an hour. He's nutty. It's cute, though.
So, yeah, I was just about to mention this. Jackie says about she's alive and over the post-surgery pain hump. I didn't realize that anything was going on. But I'm sorry about that, Jackie.
I wonder what kind of surgery it was.
Yeah.
Well, hello. There we go. That's excellent. Yeah, there you go. Let's see. That's why you have 42 different phones. Customer service, full spectrum. Well, you know, some of these actually are from the phone system that we had in the business. I'm still using that on the other wall here. This one right there.
Yeah.
Those are the NEC DSX phones that we had in the mid-2000s. And when we closed the business, I took them home with me. I hate throwing stuff out, so I repurposed it. I give it to somebody or I'll put it to use myself. That's the way that I am. Got my reduction, my girls. 4 pounds.
I figured out what she means when she said that. Yeah.
Okay. Is that like that restaurant that has an owl for the sign?
I have a friend. She had to get the same surgery. She felt so much better after.
Really? I guess that comes from being a little overweight.
Well, she wasn't overweight. She just, you know.
Wasn't
God
that like a
bless her.
Dolly Parton thing?
It's a Dolly Parton thing.
Yeah.
She felt way, like, after she had surgery and everything, she felt way better. She was able to, like, just, you know, stand up straighter and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Pin-up picture is cool. I wonder what that is. Wonder whose picture that is. Who? Okay. Yeah. Had those. Yeah. Dollies were fake. Okay. Interesting. Well, yeah. I've been fortunate. I've never had to have surgery. I've never been in the hospital, but I always said it would be terrible because I'd probably starve on my wall. Oh, they're just model cars.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I'd have a hard time driving that. It'd be too small, but you know.
And from the car club. Where is that? I can't get this out of here now. What is this? That's when we had the car club over there. These little model cars my friends used to give me as a little gift, you know, because I'm a major car motorhead kind of guy. I love my Dodge Chargers, which I haven't even had on the video for a long time, but it's coming one of these days. Let's see. St. Ranger Boovie Goats. Oh, boy. By the phones, yeah. Oh, those. Okay. This stuff.
Yeah, now you're getting it.
I was a kid.
Oh, the paintings?
Well, they're not paintings. They're like this fiberboard things. This has been here since I was a kid. My parents put that there. I'm not sure. Somebody named Ann, I guess, is the name. But
right. I mean, pretty good. Yeah. Whoever did it.
But that's from back in the 60s when they put that there, or early 70s. As far as I remember, that stuff's been there. It's still partially in the plastic wrapper. But yeah, this is definitely very old. I haven't done anything to this room. You got to remember, when I moved out of the house, the room basically stayed like this. My parents used it as a storage, and they filled it with junk. When my parents started having health issues in 2010, then I had to clean the room out so I could stay here with them when I was here. And then eventually I ended up living here again, and, well, this is what happened. And the only time I haven't been in this room is when the air conditioner broke. Earlier, was it last year, I had to sleep in the living room on the couch for a few months until I could fix the air conditioner. But other than that, I've been in here the whole time. So it's almost like when I was a kid, you know, everything here. I put this neon in here when I was a teenager, when I used to make neon. And I just collected stuff and put it in the room. So, and what I'll do when I get ready to move, I'm going to take everything out of here. I'll probably trash this paneling because it's shot. I've already gotten too many splinters. But when I make my new room, I'll use real wood. This is like a plywood. I'll use real pine or real cypress or something and use beaded board. But yeah, I kind of like the look. I don't like the new, I'll have to make a video one day about this crap they build here in Miami, the black, white, and gray, no way that I call it. Everything now has to be just plain. They act like it's high class when there's really nothing to it. Remember in the old days, high class was like gold and antiques and all that, you know, that fancy stuff they used to have. But nowadays, high class is considered to be nothing. Basically, you have nothing. Everything's painted white. And to me, that's cheap. Hello. Look at that.
We're going to wave bye because they need me.
Hi.
Bye.
Hi, Rocky. Hi, Flash.
Say hi, bye. Hi. Hi.
Hi. That's another thing I've noticed. The kids always seem to smile at me. I guess I'm funny.
Rocky. Yeah.
Everybody laughs at the duck. Huh?
So I'm going to go. I might
All right.
go maybe 2:30. So.
Okay.
Okay. Well, it's 2:45 now here. So was it 1:45 there?
Hour behind.
Well, it's 1:45 my time, so probably like I don't know what it'd be. But I'll
2:45.
yeah, something like that. All right, see you guys.
All right.
See ya.
Good to have you, Aaron.
So Jackie
right.
put in a comment here. So I had asked prior if I should fast, and here's what happened. I fasted prior, and my doc said, I know you are a carnivore, but you have to eat carbs so you can heal.
Ah.
I just read this like 4 or 5 times, and I'm sorry, the inside of me is like just laughing with the sadness of it all. You know, because obviously carbs do not help you heal. Carbs do a lot of stuff, but heal is not one of them.
That's true. And besides, people tend to eat way too much. Hummel paintings or rock. I don't know. That's a good question. It might be Hummel style. I'm not sure. But I know they're old. I know that.
From what I saw, it looked like Hummels, like on the painting thing.
Yeah, they kind of look like it, don't it?
Yeah.
There's a couple more in the bathroom that have been there forever. I don't know if they got thrown out or if they're still there. Gotta eat carbs to heal. Nope. Howdy. Yep. Still there. All right.
Here's Rocky. Rocky's
You're
adorable.
funny, Rick. I am. You would make a great father. I've heard that many times. Rick, you're patient. You make a great father. Well, since I haven't made it, it won't happen, and I'm too old now, so it won't matter. I'm genuinely hurt that people would accuse you, Rick. I'm angered tonight. Well, you know what? People are just people. I don't know what I can do about them. See you, Aaron. T-shirt idea. On the inside, laughing at how sad it is. Okay.
Now, did I miss something? What did they accuse? I didn't see anybody accusing you of anything. Or did I miss something?
It might have been.
And I do apologize if I did, you know.
Well, I've had people accuse me of all kinds of things.
Right.
You know,
but I meant like generally today.
I didn't notice anything right now.
I really didn't see anything in the
wrong.
chats accusing you of anything, unless it's someplace else.
Could be.
I mean, I get mad. I would get mad too if I saw that. That's what I'm saying. Like, what did I miss?
I got so many problems to deal with. I don't even worry about it. It's like people I know that get into road rage. I don't care. I said, look, in a few seconds, I won't see them again. So who cares?
Yep.
Let's see here. Now, if I had restored my car and they crashed into that, then they might see some real road rage. Some reckless driver destroys my fully restored car. I may get angry enough to turn their car over and stuff their head into it. You know, that'd be bad. But the little stuff, I don't worry about it.
That's pretty expressive there.
Well, it's like when the jack broke in my car, I actually picked it up to get the tire back on. Let's see, what is this? Replenishing your cells with more cells you're actually made of. That's not a bad idea. Those saturated fats have got to be better than that synthetic crap they try to make you eat. Let's see. Oh, we got more comments. Rick would take out his refurbished rocket launcher. Well, don't tempt me. I might build one. But I don't really get mad at the average person. I get more angry with the system, the government, the corporations, and all the people that make this possible. The other stuff doesn't really bother me.
Yeah, but instead of a rocket launcher, it would be a duck launcher. It'd be like, you know, you'd be shooting ducks.
Well, you'd have to have an army of aggressive ducks. Get the meanest male ducks you can imagine and have them attack somebody. I don't know if you saw, I put a video I saw on the news that some lady got attacked by a duck. But I think what happened is the duck flew up on her arm and then grabbed her with the claws. That's probably what happened. I've had them do that to me before, but she probably tried to knock the duck off and it tore her skin. I've had the ducks fly up, land on my arm, and then I just start petting them, and then they fly off. So I think when they look at me and they realize, oh, he's a duck eater, and then they fly off, and that's it. I've never been hurt by a duck in my entire life. Wash right up on shore. I guess some cartoon ideas. That's funny. Yeah, there you go. I see you got a response there. Duck launcher is brilliant. One time I had the code enforcement harassing me because they said that I couldn't have livestock because there's ducks in my yard. And I told the guy, I said, they're not my ducks. It's, well, you're responsible. And I grabbed one of the ducks and I shoved it up to his car. You take him. He called the cops on me. They sent 3 police cars because they said that I assaulted him. Like, what did you do? I said, he told me I had to get rid of the duck. So I picked up a duck and I told him, you take it. And the one police lady, she was trying not to laugh. She was like,
yeah, it's a little hard.
covering. I mean, she was going to laugh. And then the other guy's like, well, you know, I think they said you shouldn't get too close to his car. You might be invading his space. I said, I didn't know. And the whole thing kind of blew over. That was it. But that code guy, he got scared. You should have seen his face when I held the duck up. And the duck, huh?
Let me ask you a question. I'm sorry to interrupt, but let me ask you a question. He was in your yard, right? Or no?
Well, I mean, in front of the house, he's sitting in the car. He came in my yard.
So isn't that your space?
Yeah, you would think so.
So his car was in your space.
Pretty much.
But that's all I'm trying to say. Like, they're thinking about you being in his space of the car. Well, technically, he was invading your space of your home.
Well, that's true, but that's what they always do. They always want to harass you and nitpick your life. But what happened was, it was so funny because he was busy looking in his computer to try to write up some kind of phony citation. And the duck went, because Muscovy ducks make a breathing sound. So when I held him up to the car, he put his neck in there and went, and when he saw the guy he jumped. He acted like I had a gun in his face. And it was just a duck head. And people are terrified of those ducks. If you've ever seen a Muscovy duck up close, they got that warty looking head with the red stuff. It scares people really badly. And meanwhile, I'm over there cuddling up to the ducky. So people are like, oh, how can you touch that horrible thing? They act like it's some kind of diseased, leper or whatever it is. It's just terrible. Sort of fly out. Okay. A duck launcher. E2 duck rocket. There's no Georgia. Wow. Yeah, it's probably just something they measured on a sensor. Couch potato. They look like something out of Lord of the Rings. He's got a good imagination. Trying to make that duck cartoon. But anyway, speaking of days, I need to go outside, I think. Got a million things to do. I can't spend the entire day indoors. So, and I think Thomas, he's coughing, so he needs to take a break. So, if nobody else wants to pop in the live stream, then I think we should end the live stream. And, next week there'll be another live stream, but you don't have to wait till next week. No. Because tomorrow, I think it's at 6 o'clock. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Our previous guest, semi-retired Bob, is having an online get-together. It's his birthday. So I was invited along with Dave Mack and along with Russ Mitchell. So if you want to see some of the funniest carnivores around, check it out. Also on Tuesday, on the Keto Cookout, I will also be there with Russ Mitchell. So I'll be there. And as a special bonus, I believe it's on Wednesday, I'm going to be on the 6 a.m. Dr. Kilt Show. So you're going to see a lot of me in the next few days. If you don't see me, I probably died of a heart attack. So if you don't see me online, look for the announcement that Rick got a heart attack and died from his horrible carnivore diet. So what do you think, Thomas? I guess you'll be working, but maybe you'll be there. I don't hear you. I guess you're on mute. Okay. Or did I lose my sound? I don't know if anyone can hear me or all the audio is going down.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you now.
Okay. Oh, I had myself muted probably when I was coughing. I didn't unmute it from coughing. So that's
oh, okay.
You weren't going deaf. You weren't going crazy.
Well, let's see what else we got. We got. Okay, that's.
Yeah. No, I was saying the thing to check me out tomorrow at noon, if you're able to.
Oh yeah. I see. Jonathan sorted out his setup, so you know it's going to be better than ever. Let's see. Take a couple of hours off, Rick. Yes, I'm going to take some time off here.
Yeah. And I have something to say about what Terry Sue's saying right here. Just a little comment I have. She's saying, Rick, you're getting around. I just have one thing to say. It's about freaking time, because you've been around for a long time. And the fact that you are getting around a lot more, it's about time that you're getting around more. You know, it's about time your face is starting to come up.
I appreciate that. I guess I haven't been around much and people haven't been seeing me. And I've been making videos for almost 3 years now. In August, it'll be 3 years since I did my first interview. So
yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah. I mean, you are starting, you know, I think people are starting to realize that we're all different and we all have different outtakes, and whether, you know, any differences is a good difference, basically, to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Not everybody can be the same. If we were all the same, we'd either be really boring or it would be easy to take down the whole system, because if everyone's the same, then everybody has the same weakness and the same strength. But at least when you have different people, it's like in nature. You don't have a forest of just one species of tree. You have to have a mix. Otherwise, the system eventually goes down. All right. So it's a classic. Yep. Okay. Well, you have to remember, I call it the heart attack diet because I didn't care if I got a heart attack, and I joke about it all the time. It's just like people joke about all different things. People joke about how ugly they are, and they joke about how dumb they are, and so on. But, you know, it's a heart attack. Okay, yeah, Marcus sorts you all out. That's true. Comments keep coming. It's definitely personality driven. Yes, it is. So anyway, I guess it's almost, what is it, almost 3 o'clock? It's about time that we cut this off and I go outside and get something done. And you too, you're probably already doing it while I'm talking because you can listen to us. But, you know, if you're sitting in front of the computer or in front of the TV, might be a good time to go outside. And then later on at night, I'm sure you can hit your favorite channels or TV shows or whatever. It's just that our words are powerful. People believe this whole, what I call prosperity doctrine, where they think you can speak things into existence. I don't believe that at all. The Bible says that time and unforeseen circumstances basically affect us all. So I think it's more of that. Now, you can talk yourself out of something. You can say, well, I don't want to do this job because it's hard, or I may get hurt, or this. That I do believe is true. If you want to learn something new and you talk yourself out of it, that's a problem. But when you're making jokes about things like heart attack and hurricanes and all that, I've been joking about hurricanes for decades, and it's been 100 years since Miami got hit by a hurricane. Yes, there was Andrew, but that was down south. I don't think our words really matter. I think what really matters is the attitude that we have, and if we believe that only the bad things can happen, that's a problem. But if we laugh about what can happen, I think there's an advantage to it. It's all in having that good sense of humor, and people that have a good sense of humor always seem to live longer. I've noticed that. Even the ones that are out of shape, seems like the people with a good sense of humor always live longer. Bible
you know,
says
Amy said, ask me. She's a good egg. I like Amy. She's really nice.
That's good.
You know,
everybody has their own view.
I think I mentioned her before. She actually writes children's books for Carnivore.
Yes,
that she's actually.
I remember.
Worked with Dr.
I've seen her story. I know that.
Yeah. So I mean, she's pretty powerful. She has pretty powerful stuff, you know.
Mm-hmm. Right. But you know what? We all got to go sometime. One of these days, there's many ways you can go. You could have cancer. You could have an accident. You could have infectious disease. But of all the ways to go, The quickest and the most entertaining seems to be the heart attack. You grab your chest, you fall over, you die, and that's it. There's no suffering. I mean, there may be short-term suffering, but when your heart's blocked, you don't have much to go. So I would rather have a heart attack than get cancer or some other chronic, painful, debilitating disease. And a lot of people just have a heart attack at night. They just go to sleep and they don't wake up. It's like my grandfather. My mom used to talk about that. He went to sleep and didn't wake up. Heart attack. So if you're going to go, that's the best way to go. And if you believe in God, then you know that your life is in his hands. So no matter what happens to your physical body, he'll remember you if you're one of the good people. So you have nothing to worry about, really. Otherwise, why would anybody have any kids? You're just sentencing to them to misery. So, but it's a little something to think about. And again, everyone has a different view. Okay, what else we got here? Feelings are what jack people up. Yep. Okay, I'd have to look that up. All right. So I guess we'll go ahead and I'll shut this down and we can pull out and go on and live our life. And again, I will see you hopefully tomorrow with Semi-Retired Bob. That's what I'm looking forward to. Let's see. What is this? Yep, see? That's good. Well, that depends. If you have chronic disease associated with heart failure, your life is not good. But see, that would give symptoms. Those are the people that are starting to get out of breath. They don't have the energy they used to. But if you're 56 years old and you have the same energy and strength as when you were 26, your life is good. You get that sudden, intense heart attack, and that's the end of it. What's wrong with that? And there have been people out there that just, even people that are athletic, they just drop dead all of a sudden. That's it.
Basically, what you're talking about, you're not talking about like an ongoing lifestyle. You're talking about that instant. Like you were thrown in front of a train, or you're dropped off a building, and you had the heart attack because of the sheer panic of the instantaneous.
That's right. Or just from old age. Nothing lasts forever.
Right.
Something just fails, and that's it. Because in
Everything
the end,
just stops.
In the end, the entire world is ruled by the second law of thermodynamics, which is called entropy. Everything tends towards greater disorder. So without an external force to keep putting the energy in the system, it eventually breaks down. It's going to happen. None of us are going to live forever in this form. No. Now, maybe in another form, that's depending on your beliefs. But even if you believe that you're going to live forever on the earth, it's not going to be in the same body. It's got to be replaced because this system is faulty. It's not perfect. So, and everybody has issues. I don't care who you are. I have yet to meet a person that's perfect. So.
Yeah. No, I agree.
So that's the important thing, because otherwise, I think if anybody was perfect, they would just sort of become full of themselves, and then that would lead to a worse crash. All right, so
I'm here. I'm just putting my shoes on.
Okay.
Is this where I'm going right after we're done?
For a walk?
No. No, I'm not feeling that well to do a walk, but I'm going to go outside and sit on the bench for a while.
That's it. I need to go outside. I got 2 grenades to sell for 200 new yens.
Yeah.
Your heart stops for whatever reason. That is very true. Take care, everyone, and have a great day. I painted a room while you were talking. Well, there you go. See, somebody's being productive. I'm not being productive, but I will be. So we'll go ahead.
I can't paint a room. I can't paint a room in like only 4 hours. I'm sorry. I'm not that good.
Well, it depends on the size of the room and what you're working with. I'm sure if you have a great
if the room is
paint
already
sprayer,
actually no, you know what? If the room is already empty and everything's set up, then I could probably do it. But to move the furniture and everything, that's where I see people are coming on here a little late. No offense.
Yeah, they seem to be, but that's okay. I've been sketching the whole
joking,
time.
Guys. Anytime you come on, it's a good time.
That's it. But yeah, it's like I said. Tomorrow I'll be back. Not a problem. check out on Semi-Retired Bob. I'll be back on Tuesday and on Wednesday. So you got 3 more.
Check out.
Actually, 4 more, including next Saturday. So
How
I'm
old
not
is
going
Bob
anywhere.
Gonna be?
What's that?
How old is Bob going to be? 60 something, right?
62, I think. I thought it was 62. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think Bob is 5 years older than me, that I remember, and I'll be 57 in a couple of a few weeks.
Okay.
So he should be 62. I think he's 5
So
years
he's like
older.
10 years older than me.
There you go. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, until September, then it'll be 9.
Yeah, that's right. Well, all right. So it looks like we reached the end. I'll go ahead and shut this down. Let's see. I'll be 64. Yeah, he'll be 64 in July. There you go. So we'll go ahead and shut this down. So let's see. I'll turn this off. And okay, so we can all say goodbye. And hopefully I'll catch you tomorrow.
Sure.
Take care.
build muscle and lose fat on the carnivore diet.